¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Buenos días para todos. Good morning, everyone. This is the 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón. We are so happy to be back here today. Jay, very beautiful conditions. The swell dropped, but of course we are waiting for it to pick up throughout the day, and it looks pretty promising.
Yeah, we had gigantic surf yesterday, code red conditions. So we had a lay day. It was absolutely monstrous out here. So definitely calmer conditions today, more high performance. We're going to see amazing riding. We're going to get underway with the back half of round 7, the Reprecharge round in the men's.
That's right. The 4 hits that it's left. Gente, vamos a hacer los últimos 4 hits que nos quedaban de la ronda número 7, que es la ronda de repechaje de la categoría masculina, y ya ahí nos van a avisar qué es lo que vamos a hacer. Por ahora vamos a ver los highlights. Let's check the highlights of the previous day, and we're going to get back to the action.
Well, did you like what you saw? I'm sure you did. More of the same happening right now. Let's go straight to the water and check it all out as this heat is underway. Again, round 7, the Reprecharge round, heat number 5. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii, Aitor Ojeda, and Fabian Thazar round out this heat. The top, not top 3, but the 3 competitors in this heat right now.
And while we're waiting in the commercial break, Jeff took one wave that we heard people screaming downstairs, and it was a 5.5 and a 2.5. Right now, Aitor with a 4. They were probably screaming for Aitor or Fabian with 2 tiny scores. And let's see, I'm pretty sure we're going to get some replays of those waves. So in case you want to follow all the scoring system and the live stream together, please make sure to go to the IBC World Tour website. The official website is ibcworldtour.com. You click in the watch live button and it will take you to the live streaming. And if you scroll down, you can see the live scoring system. One wave here for Jeff Hubbard, choosing the right, going for signature ARS, kind of like an ARF for him.
Yeah, it's a move that comes so easily to Jeff Hubbard. He's so light on his board, and I had a chance to talk to him at length a couple days ago. I asked him if he had rubber ribs, and he just laughed. Red taking off. Aitor Ojeda, our local rider, our Canarian rider with a nice boosting Rolo. And so we do have a truly international heat here. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii, Aitor Ojeda, a local Canarian rider, and Fabian Thazar from Reunion Island, rounding out this heat. English, Spanish, French, all being spoken in the water, I'm sure, although I don't think these guys are doing much speaking. They can hear their status in the heat, so once in a while you'll see them look up toward the cliff, which is sort of raise their hand, sort of a way for them to signal the announcer to read off their position in the heat, so they know what they need to advance through the heat. 13 minutes, 20 seconds remain in this 20-minute heat. Jeff Hubbard firmly in the lead. Aitor Ojeda needs a 7.0, pretty big score ahead of him to move into first. And Fabian Thazar trying to get out of that elimination spot. He needs a 6.75 to move into second place. And, yeah, quite a drop in swell overnight. That swell came up really, really fast 2 days ago. We squeaked out a full day of competition that day, which was absolutely amazing. You saw some of that in the highlight package we just viewed. And then we knew the swell was coming, so they called a lay day already on Thursday afternoon and Friday. There were still some rideable waves around the area. Some people got out there. Not here, though. At El Frontón, it was a lot of these kind of waves, smaller, but then a gigantic set would come through. And so if anyone had dared paddle out, they probably would have gotten mowed by the big sets and would have been ugly. So back today to more contestable conditions for sure. And the surf forecasts are, different depending on who you ask, but it does show more swell on the way for maybe late Sunday into Monday. Another really big swell, so no shortage of waves, Bego.
No, not at all. Frontón always delivers, and throughout the years, this is the 10th edition. You guys, I'm pretty sure most of you have been following this event from its early beginnings in 2013, and it has always delivered more than that. It always has shown great level of bodyboarding, and I think the fact that the wave is perfect for our sport inspires the riders to attempt bigger and more difficult things, and that's why it's such a perfect place to have a bodyboard contest here. And thank you very much all the organizers and of course all of our sponsors that had made this event possible. Remember, this event is it's brought to you by El Cabildo de Gran Canaria, and it's a slogan as Gran Canaria, European Sports Island, and of course the project of La Isla de Mi Vida, which means the island of my life, and Galdar City Hall or Ayuntamiento de Galdar, Corona Beer, NMD Burka, Hasio Guest House, Link Store, Oceano, which is a brand, a Canarian brand based in Lanzarote, Hydro Flask, and Red Bull. Let's see this one.
Fabian Thazar takes off up into the lip. Nice backflip. Lands in front of the whitewater, but just a little too much energy there consuming Fabian Thazar. Looks like his leash might have come off there. That could spell disaster for Fabian Thazar in terms of not only trying to retrieve his board, but losing time here in this heat. And he is in a critical situation in third position. He gets a 1.5 because he couldn't ride out of that maneuver, and as I said, I think he may have lost his board, but we'll see as this heat progresses. Jeff Hubbard firmly in the lead out here this morning, first heat of the day, and it's 8:30 local time. You notice no sunshine yet. The sun's just now peeking over the hill here, and check out this little peak. These guys split that peak. They just paddled over it though. No go, and Jeff Hubbard holds on to first priority, so he's going to get first crack at the next wave. Aitor Ojeda, second priority. And Fabian Thazar, nowhere to be seen. I really do believe he's swimming for his board at this point. I don't know if his leash broke or maybe the Velcro came undone. But those type of equipment issues in a heat, not what you want, especially when you're at this point. And unfortunately, there he is. He's back in the lineup, so he's back in the mix here. Third priority, though, and he's still chasing down a decent score. Nothing over a 1.5 for Thazar from Reunion Island. So he's really going to have to dig out of a hole here with 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, Fabian double up this year, competing in drop knee division and in the man division as well. He serves so good. I remember his performance in Antofagasta stand out, and he ended up, well, he's actually drop knee French champion 2017. And wait a second, actually, speaking of the devil, here comes here, choosing this right. Nice forward spin and not much there. Well, you can see it might be, he might be a little bit nervous at this point. The good thing about this round, only one person will leave the competition, so he leaves the rest with a lot of chances. Well, right now, it's Jeff in the first position with 11.25, and that's our competitors area right there. You can see Tanner McDaniel speaking with Ale Barbosa, fellow commentator this year. Been doing a great job, and some of the riders haven't shown yet. There is a pretty good chance, people, this is not fully confirmed, but there is a pretty good chance that we will continue with the junior division after finishing this round of men. We are taking back what we left from Thursday. We left 4 heats on this round number 7. This is the reprecharge round. Remember, from now on, all of the rounds are elimination rounds. And remember, we are crowning 2 world champions in this event. The 2 left world champions for the first IBC World Tour. Very complete tour this year. Thank you very much, everyone involved. The IBC brought a full tour in Latin America with 2 junior events in Peru, 3 in Chile with a lot of divisions, and 2 in Brazil. That was a South American leg for the IBC World Tour this year, and we did our first event in Asia in the beautiful islands of Maldives. Thank you very much to everyone in Maldives for a warm welcoming. And we did 1 in South Africa in the hands of Dion Mayers. That was amazing, the Walker Bay Pro. First time ever there. And of course, we jumped into Europe.
All right, here we go. Fabian Thazar picking off another wave. This is the second time he's been able to do this under third priority, and he pumps a backflip right off the roof of that wave. Smaller wave. He did pull the maneuver this time. His highest score at this point, a 2.25, so he may be able to better that score, but he's really going to have to hustle at this point. Just about 5:40 remains in this heat, and Thazar, again, needs a 6.0 to move ahead of Aitor Ojeda and get into that advancing position. Jeff Hubbard still commanding the lead of this heat as we wait for scores to drop. Aitor Ojeda also had a wave in there at some point. We're waiting for a score to drop there. And look at this one. Aitor with second priority. He's going to pick this one off up under Jeff Hubbard, who has first priority, and vomited out of that pit. Aitor Ojeda has to love that barrel. And right now his highest score is a 4.25. He's looking to better that. And we'll see if that can improve his situation and move him ahead of Jeff Hubbard. At this point, he really just needs to hold down first or second slot. And we see a 4.5 score coming through for Fabian Thazar, still in a deficit situation where he needs a 3.75 to move ahead. He's going to pick, maybe I thought he was going to pick another one off underneath Jeff Hubbard's first priority. So Jeff hanging on the outside, waiting for the bigger ones, forcing these other guys to kind of pick off smaller ones, but it worked really well for Aitor Ojeda.
Well, so a quick, sorry guys, morning voice. Quick update in Spanish, guys. Una actualización en español. Si estás recién llegando, este es el quinto día de competencia en este precioso evento del Gran Canaria Frontón King, el último este año para estas dos categorías y para todo el tour. Este es lo que nos quedó de la ronda número 7, una ronda de repechaje que es eliminatoria y desde ahora en adelante todas las rondas son eliminatorias. Así que vamos a ver estos 4 hits que nos quedaron y vamos a esperar la actualización de nuestro jefe de jueces que nos va a decir si vamos a continuar con la categoría junior o qué. Hoy tenemos una baja en el suelo. Y esto es una repetición de las mejores olas del hit. Esta es la mejor ola de Jeff Hubbard y esta es la ola que escuchamos cómo gritaba. La cual creo que le dieron un 5.50 porque si bien voló muchísimo, la caída fue un poco accidentada y aquí se puede notar más fluida para Jeff Hubbard.
So here we go, Aitor Ojeda, beautiful roll through the lip right there. But this was really the best wave of the heat so far, a 6.5 on this one. We mentioned getting barfed out of that pit. Aitor Ojeda really commanding that wave, a short and sweet wave. Looks like Jeff Hubbard had another wave in there while we watched those replays, so hopefully we can get that one back. But currently the situation looks pretty good for Fabian Thazar as he pulls into a barrel, but quickly turns ugly as he gets squashed on the exit. So Thazar with a 4.5 and a 2.25 as his two top waves is still in that deficit situation. And Jeff Hubbard and Aitor Ojeda are just extending their lead over Thazar. And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat, things are not looking great for Fabian Thazar to continue his campaign here in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
That's right, so 2 minutes only left in this one. And Aitor with a 6.5. Like you said, it was the best wave of the heat. If Jeff would have landed that explosive and very high ARS or backflip, he would have get a higher score. But I think the landing and the flipping around was a little bit accidental. So that's why the judges took out some points out of that one. But look at this, Aitor Ojeda once again on a screamer. And this is actually deeper than the other one. Let's see if he can change that 4.25 and increase, or maybe get that 4.75. We don't know. Remember, for us, we have, and for you guys, we have a totally different view that from what the judges see. And as you can see there, the tide, it's still low.
Yeah, it's Aitor Ojeda taking advantage of these right-hand barrels. 2 back-to-back right barrels for Aitor. We're waiting for his scores to come through. Jeff Hubbard currently in first, Aitor Ojeda in second, Fabian Thazar in third, And now with just under a minute to go, Aitor Ojeda takes the lead with that last barrel,
Yeah.
a 6.4. So he now has the 2 highest scores of this heat. I'll tell you what, if Hub had pulled that stratospheric ARS,
Right.
that might have been the highest score of the heat. He bounced so hard on that wave and just lost all forward momentum because he got so high in the air.
Super high.
It's like you're going to cough up a lung when you land like that. Here we go. Jeff trying to go big, and he does so with a giant ARS, lands right in the pocket. And look at him. He's got his head down. Maybe knocked the wind out of himself on that one. I don't know. That looked insane.
Well,
So-
7.15 is what he's looking for. These are the last seconds. We don't know what's going to happen.
But it certainly doesn't matter. It looks like he's going to end up in second or possibly first, pending the score of that last wave. Aitor Ojeda currently in first. So Fabian Thazar unfortunately eliminated. And we'll be right back after some commercials. Stay tuned.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.
And joining me here in the studio, Ale Barbosa, our local expert and a competitor in this event. Ale, Jeff Hubbard picked off the best wave of the heat right at the end.
Yes, 725, and he jumped in the first position. So good for Jeff Hubbard. Yesterday was his 47th birthday. Now he's celebrating it, winning the heat.
That's amazing. Great way to celebrate the birthday, winning that heat. And we're back out in the water with the very next heat. We are into heat number 6 of the Reprecharge round for the men's. This is round 7. Our 3 competitors in the water in red, Robbie Berman from South Africa, David Perez Miranda, our local rider, and from Chile, Manuel Cepeda. So already a wave ridden by 2 of our competitors. Robbie Berman picks off a 3.75. And David Perez Miranda with a 1.0. So these guys getting busy just 2 minutes into the heat.
Yes, sí, aquí estamos en esta manga, esta segunda manga del día, que está compuesta por David Pérez desde Tenerife, también tenemos a Manuel Cepeda desde Chile y Robbie Berman desde Sudáfrica. Aquí vemos que ya tanto Robbie como David Pérez han cogido alguna ola ya. Tiene Robbie un 3.75, David Pérez un punto. Está empezando la manga, recordamos que estas mangas son de 20 minutos. De esta quedan todavía 17 minutos y medio. Recién empezada la manga y vamos a ver quiénes son los 2 primeros clasificados que consiguen pasar a ronda número 8.
All right, so Robbie Berman getting to work with the early lead. We've talked about this throughout the now 5 days of competition. Some riders like to get that momentum going early, get a wave right off the bat, and it puts the other riders in sort of a psychological deficit. They have to play catch-up through the heat. They're always feeling like they have to catch up. So that is a psychological advantage for some. Others will just be patient. They'll sit outside. They'll wait for the biggest waves. They tune everything else out. So every competitor has their way of approaching it. And certainly Robbie Berman off to a good start here today with a wave of 3.75 to kick things off.
Yeah, but the waves are so good today, so I think that waiting a little bit for the good one will worth it, because we have seen already big scores in the last hit. So if you can hold the priority, wait for a good one, and make the wave, it's going to be a huge score.
Yeah, it was interesting in the first heat. Jeff Hubbard held priority, and Aitor managed to pick off 2 of his best waves without even having first priority. So positioning out in the lineup is really key here today too. If you sit next to the competitor with first priority, you're probably not going to get those opportunities like that. So I think you'll see these guys maybe spreading out a bit. These guys, you can see David Perez Miranda just a little bit away, really in position for that good bowling right-hander that we've seen these other riders in the last heat get their best scores on. So right now, at least from my perspective, the rights seem to be the best waves today.
Yeah, today the swell is a bit more north than the other days, so I think that in high tide we'll see some amazing left too. Now at the end is a little bit too low, the tide for the left, but when the tide is increasing, it will when we have the high tide, we'll see some amazing left, and also we'll see some big ramps, because there are 2 swell mix, north and west, so we will see some huge ramps that guys like Jeff Howard will like it so much.
We call that a combo swell where I come from, the combination of 2 swells. And I have to ask you this, Ale, what are the tides doing now? Do we have a big swing from low to high, or is it sort of medium tides all day?
No, there are mediums going to big tides. Now the low tide was 0.8 and the high tide is 2.4.
Okay.
So it's a big difference.
This is meters, folks, by the way.
Yeah, 0.8 meters, and the high tide 2.4 meters. And the high tide is at 12:15 today.
Okay.
So the tide still rising up, and the conditions, I think, will be better and better during the day.
Yeah, so you've seen this every day of this contest. If you've been watching the live stream, they basically bookend the high tide, which means that they start the event for the day 3 hours before high tide and continue to 3 hours after high tide, because when that tide gets low out here, it gets perilous. And we saw some riders, Jan Saloon comes to mind from 2 days ago, actually hit the bottom. Jan Salone had to go to the urgent care because he hit his back and his neck on the bottom, pulling into a barrel and getting smashed, hit the bottom. And so, yeah, you know, folks, it looks beautiful when these guys ride these waves, but it is dangerous. Make no mistake about it.
And they are also the best in the world. We are in the World Tour. These are the best guys, the best bodyboarders in the world. So if they hit the bottom, it means that the wave is so difficult, so heavy, and so dangerous.
That's a really good point. You know, you obviously expect the world's best to be able to ride these waves, and they do. But every once in a while, the wave just reminds you who's boss. And hopefully everybody's going to come through safe and sound today. At this point, we're at 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this heat. Manuel Cepeda yet to catch a wave. So this heat moving very slowly, only 2 waves ridden in the first 7.5 minutes of the heat. And Robbie Berman still hanging on to the lead with David Perez Miranda, basically needing a 2.76. Just has to catch a pretty average wave to move ahead, just by virtue of the fact that nobody has 2 waves yet.
Yeah, the good thing is there is only one guy eliminated in this round, so you don't need too much wave, too much effort to be qualified. You only need to beat one guy instead of 2. So you are in a pretty more safe situation if you are in the top 2 position of the heat. While we are watching Manuel Cepeda in his first wave of the heat with that nice barrel and then that rollo that I think he couldn't land it very well.
Well, yeah, so wave right behind it. Check it out. Robbie Berman with a clean roll. Pretty basic, classic rollo. And another one to follow it up, and the foam ball piston just grabs him and pushes him right out on that second landing. So 2 waves in a row. Manuel Cepeda gets his first wave. Great barrel to start with, and then kind of comes unglued on that roll. And look at this trench for yellow. Pulls in, barrel. David Bettis Miranda comes out. Just a one trick pony on that wave. Just gets a barrel, no maneuver. So scores coming through hot and heavy for these guys. And, I have to say, man, it's probably worth the wait there for Manuel Cepeda, although he did come unstuck on that roll at the end. He kind of just completely timed it wrong. I got to feel like maybe he was blinded by the spit, and he was going up for the rollo and couldn't see the lip. We can see some of the competitors today just chilling out, watching the conditions. Just waking up here as we wait for the sun to come through. Got kind of a high sheet of cloudiness out here, so we might not see that super bright sunshine this morning. And scores coming through. A 4.5 for Robbie Berman, a 3.25 for David Bettis Miranda, and a 5.75 for Manuel Cepeda. So not too shabby. Obviously getting the points for the barrel, and that was enough to push him into second behind Berman.
Así es, ahí tenemos ya las primeras olas de Manuel Cepeda, también la segunda ola de David Pérez Miranda y de Robbie Berman. Manuel Cepeda con una única ola de un tubo de derecha y un rolo que no pudo completar, ha conseguido una nota de 5.75, colocándose en segunda posición y a tan solo 2.5 del primero, mientras David Pérez sigue todavía esperando por una buena ola, una buena nota, ya que en esta última derecha ese tubo que no fue muy profundo tuvo 3.25 y nada más que necesita 2.51 para colocarse en la segunda posición y clasificarse para la siguiente ronda, mientras que Robbie Berman está en una posición un poquito más segura, con ya 2 olas de 3.75 y 4.50, y esperando ahí, todavía no ha llegado al pico, así que no tiene todavía la prioridad Robbie Berman, y cuando llegue al pico le dan la prioridad y estará ahí en la última segunda mitad de la manga, a ver qué pasa y si puede ser uno de los primeros clasificados para la siguiente ronda.
And then we have Jeff Hubbard getting congratulated for his heat win with that, I want to say buzzer beater. It really was a wave right at the end of the heat, but it's not like he needed that wave. He was already advancing through that heat. So Jeff Hubbard, all smiles. He's going to make it on to round 8. It was a little touch and go there because, in round 7, he didn't win the heat, which means he didn't, I should say in round 6, he didn't win the heat, so that meant he had to go to the reprecharge round. And, when you go to the reprecharge round, always another chance of getting eliminated. But Jeff stepped up day after his 47th birthday and showed that he's been one of the top riders in the world for a quarter of a century. He has competed in every iteration of the World Tour since my day. I mean, he was competing when I was on the World Tour, and he's still at it 24 years later.
Yeah, he have been competing for more than 30 years, so that's amazing.
Yes.
I don't know if any other guy have been competing for that long.
I was telling him that 2 days ago. I said, Jeff, I don't think anyone has had as long of a pro bodyboarding career at the top level of the sport. You could argue Mike Stewart for sure, because Mike has done, top-level pro competition for many, many years. But Jeff Hubbard still at the top of his game. So right now we're going to go to Bego, who is down there with Jeff Hubbard right now. Bego, take it away.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Jeff Hubbard, winner of her first heat of the day. Jeff, you kept the first position for almost a whole heat, and then I thought changing, and then you got it back.
Yeah.
But we're very interested in hear about that air roll spin, massive one. Tell us how that felt.
Oh, it felt really good. I saw big section. I was like kind of trying to figure out what to do, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play it safe with ARS, and I think when I landed, I just must have got caught or something, or it just was a heavy impact, so I sunk a little bit because I was so high, so I sunk, and then it rolled over me. I think when you're so high, you have to land perfectly, otherwise if you sink a little bit, the wave just gets you. So I was almost spun it around, but the wave wasn't. I came around and then the wave was over. I was like, I was close to a 10, and then it's a 1 probably. But it was a super fun heat, and I was stoked to just make it through that heat. That I was in a 3-man heat like that, the top 2 advanced. So I was just focused on having a smart heat and just making sure I advanced, because right at the end, you're in second position. So I was like, okay, I just had to make sure I caught a good wave and make sure the other competitor doesn't catch it. So it was good. I held my priority, and right at the end, I used it so he didn't catch the wave. So a couple times I just felt like it was nice to get back in the rhythm of trying to remember how to surf a heat. You have to okay, how do I surf a heat again? Okay, yeah, surf smart, do this, yeah, tick the boxes. So it was great, it was super fun, and it's a lot more forgiving out there today. It's still fronton, it's super gnarly, but it's has a little bit better angle for more explosive maneuvers. It's not coming quite as west, so when it's west, it's not as easy to get those huge airs out of the bowl. Today, it's coming kind of straight in, 340 degrees, so it's kind of a perfect, just a bowl right into a huge ramp. And that's kind of that's my favorite type of fronton to surf, and also really good barrels out there. There's really sick pits right off that takeoff zone. So yeah, super stoked. Just want to say hi to my family. Thank you guys for all the support. Love you all. And thanks for everyone for all the birthday wishes yesterday. That was really sweet of everyone. I was really stoked. And thank you all.
Well, happy birthday, I was going to say. And let's just hit the water because we have a lot of action there. Congratulations. And we'll see you back here very soon, I'm pretty sure. Back to you guys.
I think Jeff had his coffee this morning because he went on for about 3 minutes right there. And I love that he said that he's playing it safe by doing an ARS 8 feet in the air. Only Jeff Hubbard could drop from 8 feet in the air and call that playing it safe. So, yeah, great interview, Bego, thank you. And already some action in this heat, right?
Sí, aquí hemos tenido bastante acción ya. Tenemos aquí esta segunda nota de Manuel Cepeda, ese 3.35 que conseguía. Una ola increíble para Manuel Cepeda, que le coloca en primera posición. Ya ha sido el último en coger su primera ola, pero ahí está una posición bastante segura ya en los últimos 4 minutos que quedan de esta manga. Manuel Cepeda parece que va a ser uno de los candidatos para pasar a la siguiente ronda, la ronda número 8 de este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022.
So I have to tell you, this heat is anybody's guess as to who's going to get that third slot and get eliminated. Right now, David Perez Miranda in third, but he just needs a 5.0. Robbie Berman in second, needs a 4.61 to move into first. Manuel Cepeda winning the heat at this point. A 5.75 is his highest scoring ride, and a 3.35 his second highest scoring ride. Just 7 waves ridden in this heat with just 3.5 minutes to go. So definitely a slower heat. We did have a few waves pour through during the interview with Jeff, the extended diatribe. Jeff, we love you, man. I'm just joking with you. So I know his brother Dave is listening from home late at night in Hawaii. But yeah, these guys are, being very patient out here because it is a slower heat.
Yeah, this has been pretty slow. In the interview, we can feel that Jeff has some knowledge of this wave. I think the first time he came was around 2003. He came with his brother Toby Plyer, with his brother Dave Howard, also Ben Plyer, Toby Plyer, Eddie Salomon, Bo Day. There are many guys that year, and they score a perfect fronton. Wow. So there have been many years that Jeff has been coming here to surf this wave, and the knowledge that he has is so important to win this event.
That's true, and he did mention, swell direction, the compass direction, like 230 degrees, I think is what he said. So that's a compass direction heading for a swell that comes in, a north-facing coastline like this. That would be like a north-northwest swell. So, yeah, he knows the swell directions. He knows what tides it works on. and obviously very in tune. In fact, the very first event that was held here, an international event, I should say, Jeff won it, and that was many years ago, 2010. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Wild. It was
Wild
called,
Wave or something.
Yeah, no, the Wild West Win or something. No, Wild West. Wild West. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, it was won by Jeff. And I remember that all the guys, there was a big prize money, and all the guys, according to give a huge prize money for the winner, and then the other 23 guys just get the same amount of money.
Oh wow!
So instead of being scaled,
Yeah.
they just give all the big meal to the winner, and then the other guys just took the same money to everyone.
I like that. It's very interesting because that maybe forces everyone to just go really big.
Yeah, I think the prize money for Jeff was around 10,000.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it was a pretty big prize money, and yeah, it was
Amazing.
frothing to win that one. Now we're watching David Perez in that left. He's a left specialist. That ARS. David needing a 5-point and only 40 seconds remaining.
So not a bad way for him to pick off there at the end. His second highest score right now is a 1.0. But will that ARS be enough to get him that 5.0 to advance? That was probably his last crack at getting out of this heat. The other two, Manuel Cepeda and Robbie Berman, holding first and second priority, are looking to be the ones to advance on to round 8. And just 10 seconds to go. They got to just make sure that, now Robbie Berman moves into third place and needs a 3.76 with 3 seconds to go. And Robbie Berman, will he catch this wave or is he going to run out of time? He's paddling. I don't know if this will count, but let's see what happens. Berman, in desperate need of this wave, hits the invert and gets flogged by that wedging section at the end, and Robbie cannot hang on to that maneuver. I don't even know if that will count. I'm not sure. That's up to the judges if he was under the power of the wave before the horn sounded. Berman needed a 3.76, and we will see what happens after this commercial break.
Aquí estamos de vuelta ya con Bego Martínez otra vez. Bego, las condiciones están siendo increíbles y ahora empieza la manga del Alan Muñoz, uno de los candidatos al título mundial.
Así es, bueno, nerviosismo para toda Latinoamérica, para todo Chile, por supuesto, vamos directo al agua porque no sabemos qué pueda pasar. Alan Muñoz, uno de los que están peleando el título mundial este año en rojo, junto con Gabriel Braga, excelente competidor de Brasil, y Joaquín Soto, un joven chileno también, que ha dado mucho de qué hablar en estos últimos eventos. Okay, guys, this heat, it might be definitory. Alan if one of the title contenders, and he needs to make this heat in order, of course, to keep going. And actually, he needs to win this event in order to be world champ. So very important moments here. We have Alan in red, Gabriel in yellow, and Joaquin Soto in black. 20-minute heats, only 2 will advance.
This is the replay of Gabriel Braga in that nice backflip on the right, landing so good with a nice spin. And this is the red with a nice barrel coming out. It's nice exchange of wave. And we have the little update of previous hit. Robbie Berman in that last invert cannot get the score, so Manuel Cepeda and Deep Perez are advancing to the next round, to the round number 8. So congratulations for both.
What a great performance of David this year, huh?
Yeah,
in the
he's doing
juniors
so
and
good.
in the men.
Yeah, he's in his last year of junior. Now he's focused now in the open division because I think he's eliminated in the juniors.
Yeah.
So he's focused now in the open division.
All right, yeah, he was, but yeah, he did a great job though.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, look at that. I think those are the IVC World Tour champion trophies for the men and the Pro Junior men division. We are crowning those two.
And that guy in blue is one of the title contenders for the junior division, Jorge Hernandez.
Right here, Jorge Hernandez, great competitor. And we would like to remind you the possible scenarios for this division world champ. Alan Munoz, who is surfing right now, out of the 3 contenders, Alan has the most demanding scenarios. He needs to win this event. And also, wait a second, another wave for Gabriel Braga. And Alan already has a 6.25. I'm pretty sure our wave streamers are getting ready with those replays. The first wave of Gabriel Braga and Alan Munoz. They have a 6.25 each. And I was saying, yeah, Alan, thank you very much, wave streamers.
Sí, ahí veíamos ese backflip de Gabriel Braga, esa primera repetición, ese 6.25. También antes veíamos el replay de Alan Muñoz. En breve nos pondrán otra vez nuestro director. Ese tubo de derecha de Alan Muñoz que veíamos antes, que conseguía también ese 6.25.
That's right.
Y entonces ahora mismo Alan Muñoz está en tercera posición, necesitando 0.25 para la segunda posición, mientras que Gabriel Soto está ahí en la segunda posición con 4.76 para ocupar el primer puesto.
Well, we're gonna get to show you the trophies, but I think it will probably be at the we have the trophies here, and Gabriel Braga, yes, in the first position with that backup score. Super happy, Manuel Cepeda right there, making it to the next round, the round number 8. And Joaquin Soto right now with a 5.5 and a 1. Alan Munoz looking for almost nothing to get to the qualification area. And
yeah, if he paddle a wave, he will get that 0.25, so it's super close for him. Super easy, and let's see what's happening in the last almost 14 minutes of this hit, the hit number 7 of the round number 7. And I have to remind you that we are going to we're going to finish this round, the round number 7, and then we will see what's happening if we can run the junior divisions or we can continue with the open divisions. It is not decided yet, 100%, but it will be very, very soon.
That's right. I would like to continue with what I was saying, that the world title contention this year. So Alan Munoz, thank you, Carlos. Alan Munoz needs to win this event, and neither Tanner or Tristan have to make it to the final. So big and heavy burden Alan has this year, but of course it's possible. It's possible for him. He just have to take it step by step, and just make it through. Gabriel Braga, a great Brazilian bodyboarder, and doing a great job in this heat as well. And of course, Joaquin Soto. So this is the situation right now. Alan, it's currently in the 3rd position of the ranking. Tanner McDaniel, if he makes it to the final only by making it to the final. And only if Tristan is not in the final with him, he could become world champ. And Tristan has the best odds. Tristan is the first position in the ranking this year, so he basically needs to wait of what happened to these guys, Tanner and Alan, to claim his second title this year. And if you guys are interested in more information about this, you make sure to go to IBC World Tour. There is a full article, very good article, created by our great webmaster, Kevin Cotter. It's there, and it's the whole situation, either for men and junior division. It's all there, so you guys make sure to check that out.
Yeah, you cannot miss any hit because it is nothing decided in junior division and also in open divisions. So you have to be here, hit by hit, watching what these guys are doing out there. They are showing a good performance here at the Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022. And in this hit, there are only 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and Alan Munoz, one of the world title contenders, only needs 0.25, and he's Alan Munoz in that ride, looking for the barrel. He can make it. He's coming out. It's not going to be his best score. I think that his previous wave was better, but he's going to move into at least into the second position, and probably into the first position.
Sí, Alan estaba buscando un 0.25, una nota de respaldo que lo llamamos nosotros, pero atención que no. La nota de respaldo para poder, tiene una súper buena nota, un 6.25, y estaba buscando un 0.25. No fue un tubazo como quien dice, pero bueno, 0.25 va a ser. Así que Alan saldría de la zona de no clasificación. Y bueno, si estás sintonizando, manda tus comentarios, dinos de dónde estás y a quienes estás apoyando. Vamos a entrar ahora a leer un poquito. Recuerden que nosotros no estamos todo el tiempo en el chat. De hecho, lo evitamos un poco para poder tener la concentración en la acción. Es demasiado importante darle esa preferencia a los riders. Recuerden que ellos, los que están compitiendo allá afuera, son las estrellas. Y bueno, igual apreciamos muchísimo todos sus saludos. Y ahí está. Cambio completo de situación. Alan Muñoz con un 4.50 ahora primero. Dejando a Gabriel necesitando un 4.50, que es muy fácil para Gabriel Braga también, y muy fácil para Joaquín Soto, un 4.76. Si pudiera decirle algo a Alan, sería cambia rápido las notas para que no tengas una diferencia mayor y te puedas mantener en esa posición.
Exacto, ahora necesitan mejorar al menos ese 4.50 para protegerse un poquito más de los otros competidores, que recordamos que aunque pasan los dos primeros, en una manga de tres nunca sabe lo que puede pasar, porque en el último segundo el tercero puede coger una ola y dejar a alguien fuera. Entonces es muy importante estar ahí en primera posición. Es lo que decía Jeff en su entrevista también, que sí, estaba segundo, Aitor lo había puesto primero, pero claro, él quería estar en primero porque es la posición más segura, mientras vemos aquí a Joaquín Soto buscando ese 4.76 que necesita para la segunda posición, pero parece que no ha tenido mucha suerte ahí y se lo ha comido la ola.
Bueno, Jeff decía en la entrevista que la ola está muy buena para hacer maniobras. Sin embargo, Aitor se puso dos tubazos en su hit, así que, bueno, ustedes ya saben cómo se comporta el frontón. El frontón te ofrece todo, derechas, izquierdas, tubos, rampas. Vamos a ver a Alan en esta izquierda, no hemos visto muchas. Entra en el tubo con facilidad, pero no sé si logra salir. Era un cerrojo, como dicen aquí.
Así es, ahí no ha podido salir de ese tubo de izquierda. Veíamos que salía el buggy por detrás. Una pena para Alan, pero bueno, tiene tiempo todavía para mejorar esas notas. Y vamos a ver la respuesta de Gabriel Braga, que ahora mismo está solo en el pico con primera prioridad, buscando mejorar también esos 4 puntos que tiene de segunda nota. La nota más importante para él es exactamente la misma que Alan Muñoz, 6.25. Así que vamos a ver, aquí está remando Gabriel Braga, vamos a ver si se va a esa derecha. Parece que tiene bonita forma, se mete en el tubo bien profundo, wow. Sale de la escupida y a ver esta última sección, que mínimo se va a hacer un rolo. Ahí tenemos a Gabriel Braga buscando mejorar esos 4 puntos y ahora parece que tiene muchas posibilidades de que ocupe la primera posición de esta manga.
Lo que estábamos diciendo, Ale, Gabriel, un excelente rider, un 4.50, súper posible para él y puede que lo consiga después de esa ola. Importante siempre hacer la diferencia, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a esperar ese score y tenemos la entrevista con Manuel Cepeda y Jay en la playa. Jay, please take it away.
Estoy con Manuel Cepeda from Antofagasta. ¿Cómo está este manga?
Sí, la manga estuvo ahí súper difícil. Ahí buscando una ola buena, me cuesta un poco, pero ahí me tocaron algunas, tratando de pasar ahí. Estaba difícil, cualquiera podría haber pasado la manga ahí. Y me tocó a mí, pasé y excelente.
¿Y solo 2 olas en este manga?
Sí, quería elegir la correcta, era eso. Ahora está elegir la correcta, un tubazo y podéis pasar primero.
Well, felicidades y buena suerte.
Vale, muchas gracias y un saludo a la escuela y a todos los que hicieron posible que yo estuviera acá, a Secret Spot, a Club Terraza Norte, así que, y a mi polola Daniceli.
All right, back in the studio to you guys.
Aquí estamos ya de vuelta. Ya teníamos la última nota de Gabriel Braga, 8.5, lanzándolo a la primera posición, dejando a Alan Muñoz ahora en segunda posición, que aunque se sigue clasificando, está ahí justo al borde del peligro.
Claro, imagínate, Joaquín Soto necesitó un 5.26, Joaquín es un excelente rider también, 5.26 muy posible para Joaquín, así que bueno, un momento de tensión yo creo para Alan Muñoz y para todo Chile. Aquí se está jugando Alan su posibilidad de ser por primera vez en la historia un chileno campeón en esta división, porque no olvidemos que Nelson Flores o Nacho fue campeón mundial junior en el 2017. Alan Muñoz sería el primer campeón mundial en esta división. So we have some comments there. Hi guys, great job covering the show. Thank you. Bom dia a todos. João, obrigado pela assistência. Obrigado a todo mundo do Brasil. Acho que lá é muito cedo, mas aqui tem o Gabriel, tá fazendo trabalho incrível. Dito, awesome year of forgettable moments, says a Euro. Okay, great. Yeah, Tessa, great to have you here. And hi guys, great job covering. Yeah, we did have that one from Carlos Vinagre. Thank you for being present here. So 4 minutes and 50 seconds here. And it's Gabriel Braga with a great job, 8.5 and 6.25 in the first position, leaving the one guy that is looking for the world title for the first time, Alan Muñoz, needing an 8.50 is a huge score, and Joaquin Soto only needing a 5.26 to be second. Important moments, very stressful moments for Chile right now. Of course, I mean, it would be great to see Joaquin advancing, but Alan, it's jeopardizing a lot. His first world title could be risk, and I mean, jeopardizing this heat right here.
Así es, aquí tenemos que Alan Muñoz está con primera prioridad, eso es muy importante en este último tramo de la manga, está ahí con primera prioridad en segunda posición, protegiéndose de Joaquín Soto, que nada más que necesita un 5.26 para quitarle ese sueño a Alan Muñoz. Vamos a ver si lo puede conseguir Joaquín en este último tramo de la manga, o si se le pone todo de cara a Alan para seguir en esta carrera por el título mundial, junto a Tane McDaniel y Tristan Robert. Recordamos que Alan es el tercer clasificado de ese ranking, es el que más complicado lo tiene, pero todavía tiene opciones, todavía puede ganar ese título, y está la cosa ardiente.
La cosa ardiente, la cosa fuerte, 3 minutos con 22, ya lo hemos visto, en cualquier momento estos riders pueden cambiar la situación. Alan en este momento tiene la primera prioridad, o la prioridad, lo cual le da una ventaja, y vamos a ver esta ola de Joaquín Soto, que puede ser el 5.26 que Joaquín está buscando, un rolo true de lip ahí. Atención, atención entonces, no sabemos qué puede pasar, un 5.26, y aquí viene Alan, entra en este tubo, está bastante adentro, sale con tranquilidad. Alan buscando un 8.50, no sé si esta sea la nota, pero probablemente lo ayude a cortar la distancia. Tal vez cambie el 4.50. Vamos a esperar esa nota de Joaquín Soto y de Alan Muñoz a ver qué pasa.
Sí, así es, acortar la distancia con Gabriel, pero aumentar la distancia con Joaquín, que es lo que más le interesa a él.
Sí.
Ahora mismo, en estos últimos 2 minutos y medio, conseguir un 8,5 es bastante difícil. Necesitas una ola bastante buena con mucho potencial para poder sacar esa nota. Entonces, ahora mismo yo creo que Alan se tiene que centrar en mejorar ese 5,90 que tiene para que Joaquín necesite incluso mucha más notas para poder cogerlo. Ahora mismo lo ha incrementado esa diferencia. Ahora Joaquín necesita 6,65. Una nota ya bastante más alta, sería su mejor nota de la manga. Así que vamos a ver estos 2 últimos minutos que son muy importantes para la carrera del chileno Alan Muñoz.
That's right. So the last score for Alan Muñoz dropped, and now he kind of did the job. He get a 5.90, and that it's not enough to jump in the first position, but it is enough to create some distance for Joaquín Soto. Joaquín Soto got a 4 for his last wave, and right now is looking for a 65 to be second and knocked out Alan Muñoz from its dream of being a world champ. So far, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And he's the lead of this heat. Gabriel Braga, in that nice ride, looking for the section. Nice air reverse. He couldn't land it. Oh my God, Gabriel Braga just enjoying the end of this hit. He's in a very safe position, and he just launching those moves.
Of course,
it means that they are having so much fun out there.
Ale, me gustaría usar este pequeño minuto que queda solo para mandarle un saludo a Sensei, que es un rider chileno fanatiquísimo del bodyboard de Alan y de todo el tour, que está en una situación de salud delicada. Sensei, amigo, recupérate, vamos, buenas energías, brother, todo viene de las buenas energías, y desde aquí te mandamos un gran saludo. Y un saludo también a Pato Astudillo, que siempre está sintonizando. Aquí viene Alan Muñoz. Esta puede ser la última oportunidad de Alan. Un backflip clásico de él, que lo cae, digamos, en la mitad de la ola. 8.50 está buscando Alan. En estos últimos 22 segundos, Joaquín Soto se queda con la primera prioridad. Y esta puede ser la última oportunidad de Joaquín de recibir ese 6.65. No va a ser.
Parece que no. Parece que la carrera de Alan Muñoz sigue intratable y que va a estar ahí en la siguiente ronda, porque cuando quedan 5 segundos, Joaquín Soto en esa última ola no va a obtener un 6.65 y ya no va a tener tiempo para coger otra ola. Así que Alan Muñoz sigue ahí en la lucha, sigue en la pelea contra Tane Mataniel y Tristan Robert en este título mundial. Y en lo que empieza la siguiente manga, les vamos a dejar con unos pequeños anuncios publicitarios y enseguida volvemos.
And we are back for the 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. And look, what do we have here? Not only Jay came back, but we have the trophy for this year World Champ,
the men division world champ. And now that Alan made it, it's I'm curious of who's going to take this one here. Let's just hit the water because we have the heat number 8. This is heat number 8 of round number 7. Lionel Medina in red, William Lujan in yellow, and Ethan Capdeville. This is a generation that it's all these three gentlemen, I would say, are more or less the same age. So this is going to be pretty interesting to watch this new generation in the men division. They have all done great job in the junior division when it was their time. And Lionel Medina winning this event, being Fronton King in 2020, and William Lujan winning this event in the junior division as well. Actually being the first junior world champ, Fronton junior champ crowned here, alongside with Ethan Capdeville, son of Nicolas Capdeville. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of these high-powered parent-child combinations. Obviously, Luna Hardman taking the junior women's title this year, daughter of five-time world champion.
She was about to get her.
Neymar Carvalho, 5-time world champ. Geez, so yeah, some world championship bodyboarding in the bloodline, certainly with some of these families. And although Nicolas Capdeville never took a world title, he was up there in the top 8 repeatedly. Back in my day, his son now out here in this heat. And it's early in the heat, 4 minutes gone, 2 waves ridden. Let's check out yellow, William Lujan. Nice spitting barrel there. Not super deep in that one, but William Lujan feeling very comfortable out there. And the second barrel was actually the deep one, so double barrel for William Lujan on that wave. And he sits in first position in the heat at this moment. And after that wave, now sitting third priority. Red, Lionel Medina, bottom turns, kind of forcing that roll, not really a pitching section, and he gets out of that one quickly, a 3.0 on that wave. So a couple waves ridden already. And Ethan Capdeville, as of yet, to put points on the board.
That's right. So Willie Lujan actually took this event in the junior division in 2017, and Lionel is the youngest Fronton King. That was in 2020, 2020, and it's going to be a great battle here. And in case you miss it, everything is all together in the IBC World Tour website. Go and check it out, ibcworldtour.com, where you can check this live feed alongside with the live scoring system. If you click in the watch button, in the watch live button, you're gonna get all that together. It's pretty useful. And I would like to thank all of our sponsors. That's Alan Munoz there. Alan, I think he had a very stressful times out there. Joaquin Soto, looking for a small score, but he managed to be second. And this is a nice roll there for Lionel. Check this out. Lionel, keeping busy, not waiting for the big ones. He's just doing the points. I think that's wise, Sometimes the waiting when the waves are not so big and the frequency is not that high, I think it's pretty wise to just build your score.
Yeah, the anxiety level can kind of go up as they wait and wait and wait. So it is good to get a couple under the belt. William Lujan picking off a nice draining right-hander. Not super deep in the tube, but a beautiful roll right there. And comes out. Heads back out for more, very quick in and out of that wave. And we just saw Ethan Capdeville have a look at that one. Could have been his first wave, but he's a little bit behind that peak, and now he's going to have to scratch to get over this one. And Ethan Capdeville still holding that first priority. So he's going to get first crack at any wave that comes in. 13 minutes left in the heat, 7 minutes down. And it looks like Capdeville is going to pick off this left-hander. First wave for him in this heat. Pulls in. He's very deep, disappears, and comes out with the spit. And Ethan Capdeville with a nice opening ride there, a little barrel in and out barrel. He needed a 7.25 for first position, but that may be enough to push him. Well, it's not going to be enough to push him ahead just yet. He still needs a second ride, but certainly a good way to open his campaign in this round 7 heat number 8.
Así es, y bueno, voy a dar esta actualización, quick update in Spanish for the huge crowd that we have tuning in. Tenemos, este es el hit, el último hit de la categoría Open. Recuerden que vamos a coronar los 2 campeones en las 2 categorías que estamos llevando a cabo aquí en el Gran Canaria Frontón 2022. En el agua está Willy Luján, campeón, primer campeón en la categoría junior en este evento en el 2017, y el campeón más joven, el Frontón King, el rey del frontón más joven en el 2020, Lionel Medina, y el hijo de Nicolas Capdeville, Ethan Capdeville, que es muy buen rider francés, y todos ellos tienen más o menos la misma edad, entonces es un hit muy interesante. Estos son también el futuro, claramente ya no son juniors hace un par de años, pero tienen 21, 20 años y son esta generación fuerte de relevo. Tenemos la entrevista lista con Ale y Gabriel Braga, el ganador del hit anterior. Por favor, Ale.
So we sit here
Aquí
with
estamos con Gabriel Braga. We are here with Gabriel Braga, the winner of the last hit. Gabriel, una manga increíble. Has obtenido la mejor nota del día, lo que llamamos de día. ¿Cómo fue eso ahí en la manga?
Foi um pouco difícil, as condições estão um pouco instáveis, apesar de Frontón ter altas ondas, mas eu tive calma, fiquei concentrado e quando eu menos esperava veio a onda e eu consegui tirar um tubaço e finalizar de rolo.
He got the best wave of the day, 8.25, and he said that the conditions are very good. The wave is pretty dangerous, so he was waiting, calming, chilling there, and then he got the nice barrel and backflip, nice wave, roller, sorry, and just the best wave of the day. Estabas ahí fuera contra Alan Muñoz, uno de los competidores, y has pasado por encima de él. ¿Cómo era la tensión, cómo se respiraba el ambiente ahí en el agua?
Alan é um competidor muito difícil, né? Ele surfa muito e agora disputando o título mundial, com certeza tem um estímulo a mais para ele. Sabia que ia ser difícil a manga contra ele, mas fiquei concentrado, achei as ondas e consegui passar em primeiro.
Aquí estamos terminamos ya la entrevista con Gabriel Braga. We're finishing the interview with Gabriel Braga, and back to you, Bego.
Oh, good question there for Ale Barbosa, asking Gabriel about competing with one of the title contenders this year, which is Alan Muñoz, and he said he remained calm, cool and calm, and did his job, and he respects Alan and knows he's a very good rider, but yeah, he did a great job out there, so parabéns para Gabriel Braga. Eu gosto muito do seu surfing também. Un rider increíble brasilero. Y en el agua ya tenemos 2 notas importantes para Willy Luján, un 6.25 con un 4.50, ahora está primero con 10.75 William Luján, y Lionel Medina tiene un 4.25 y un 4, necesita un 6.50. Ethan Capdeville un 2.75 para ser segundo, se tiene que cuidar Leo, tiene que rápido cambiar uno de esos 4 o lograr ese 6.50 para tomar la primera posición, porque realmente 2.75 no es nada para Nicolas Capdeville.
So Capdeville keeping a very measured and patient approach to this heat. He has first priority, has a 5.5 wave score under his belt as we look at Gabriel Molina.
He had an injury, a very huge and deep cut on his arm last night surfing in Agujero. And he was posting in his social media, the day before I have to compete for, because he's a world title contender in the Pro Junior division. So how important, look at this is a message I think to send to people. If you're a world title contender, we'll get back to that. Let's see this one for William. William, nothing. So if you're a world title contender, there's so much in stake for you. Don't free surf. don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what to think. Because I do understand they want to free surf because they want to train, they want to get ready. But every time, more and more, I realize that it's more a mental game and a physical, I would say, because, I mean, what they know, they're not going to know something else. You know, they're not going to learn new maneuvers in a free surf the day before the competition, right? So
Yeah.
I would say, just guys, stay home, eat, rest well, and prepare your mind, because that's really more important. Let's see this one for Lionel.
Lionel off the lip, beautiful sky backflip, and just really clean in the air with a solid landing, spins out of it too, so throws in that extra move just to show he's under the power of the wave. And this guy, he's slender and small and really just gets flipped with that lip. And that looked really good. He's in second position. He needs a 6.5. We'll see if that was enough, but clean execution on that backflip. And yeah, I hear what you're saying, you know, about the world title contention, maybe just rest, stay out of the water. I totally also understand how restless these guys are. And just, you know, he's thinking, I'll just go out for a quick surf and just shake out the cobwebs out of my joints here. Not that a kid that young would have that, but just to keep the muscles moving. And as we can see, sometimes disaster strikes. I didn't realize it was that shallow out there. I was out there yesterday evening. There were some spitting barrels, and clearly the reef met with his arm, and I didn't know he got a cut, but his arm's wrapped up.
Huge
So that
one.
next heat. Wow.
It's so deep, you wouldn't believe it. It's like more than a finger deep, I would say,
Wow.
like, and wide, and it's right here in the elbow. So it's all right, Gabriela, we understand. So, well, guys, after this heat, which is the last heat of round number 7, we are going to jump to the junior division for a there is a change of situation. Sorry, Lionel got a 6.5, and now he's in the lead, and Willie needing a 4.51 to get back to that first position. Let's see how that turns out for them. But Ethan looking for a 5.26, which is also a very small score. And man, 5 minutes and 20 seconds is enough time for a 5.25 for 26. I'm sorry.
Well, we saw Manuel Cepeda a couple heats ago only catch 2 waves, and he won the heat. So Ethan Capdeville kind of on that same pace at this point. You're going to see him hunt around for one of these waves, and he's, these guys are split apart. They're all looking for different opportunities out here, but first priority stays in the pocket of Ethan Capdeville, and he is being patient. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remain in this heat. His one wave is a 5.5. He needs another wave in that same range, a 5.26, to move to advancing position and get ahead of Willie Lujan and move into second position. So kind of coming down to a nail biter here at the end of this heat, and we have seen a little slower action today than in prior days where there were multiple waves ridden. Some competitors were catching 8 waves in a heat. Definitely less waves ridden this morning, and I don't know if the tide's going to change that. We're at 9:39 local time, high tide, about 2.5 hours from now.
Así es, bueno, muy buen trabajo para el Frontón King más joven, Lionel Medina, ahora primero con ese 6.50 y ese 4.25. Willy Luján necesitando un 4.51 para tomar esa primera posición de vuelta, y Ethan que solo necesita un 5.26. Como decía Jay, Manuel Cepeda tomó 2 solas y ganó el hit. Vamos a ver, esta puede ser ese score de respaldo, ese 5.26 que busca Ethan. Bueno, no creo que vaya a ser eso. No tuvo tanta suerte ahí. Quedan 3 minutos con 30, es bastante posible, ¿no? En estos 3 minutos 30 para estos riders que tienen muy buen nivel conseguir ese score. Pero hasta ahora es Lionel Medina en la primera posición, que es súper inteligente surfeando aquí en este evento. Ya lo hemos visto otros años. So let's see how this one unfolds. I don't think that's going to be the 5.26 for Ethan, because that wasn't a complete maneuver.
Yeah, that was a pivotal moment for Ethan. He had first priority. He took that wave. It did not pan out well for him. He's now going to sit in third priority, and just 3 minutes remain in this heat. Willie Lujan and Lionel Medina in firm control of this heat now at this point. They can really take the next 2 good waves and actually extend their lead potentially over Capdeville. So the Frenchman really in jeopardy right now of being eliminated here in this last heat of that repecharge round for the men's. You can see the drone right there trying to capture the action up close and personal, and there's the shot we got from the drone, and look at that. There's a drainer both right and left, but neither competitor opts to go on that one. They're looking for the ones with a little more wall to them so that maybe they can get the barrel and the air or roll or ARS or backflip combined with that maneuver. Coming down to the 2-minute mark, Capdeville is really, really in jeopardy at this point.
Bueno, quisiera agradecer a quienes han hecho posible este evento. Recuerden que es presentado por el Cabildo de Gran Canaria, la Isla Europea de Deportes, y el proyecto de Gran Canaria, la Isla de mi vida, y también el Ayuntamiento de Galdar, la Cerveza Corona, NMD, una marca de bodyboards. Gracias por estar siempre presente en este evento. Jacio Guest House, que es este hostal de Ale Barbosa, nuestro compañero que nos está apoyando en este evento como también muchos años lo ha hecho. Océano por primera vez, que es una marca de ropa que está basada en Lanzarote. Muy lindas cosas tienen y tienen una tiendita. Y Hydroflask y Red Bull. Vamos a ver esta ola de Ethan Capdeville. Okay, so you can tell Ethan right now it's getting a little bit nervous. It makes sense, you know, last minute and looking for a 5.26. He knows that score is possible. You know how stressful it is to know that you can make that score, that you're so close to advance, and the last minute is there. So there you start to question yourself, did I did good by waiting that much? And look how Willie Lujan with the first priority is coming close to Ethan Capdeville because he knows he's capable to mark that score, and he's not gonna allow it. Oh well. He's blocking him a bit, you know.
For
gently.
Sure. I think that's a smart move. He's got to do that because Capdeville, if he gets a wave out from under Willie Lujan, then it's on Willie Lujan. And here he goes right here. He does, in fact, get a wave out from under him, and not really a good one. He goes for the air reverse and just gets smothered in whitewater, and that is pretty much going to be it for Ethan Capdeville as we're down to the 15-second mark. So it looks like Lionel Medina and Willie Lujan will advance on to round number 8 and keep their dreams alive to be Frontón King. And check it out, Willie Lujan, one more for good measure. Nice roll, didn't really need this one. So he gets a little conservative on that wave, and he's going to make his way in. And that will do it for that heat, folks. We got another heat coming up. But first, let's go to these commercials.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
All right, it's time for the juniors, the men's or boys juniors division. Look at this trophy, Ale Barbosa. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks amazing.
So let's go to the water and see who's in contention for this trophy as we get underway with the juniors division.
Yeah, here we have Gabriel Molina, one of the title contenders of this junior division, the Canarian guy, the local guy who won in Maldives. Now he has the chance to win the world title here at home. In red, we have Gabriel Molina. In white, Pablo Galati. In yellow, David Perez. And in black, Gadiel Martel. We've got 3 local riders, 3 Canarian riders, and also Pablo Galati from Brazil.
Okay, so the local riders, one of them may or may not take home this Pro Junior trophy. We have several riders in contention for this. It's a heavy trophy, so, you know, if one of the overseas riders takes it, they're going to have excess baggage charges. This thing is heavy, but what an amazing trophy. And I got to tell you, this juniors division is going to be hot and heavy. These guys all, as I mentioned in previous days, they all want to make their mark on the bodyboarding world. They all want to, you know, eventually become full-time pro bodyboarders. And this is where it starts, right here in the juniors division.
Aquí tenemos a Gabriel Molina, ese candidato al título mundial, que junto con Pablo Galati es otro que también está jugándose el título. Así que en esta manga tenemos a 2 candidatos a ser campeones del mundo. We've got 2 world title contenders in this heat, Pablo Galati and Gabriel Molina.
That's pretty heavy. And so these guys, they're both trying to get through all these rounds. There's like 9 rounds of juniors, and this is only round 4. And, of course, Gabriel Molina, we mentioned he took an injury yesterday. We're told it's due to his leash, somehow gouging his arm. White taken off. Paulo Galati quickly in and out of that, the young Brazilian out here. So Gabriel Molina, he has his arm completely taped up. Apparently has a pretty deep cut on his arm, and it's all wrapped up, taped up, I assume stitches. So very interesting to see what his leash did to him there. That's pretty unusual. Haven't heard of that kind of injury before, but certainly not stopping him and his path to a potential junior world title.
Yeah, yesterday I talked to him, and he told me that he was like leaving the wave, coming back, and just throwing the ball, and then he got the cut.
Oh, wow. That sounds brutal. Look at this barrel. Insane. David Perez Miranda, local Canarian rider, on his opening ride just gets a throaty tube. And wow, what an opening wave here. Just 3 minutes into the heat. Great way to get started here. And we'll have to see if the judges had as high of an opinion as I just did of that wave. So these 3 competitors all with 1 wave. And, of course, as we've mentioned before, those of you just tuning in, top 2 waves are counted, your top 2 rides. And he gets a 4.25 on that wave, so the second highest score of the heat after the 4.5 that Gabriel Molina picked up. And, wow, what a start to this heat already for those 2 riders.
Sí, aquí tenemos ya las primeras notas de la manga. Tenemos que ya Gabriel Molina, uno de los candidatos para el título mundial, se coloca en primera posición con 4.50, y tenemos ahí la respuesta de David Pérez con esa derecha de ese 4.25, mientras que Gadiel Martel solo ha cogido una ola hasta el momento de 1 punto, y Paulo Galati una ola un poquito peor de 0.5. Queda mucho tiempo por delante todavía, más de 16 minutos de tiempo. Recordamos que hemos cambiado a la categoría Junior, estamos en la ronda número 4, la primera manga del día de esta categoría. Y vamos a ver, tenemos 2 candidatos mundiales, color blanco y color rojo de esta manga, que pueden hacerse con el título mundial aquí, en el Frontón, en Gran Canaria.
All right, so these guys, 3 of them right in the zone there. Look at that right, just going right past them. Little seam in the middle, making that wave kind of collapse. So, yeah, you have to pick the right ones. As Ale Barbosa mentioned earlier, we have a combination of swells. That's making things a little different today. We have some coming in from the west, some from the north. And if they join up just right, it can produce amazing results. And here we go. Oh, having a look at that one, quickly decides not to go. It did look like that one kind of mushed at the end, and more waves on the back, Ale.
Yeah, but while the guys are waiting for the wave, we are going to the interview with Lionel Medina.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Lionel Medina. Leo, such a good strategy out there. You actually kept busy. You did the points step by step, build your score. We were talking about that before. You think it's the best strategy. Cuéntanos un poco esa estrategia de estar activo, de ir marcando los puntos rápido. Denos.
Bueno, yo entré al agua pensando que tenía que hacer 2 olas rápidas. Las olas son malas, no podía esperar mucho. Me gusta siempre coger 2 olas antes que los competidores. Y fue la estrategia que usé, me fue bien y ahí pasé primero.
Well, he said he said that before of the interview. He said he likes to take the 2 first waves, the 2 meter score waves before the other competitors. It actually gets him nervous and mad when someone else take a wave. Before he told me that and before the interview. Leo, ¿algún peso de ser el campeón, el Frontón King más joven? Tú lo hiciste en el 2020. Cada vez que tienes este evento, ¿sientes esa presión, ese peso?
Pues bueno, no, yo siempre vengo aquí a disfrutar, vengo a pasármelo bien con mis amigos y con la gente que viene afuera, que siempre son bien recibidos, y a disfrutar siempre y a ver qué pasa.
Well, I think there is a burden on him because he's the youngest Canarian to be and the youngest to be Frontón King in this event, and he said like no, he comes here just to have fun with his friends, and also he welcomes everyone that comes every year. So, ¿alguien a quien saludar, a quien agradecer?
Pues bueno, simplemente a mi familia, que es la que está ahí apoyando, a mi novia, que siempre le doy el saludito, a mis amigos, que sé que están viendo, el Team Caletón ahí, el silencio Bruno, que siempre, nunca le da un saludito a Bruno ni al Cuico, esta vez se lo vamos a dar, y vamos a ver qué pasa en la siguiente ronda, así me da suerte.
Bueno, felicitaciones y la mejor de las suertes, de regreso con ustedes.
Here, and this red, Gabriel Molina in that left. It's not a nice barrel, it was like not deep barrel, but he tried that air reverse that he couldn't complete. There was somebody in the right, it was a split pick. And here's Gabriel Medina, one of the world title contenders.
So Gabriel Molina, you mentioned he won in Maldives. I was at that event. He was surfing so well over there. Certainly brings confidence into future events, and being a local here, he's looking pretty solid out there despite the arm injury. Let's take a look at the right-hander on that wave as he goes up, hits the lip. Paulo Galati, the Brazilian, into the forward spin, but he spins right out the back, so not the best wave for him. Meanwhile, on the left-hander, David Perez Miranda, saw this wave earlier. Watch this, right in the bowl, carves around the pocket, hits that lip right at the crease there, and gets thrown into a beautiful textbook Rolo. But watch what happens here. We didn't see the rest of that wave, but he came off the board later in the wave. So it was enough, though, for a 5.5. That big Rolo certainly well rewarded by the judges, and enough to hold him in first position. Gabriel Molina needs a 5.01 to unseat him, and on the chopping block right now, Gadiel Ruano needing just a 1.1, really just a small score, and Paulo Galati from Brazil needs a 2.51 to move into advancing position.
Yeah, that's right. The situation in the world title division, junior division, is that Joel Rodriguez, Gabriel Molina, Jorge Hernandez, Michael Janse, and Paulo Galati, all of them have the same points, 2,000 points. And this is the replay of David Perez Miranda. This when he threw the ball, and he was on body surfing, and that left at Frontón. So the scenario in the world title contenders is the same. They've got the same points, 2,000 points, because all of them had won almost at least one contest. So the one who is more advanced in this contest, who make the best result, will be the junior world title. While we're watching David Perez in that left, keeping super busy, always getting many waves in every hit, and giving more chances for him to make the hit.
And David Perez Miranda with a deep barrel. When he took off on that one, I didn't think it was going to open up. and he just held his line, and the thing actually opened as it started to hit the reef. He came out of that thing, and it started gurgling right on that end section of the shelf, and he dipped out just in time. I think he was about to get thrown up on the shelf, but that was a 6.5, the high score of the heat. So judges certainly rewarding those backdoor barrels, the ones you come from behind, and he disappeared and came right out the end there when we really didn't expect that to happen. So kudos to David Perez Miranda, and now puts Gabriel Molina in a situation where he needs a 7.25 to win the heat, but it's really first and second that you want to get into. So it's Gadiel Ruano and Paulo Galati that are in trouble at this point. 9:30 to go. They both need some better waves. They don't need much, though, so we'll see if the ocean serves up today.
Okay, but we have to remind that this round is non-elimination round. So the third and fourth will go to a round number 5, and the first and second qualified will go to the round number 6. So even if Paulo Galati loses in this heat, he is still fighting for the world title. So Paulo Galati is still have the chance to win the world title, because Gabriel Molina is in second position. He's now in this moment in round number 6, and Paulo is in round number 5. Let's see if there is any change in the last 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Así que, como estaba diciendo, Paulo Galati todavía tiene posibilidad de quedarse campeón del mundo, porque esta ronda no es eliminatoria. Los dos primeros clasificados de esta ronda irán a la ronda número 6 y los dos del tercer y cuarto a la ronda número 5, mientras vemos ahí a Paulo Galati, uno de esos candidatos a ser campeón del mundo junior, con ese bonito rolo de derecha. Y quedan nada más que 8 minutos. Paulo Galati, que necesita una puntuación de 2,51 a falta de esta última nota, mientras que Gadiel Martel necesita 1,10 para colocarse en segunda posición. Y aquí vemos ya que Paulo Galati ha obtenido ese 3,40, se coloca ahora en segunda posición. Gabriel Molina en tercero y necesita 2,65. Quedan 8 minutos de tiempo todavía por delante, mucho tiempo para ellos, y vamos a ver qué pasa. Está la cosa muy emocionante.
Non-elimination round. Great news for all involved out there, of course. So I think first place is really where you want to be, right, in this heat, because that pushes you through to, I assume, round 6.
Yeah, first and second. Yeah,
first and second to round 6.
Yeah, and
third
you
and
can
fourth.
see in the stats and the heat draw, if you go to round number 5, there will be 2 heats of 4 men. So it will be the third and fourth of this 4 heat of this round.
Got it. Okay, so yeah, I need to do my homework, folks. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Here we go. Gabriel Molina, the local prodigy here, with that arm all wrapped up from his accident yesterday. Beautiful Rolo, quick one maneuver wave for Gabriel Molina. He's chasing a 2.65 heat score to move up in the status of this current heat, and there are 6 minutes 45 seconds to go. A little more action in this heat in terms of waves ridden. We have more waves for these competitors. Let's see, 8, 10 waves ridden so far, 11 waves actually. Red, Gabriel Molina, his score just about to come through. And check this one for yellow. He's way behind. Oh, he pulls back just at the last minute. David Perez Miranda might have gone over with the lip on that one, Ale.
Yeah, here we have the last wave of Gabriel Molina, 4.75, going straight to the second position. And now Paulo Galati needs a 5.5 to be second, while Gadiel Martel is needing a 4.1 to get into that position. There are only 6 minutes remaining, and the 2 world title contenders still fighting to be qualified in this heat.
All right, so Molina and Galati chasing that big trophy that we showed you at the beginning of this heat. Lots of competition to come, folks. Go nowhere. If you've missed any of the previous 4 days of competition, right here on the IBC World Tour YouTube channel. You can see every wave, every minute of every heat. Rewind and go to your favorite rider, watch just their heat. You can watch us talking if you want. There's White. Paolo Galati, one of those world title contenders. That's a throwaway wave, folks. He didn't like that one. But look at this bomb.com on the outside. Black taking off. Gadiel Ruano. Bottom turns under the roof. Throws the roll and lands sideways and side slips back right onto the face and pulls up under the roof there and kicks out the back. So pretty dramatic Rolo for Gadiel Ruano.
Yeah, he's needing 4.1, so it's a good chance to get that score. So let's see what happens with this last wave of Gadiel Martel in black, who needs 4.1. Now he's Gabriel Molina in red, looking for that wave. Now he's holding the first priority. Gabriel Molina, who is in second position, needing 7 points to be first. Nice, Gabri looking for that left. He's piling. Now he pulls back. Still waiting. He's by himself in the peak, so is he holding the first priority? Gabriel Molina. Now Gabriel Molina goes into the third position because Gadiel Martel got 5.75 in his last wave. Ahora mismo Gadiel Martel obtiene 5.75 en esa tercera ola que conseguía, lanzándola a la segunda posición, mientras que Gabriel Molina está ahora en tercera posición junto a Paulo Galati, que está en cuarta. Perdón, Gabriel Molina necesita nada más que 6.15, mientras Paulo Galati necesita 7.15 y quedan 3 minutos y 40 segundos. Recordamos que estos dos, el color rojo y el color blanco, Gabri y Paulo, son de los dos que están luchando para ese título mundial junior. Ese título que les dé una motivación extra, sobre todo estos juniors que están ya casi en la última etapa de esa categoría. Mientras ahí veíamos ese tubo de David Pérez que no conseguía sacar en esa izquierda. Una pena porque hubiera sido una nota muy alta.
All right, that looked pretty brutal. The monster swallowed him whole on that wave. That looked insane. And some sets out the back. It doesn't look like anyone's in position for this one. And, man, getting caught inside, not pleasant on a day like today.
No, he's there. He's in a bad place to get back to the peak and get the score. He will take a long time to go back to the peak. And he needs 6.15. So he needs to hurry up to paddle super strong to the peak and burn his last chance.
And you'll notice he's not really using that right arm to paddle because it's wrapped up and I assume stitches potentially. So he has to use his left arm and his feet only. And check this one out again. Super late, super steep takeoff. Really has to scoop it under the hook there. And look at this slabbing section ahead of him. He decides no chance he's going to make that. So he abandoned ship. And that is a shallow, dangerous area to dive off your board end. And, of course, he got the waves behind it on his head. 1:50 left in this heat. Gabriel Molina chasing down a 6.15. Paulo Galati needs a 7.15 to move into those first two slots and a more preferential path through this event as opposed to going to the reprecharge rounds where they'll have to surf again to try to fight their way back into that round. Check this one out for White. Paulo Galati ramps it up off the top. Can he hang on? He's buried in whitewash, and he does indeed pull that off. So Galati with some late heroics here with 1:15 to go.
Sí, ahí vemos esa bonita derecha de Paulo Galati con esa bonita maniobra, ese bonito invertido. Paulo que necesita 7.15 para la segunda posición. Vamos a ver qué nota obtiene en esta última ola. Una ola que ha sido muy, muy, muy buena. Y seguimos esperando por la nota de este candidato al título mundial junior. Paulo Galati de Brasil, que ya obtiene 4.95, pero que no es suficiente, sigue en cuarta posición, así que ahora mismo los dos candidatos al título mundial se irían a la ronda de repesca, a la ronda número 5.
All right, down to the last 35 seconds of this heat. I don't see any decent waves, at least on this camera view. So things are getting tense out there. It may be the end of this heat for a couple of these riders. They're going to be relegated to that reprecharge round. And just when I said that, a little peak pops up. Let's see if someone decides to go for this. Nope, too short and a little too A-framey. No wall on that wave at all, with some serious cross waves pushing through. And we're down to the last couple seconds here as this heat winds down. Nobody else will get a wave at the end. So first place, David Perez Miranda. Second place, Gadiel Ruano. Third and fourth to the reprecharge round, Gabriel Molina and Paulo Galati. We'll take some commercial breaks and we'll be right back.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.
Aquí estamos de vuelta ya con Bego Martínez una vez más, aquí en el estudio de comentaristas de este Gran Canaria Frontón 2022. Y ya después de este saludito vamos a ir directamente al agua porque la acción está ahí fuera.
Así es, los protagonistas son ellos. En el agua está Joel Rodríguez, otro de los posibles ganadores del título mundial este año con una victoria en Antofagasta. De rojo, Nahuel Benavides de blanco, el único argentino en esta categoría que viene a hacer muy buen trabajo. Daniel Torrubiano también viene de las primeras mangas, junto con Abner Machín. Han sido dos riders canarios que han dado muchísimo de qué hablar en esta categoría. Vamos a ver cómo se va, pero hasta ahora es Joel Rodríguez con un 4.25 ya en la primera posición.
Así es, mientras vemos a color blanco a Nahuel Benavides en esa izquierda que no ha podido sacar mucha cosa ahí de esa ola, de esa izquierdita que veíamos. No será una nota muy alta, pero bueno, estamos recién empezando la manga. Aquí vamos a ver la repetición de Joel Rodríguez, color rojo, ese 4.25 que tenía con ese rolo. Y ahí ya daba esa ola por concluida. Ahí vemos a Gabri Molina, ese candidato al título mundial que se va a la manga de repesca, a la ronda número 5. Recordamos que en esta ronda no se elimina nadie, no es eliminatoria. Los 2 primeros pasarán a ronda número 6, el tercero y cuarto a ronda número 5. Habrán ahí 2 mangas de 4 personas cada uno en la ronda número 5. Y después seguiremos con ronda 6 y todo lo que queda por delante. Mientras vemos ahí a Dani Torrubiano en esa derecha. Dani que está haciendo un campeonato increíble. Vamos a ver si consigue seguir en la línea durante el día de hoy. Esa hora no ha sido muy buena para él, pero nada más que se está estrenando en el día de hoy. Mucho tiempo por delante. Al igual que Abner Onajin, que todavía no ha surfeado ninguna en esta manga.
Bueno, Abner demostró muy bien en el primer hit de esta categoría. Llegó de último, en los últimos 7 minutos marcó los puntos y justamente, mira, parece que nos escuchó. Viene en esta ola Abner Machine. Vamos a ver si logra conseguir algo. Un poco gorda esa ola, la verdad parecía que iba. Esas son de las múltiples caras del frontón. A veces es difícil saber cuál es la perfecta o cuál es, pero bueno, bien ahí, tomando su primera ola. Mientras que Joel mantiene la primera posición. Joel Rodríguez con una excelente posibilidad de convertirse campeón mundial. El año pasado estuvo súper cerca, quedó vicecampeón mundial en este mismo evento contra Luis Tausía. Fue una final muy reñida. Aquí viene David Pérez, que tú estabas diciendo que estaba eliminado. No. Seguía, ¿te acuerdas que habías dicho? No, porque él viene de la manga de Junior.
Exacto, sí. David Pérez está a tope en todas las categorías y la verdad un gran trabajo que está haciendo este competidor desde la isla de Tenerife, hermano de la gran Teresa Miranda. Está 2 veces campeona de este campeonato, de este Frontón Queen en la categoría femenina, King en la masculina. Y aquí tenemos a Joel Rodríguez ahora mismo, muy afianzado en la primera posición. Parece que esta manga está un pelín lenta también, las olas están tardando un poquito en entrar. Pero parece que Dani Torrubiano se daba la vuelta para esa ola, al final decía no remarla. Queda mucho tiempo por delante todavía, más de 13 minutos de tiempo. Y recordamos que son 5 los juniors que pueden levantar el título mundial este año aquí en Gran Canaria.
Pero fíjate tú, en el tema de los juniors tenemos algo bastante peculiar. Son 5 los que claramente tienen la mayor cantidad de posibilidades, o sea, la mayor posibilidad. Sin embargo, no está descalificada la oportunidad para 18 posibles riders que puedan quedar campeones. Vamos a ver la entrevista con el ganador del último hit y vamos a seguir comentándoles un poco acerca del escenario. Vámonos, Jay.
Estoy con David Perez Miranda. I'm with David Perez Miranda, the winner of the last heat. And ¿cómo fue esta manga?
La verdad es que muy bien, desde las olas son increíbles como el resto de días y pude coger una buena derecha para empezar y ya me sentí bastante cómodo y luego empecé con las izquierdas que me están dando potencial durante todo el campeonato y súper bien, la verdad.
And he took a digger on his knee, by the way, has a cut on his knee, very shallow out there. ¿Palabras para su familia o sus amigos?
Sí, claro, agradecer a toda la gente que me apoya desde casa, a mis sponsors, a mi familia y a mis amigos.
All right, felicidades y buena suerte. All right, back to you guys.
Of those interviews. Jay holding up there with the Spanish. Great job, Jay. Thank you for that. And congratulations to David Perez. Excellent rider. I was saying in Spanish before, and I want to say it in English too, because the world title race for the junior man division, it's pretty open. Like it says in our article made by Kevin Cotton, it's anyone's game actually, and look at this split pick situation. Vamos a ver esto y ya les termino de contar. Un rolo para Joel Rodríguez. That was a backup score for Joel Rodríguez. Let's see. I was saying we have actually 18 young riders that could have the chance to become world champ. Of course, there are 5 that had won an event throughout the year. Remember,
for the title this year in this division, you need to have your best results during one of the years, one of the calendars of the IBC World Tour this year. So your best result plus your best result in this one is going to count.
Yeah, here we have the replay of Joel Rodriguez, the lead of this hit, doing a nice rolo in that left. And this is Daniel Torrubiano in that right, with not much potential. And yeah, like Begoña said, Frontón was mandatory for the junior division and also the best result in the whole year. So that will decide the world title in this division.
Yeah, it all depends on what happened with the 5 best better ranked, which is Joel Rodriguez surfing right here, Michael Janse, Gabriel Molina, Paulo Galati, and Jorge Hernandez, depending on how they go. And look at this bomb. How beautiful this wave is.
Abner Machine in black, that nice rolo. He couldn't complete, but from that angle was looking so good. While we're watching Joel Rodriguez, the lead of this hit, also leading the world ranking. He's like fighting to land that rolo, to complete that rolo, while Daniel Torrubiano is doing that a rolo also in that right. And now it's going to be a tough time for the judges. Many waves in a row, so they have to deal with that. They have to decide how to score each wave. So it's going to be a pretty intense moment for these guys.
Well, so getting back to that world title race, you guys can check it out if you want to see the full article in the IBC World Tour official website, ibcworldtour.com, but we have that information here. So if one of the, there are another 5 ranked 3rd, and they have a chance to claim the world title this year, depending on what happens with their opponents ranked 1st. And of course we will have to see, and they have to do a good job in this event. So let's see how that goes. And Joel Rodriguez gets a 4.25, and now a little bit more solid in the first position with a total of 10. And we have some comments there.
Sí, ahí tenemos a Jorge. Dice, buenos días, pedazo de evento, espectacular streaming, muchas gracias. También dice, las islas, es un mensaje para Bego. Nos vemos en Iquique, te dicen. Muchas gracias a todos los que están comentando. A los que nos están siguiendo ahí desde casa, muchas gracias a los que se toman la molestia de comentar. Está claro, son muchísimos comentarios que tenemos al día. Nosotros los leemos todos, no en directo, pero sí en casa después hacemos ahí una lectura general para ver cuáles son sus opiniones, para también las sugerencias. Todo ahí lo leemos, lo cogemos y lo filtramos, por supuesto, y pues intentamos mejorar cada día para darles aquí el mejor espectáculo en este streaming del Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022.
Claramente, bueno, la situación, Daniel Torrubiano está buscando un 4.75 para ser primero. La verdad, en este momento, Ale, muy fácil, un 6.75, estaba viendo mal ahí el numerito, un 6.75 para ser primero en este momento, con 7 minutos en el reloj, 7 minutos y 8 segundos. Nahuel Benavides buscando un 2.01 para ser segundo, y Abner un 2.96. La verdad que buen trabajo de Joel marcando los puntos rápido. Nos contaba incluso Lionel eso, que a él le gusta tomar las 2 primeras olas, aunque sean scores medianos, no le molesta, le disgusta que otro competidor lo haga antes que él, lo necesita como para sentirse tranquilo. Y este es un buen trabajo, es algo parecido a lo que está haciendo Joel Rodríguez aquí. Joel Rodríguez, la verdad que tiene muchas ganas, lo he visto surfear todos los días en el free surfing, se acaba el campeonato y él se mete como esté, está muy preparado, lo he visto muy bien este año. El año pasado llegó a ser vicecampeón mundial aquí mismo en el Frontón King, y este año tiene una gran posibilidad ya que ganó en Antofagasta, y eso es lo que estábamos explicando hace un ratito, los diferentes escenarios que tenemos 18 posibles competidores que se pueden convertir en campeón mundial de esta categoría junior, pero quienes tienen mejores probabilidades son quienes han ganado un evento este año.
dependiendo qué ocurra con ellos y el resultado que los otros, los que están en tercer lugar y hasta los que están en quinto lugar, obtengan en este evento, probablemente puedan tener la oportunidad. Así que nada está decidido en la categoría junior profesional de la IBC World Tour este año.
Así es, y como decíamos, esta manga no es eliminatoria, así que las opciones estarán abiertas para todas estas personas que acaba de decir Begoña. Así que esta manga es muy importante porque les dará mucha frescura a los dos primeros clasificados, ya que competirán en una ronda menos, una manga menos, lo que provocará menos cansancio en ellos y podrán seguir motivados para las siguientes rondas. Los terceros y cuartos tendrán una ronda más, una manga más por la que pasar, una posibilidad más de eliminarse, una posibilidad más de golpear el riff, una posibilidad más de pasar cualquier cosa que los deje fuera de la competición.
Claramente.
Así que tenemos ya a dos candidatos al título, dos que han ganado ya una prueba mundial, los tenemos en esa ronda de repesca. Y vamos a ver qué pasa con esta manga que está activa ahora mismo en el agua. La segunda manga del día de Junior, que es también la segunda manga de esta ronda número 4.
Well, that's right, guys. In case you missed it, this is the heat number 2 of round number 4 for the Pro Junior Men Division. We will continue. We will finish this round, and we are taking it heat by heat, round by round, and the technical team getting together with the representatives of the riders and, of course, the organizers and locals. We'll be analyzing what is going to happen, but it's pretty likely that we continue with the round number 8 for the men division today. Very important also for the men division. Remember, we still have, we have a full day of action today, and we have one more day to run. So, even though we have a huge window of competition here, because it's until the 30, we are looking close to what the swell's doing in order to offer you guys and these riders the best possible conditions and, of course, safety.
Yeah, and just checking the forecast while we are watching this guy in the left, Joe Rodriguez, but he cannot complete a rolo, so no speech in that one, but he's still leading this hit. Joel Rodriguez in red. And yeah, I'm just looking for the forecast. It says that tomorrow the swell will drop a little bit, but will pick up in the afternoon. But and now we have Nahuel Benavides in that left. Not too deep, but nice enough to get some score and improve his total score. He only needs 2.81 to move into the second position and beat Daniel Torrubiano. So, like I was saying, tomorrow the swell, it will be a little bit more smaller than today. Then we'll increase during the afternoon. Here's the replay of Nahuel Benavides.
Mira, esta ola fue un bombazo para Nahuel. Nahuel viene trabajando fuerte en su riding, ya tiene desde Sintra aquí en Europa y es un chico súper motivado y súper dedicado, el hijo del Bola, estoy seguro que está sintonizando, todo Necochea en Argentina. Muy buena ola para Nahuel, felicitaciones por este intento. Vamos a ver, claramente hay que recordar que los jueces están buscando tubos profundos porque sabemos que esta ola es capaz de ofrecer eso y los jueces tienen que cuidar un poco del tema de los scores porque saben que en cualquier momento cualquiera de estos riders puede ponerse un tubazo súper profundo y es un poco el criterio que se tiene.
Sobre todo porque ya hemos completado 5 mangas en el día de hoy, aunque bueno, vamos a comentar esta ola de Dani Torrubiano en esa derecha, ese bonito tubo que consigue salir con un buen rolo, con los brazos muy estirados, muy limpios, y consigue completar. Y como decía, bueno, aquí estamos con Arnold Machín en esa derecha, que consigue bajar ahí frenándose, y salía de una manera bastante limpia también. Y eso, como decía, ya hemos completado ya 5 mangas, ya los jueces han visto qué pueden hacer todos los riders, saben el potencial de cada ola y están esperando el máximo espectáculo por parte de los riders. Entonces ya las notas son un poquito exigentes. Los jueces saben lo que se puede hacer ahí fuera, saben que en cualquier ola, con una buena ejecución de maniobras y un buen tubo, te puedes conseguir notas altísimas. Así que eso es lo que quieren los jueces. Y aunque estamos en la categoría de Junior ahora, no se puede comparar con la de Open, pero los jueces como que están intentando empujar a que estos chicos la armen, como así se dice.
Claro, y es una excelente oportunidad también para ellos. Recuerden que, por supuesto, se está buscando ganar el título mundial en este evento, pero hay otras cosas que también son muy importantes. Marcar puntos para el ranking del año que viene, recordando que este es el último evento. A ti te interesa, si bien no estás cerca o no vas a quedar campeón mundial o no vas a ganar el frontón, te interesa llegar lo más alto posible, marcar la mayor cantidad de puntos para que el año que viene puedas entrar en una posición más adelantada y con mayores beneficios, porque si tú entras dentro del top 16, vas a entrar en otras rondas y vas a entrar más tranquilo en los eventos, tienes que surfear menos. Yo creo que eso es un gran beneficio que también está en juego en estos eventos, en este último evento.
Así es, en esta ronda número 4, por ejemplo, están compitiendo algunos riders por primera vez en todo el campeonato. Ya esta manga ha acabado, parece que Joel Rodríguez sigue ahí focus sobre su carrera para ese título mundial, y en lo que empezamos la siguiente manga, les vamos a dar con unos pequeños anuncios publicitarios y enseguida volvemos.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was taking out the scores, and we are back for the 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. And we have the juniors in the water. Let's just hit the water, please, director, to see who is in the next heat. It's the Pro Junior Men Division. We are crowning the world champion in this event, last event. Who do we have in the water? In white is Ivo Alvarado. In yellow, Mauro Bolaños Quesada. In red, another of the most, the one that has more chances, Michael Janse from Peru in red, and Kevin Segura in black. So first appearance for the guys that are ranked or are sharing the first spot of the ranking. We were saying that there are 18 possible champions this year, and we will get back to that, but there is a 6 in our charts there, and it's Ivo Alvarado. This is the replay.
Check whiteout Ivo Alvarado, pulls in that barrel, comes out with the spit, quick in and out barrel, very short shoulder on that one. And that was
still sped, though.
Oh, for sure, and certainly the judges like that too. 6.0 for him, so an awesome way to start the heat for this young Peruvian. And my question is, who's the Peruvian Army going to cheer for? They got 2 Peruvian riders in this heat.
Well, here comes Ivo again, stalling there for another cover up, and this one's a little bit maybe not too deep as the first one, but it's going to help him. And great way to start the heat. Answer for Michael Janse right there, a backflip. Michael Janse, humble, great little guy from Peru. We love him, and this is Kevin Segura.
Well, a lot of action already in this heat. And I got to see that. I have to say there was a nice quick rollover for Kevin Segura Perez, but Ivo Alvarado, what happened there? He caught 2 waves back to back while all the other 3 competitors it was like they were sleeping out there. Michael Yancey, you see him go up. He hits that a little bit far out on the shoulder, doesn't quite get launched into the flats, and the wave right behind it, black, Kevin Perez, picks off a quick roll as that wave just peters out into the channel. So minor differences on those waves can make major differences in the scoring, and we see a 2.75 for that last wave you just saw, Kevin Perez. Mauro Casada had a 1.5 earlier. We saw Ivo Alvarado pick off a 6.0 in that first wave, and he got that wave right after the first one and got another in and out barrel, waiting for that score to pop through. And the last wave for Michael Yancey, 3.25, definitely a decent opener. And now we see that score coming through for Ivo Alvarado. As you mentioned, Bego, not quite as deep of a tube as the first one, but a 4.5 nonetheless. And he is off to a screaming start in this juniors round 4 heat number 3.
Well, quick update in Spanish. Ivo Alvarado está haciendo un excelente trabajo ya con un tubo de 6 y otro un poco más chico de 4.50 en una sumatoria de 10.50 en primera posición. Michael Yancey de Perú igual, que está buscando un 7.25. Recordando que esta es una ronda de no eliminación y aquí es en donde están haciendo la primera aparición o el primer performance. Los riders que están en la primera posición en el ranking, tenemos una posibilidad de 18 competidores de convertirse en campeones mundiales en esta división. No está nada asegurado. La IBC toma el mejor resultado del año con el mejor resultado en el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Si los 5 rankeados primeros se van del evento, los que están rankeados terceros van a tener una oportunidad. Y si ellos se van, los que están rankeados quintos la van a tener. Y aquí viene un backflip para uno de los que está rankeado primero, es Michael Yancey, Pirpomanía.
I tell you, Michael Yancey did well to hang on that backflip. He sort of landed on his outside rail and almost came off, pulled the board back under him. We have Ale Barbosa with an interview from the last heat. Ale, take it away.
We are here with Joel Rodríguez, the winner of the last heat. Joel, ha sido una manga muy buena, has conseguido pasar de ronda y justo 2 que están luchando contigo para el título mundial han caído en la ronda anterior y van a la ronda de repesca. Tú vas directamente a la siguiente ronda. Así que, ¿cómo te ves en esta carrera por el título mundial junior?
Estou confiante e estou contente e vou dar o meu melhor passando isto aí com calma e tentar cumprir o meu objetivo, que é vencer esta prova.
He said that he is very confident on himself. He is still his goal in his mind, like winning this world title, and he's super focused on it. ¿Cómo está siendo el campeonato para ti? Las olas que están habiendo, lo que estás viendo aquí, el espectáculo que estás viendo, ¿cómo lo estás sintiendo?
Acho que o campeonato está incrível. Para mim é o melhor campeonato do Tour. As ondas são incríveis, é uma das minhas ondas favoritas no mundo. E não falta nada neste campeonato, a estrutura, a organização, está tudo muito bem.
He's saying that he's enjoying the contest so much. He's in one of his favorite waves in the world, and he's saying that everything is rolling so good for him and for every competitors, and he's hungry of this world title. So, ¿quiere decir algo a la familia o algo en portugués?
Quero agradecer a toda a gente que está-me a apoiar, principalmente aos meus pais e à minha irmã que vieram por aqui comigo. Obrigado.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joel. Good luck for the next hit. And we are back with Bego and Jay.
Thank you very much, Ale Barbosa. And yeah, 4 more heats stand between him and a potential junior men's world title. But he has not just 4 more heats, several other competitors still in the running for this title. Got a couple guys out here hashing it out, and check this wave for black. Kevin Perez up into the roof, and that was a crumbly lip. And he pulls that off and maintains nice amount of speed afterward. Right behind it, Ivo Alvarado, who's been on a tear this heat with a beautiful roll. Can he get another one up under the lip and pulls that one off? So the double roll goes to Ivo Alvarado. Definitely good to get 2 lip maneuvers if you can't find that barrel out there. And Alvarado dominating this heat at this point. He has a 6.0 and a 4.5. That may be enough to replace that lower score. That's his 3rd ride. And currently in 2nd place, Mike Colliance from Peru. So the 2 Peruvians crushing it right now.
And I tell you what, Ivo has a chance because he's ranked 5th. So depending on what happens with the ranked 1st, 3rd, the 5th will have a chance. So it's not anything. It's not. Nothing is decided in this division. The full article it's available for you at the IBC World Tour website. Go look, search in the news. Right there, if you click on the news button, you can search the world title contenders or world title race, and you'll see that article. It's very useful if you are interested in what's the possible scenarios for the men division and for the junior division. For the men division, it's established. It's between 3, and it's really it's accurate. It's only those 3. But in here, it's anyone's ball game. There are 18 riders that might have a chance depending on what happened with those that are ranked 1st. If they go in the early stages of the event, the ones that are ranked 3rd will have a chance. And if they go, the ones that are ranked 5th will have a chance. Ivo Alvarado is one of those. Nahuel Benavides as well.
My head's going to explode thinking of all the potential scenarios that could develop here. But you don't want to miss it, folks. Make sure you're here for each and every wave. If you watch it on the rewind, great. And again, all the action is there. And by the way, in the men's division too, we mentioned 3 guys vying for that world title right now, but it's really the top 16 spots that all of these guys are going for here, because next season seeding is determined by those top 16 spots. You get pushed ahead many rounds if you're in the top 8, and a little bit less if you're in the top or the back 8, which is a 9 through 16th place. So, these guys that are here that aren't up for a potential world title, doesn't matter. There's prize money and there are ranking points that'll lead them into next season with a good head start in the seedings.
Yeah, you do want to do the best you can right here, so you get the better points possible, and try to assure a place in the top 16 and a comfortable seat in the seated positions next year. That's very important.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys are coming up from the trials, and you see, they had to surf a lot of heats just to get to those seeded riders. So it's a major advantage to end the season in that top 16 in the men's for sure. Okay, here comes some wave action on the outside. It looks like Mike Colliance, a screaming right-hander, vaults it into the ceiling and lands a beauty of a backflip there, throws the claim up. The army, the Peruvian army, cheering loudly from the cliff. That was a beauty, huh, Bego?
It was definitely. He has that backflip perfected. He's very comfortable at performing that maneuver. He has it clear, I have to say, and his style is very beautiful as well. Follows a little bit what we were saying the other day. Of course, I always like to remind you that styles, it's personal taste, but he follows that Australian style. Michael Janse, one of the riders ranked 1st, and this is his first appearance. Remember, these are the riders that comes seeded from the last year ranking, and look at this one. No, I'm sorry, from this year ranking. And Michael gets the score, more than the score. Now he's 1st with an 8.75. Michael Janse recibe el 8.75 por ese backflip súper explosivo. Muy buen performance. Este peruano que tiene un estilazo. Comentábamos que los estilos son como los colores, ¿no? No hay uno mejor que otro, hay solamente gustos. Y bueno, él un poco sigue ese estilo australiano que es preferido por algunos, pero no quiere decir que sea el mejor. A mí personalmente me parece que surfeaba muy bonito. Vamos a ver esta ola de Mauro Quesada.
All right, left-hander here, launching it up into the top of that wave for the big roll, and he pulls it off. Mauro Quesada, our local Canarian rider, currently sitting on a 1.5 low score and a 4.25 high score. That's certainly going to help his cause out here. He does need a 7.25, however, to move into that top two and avoid that reprecharge round. So, yeah, we see these moves out here all the way back to the 1994 world champ Michael Eppelston, who introduced the backflip and the ARS to competition. There's argument over who invented the moves, but of course Eppo the first to incorporate those and win a world title, and there it is right there. A little rotation on that. I'm going to call that an ARS. Of an amazing effort there from Michael Yancey, but just lands a bit too hard. Behind him, Kevin Perez going for more of a sort of a flop, AFS, the air flop spin, I guess. Did not really get projected. I'm not sure he's going to be super happy with that one, and if that will replace one of his better scores. So there's the difference between a full-on solid ARS and a sort of a more floppy one, as the lip does not pitch out there so much for Kevin.
Yeah, the judges considerate that for sure. Last 5 minutes, and great performance for Michael Janse there. Ivo Alvarado as well, now looking for it 4.41. Remember, this is a non-elimination round, so Mauro Quesada and Kevin Segura are not going anywhere. They still have one more chance. It's the round number 5. It's a reprecharge round. First and second will advance to the round number 6. That's what you get for being first and second in this stage of the Pro Junior Men division. We are crowning the world champ here in this division and in the men division, so you guys cannot move. Have to follow the whole streaming, and look at this screamer going deep there, backdooring for Ivo Alvarado. Ivo showing a variety of maneuvers in this heat. And Michael Janse. Nice.
Fantastic positioning for Michael Yancey on that one. Really just right in the bowl, and as it's ending, he launches up into the roll coming out. And look at this ARS attempt for Mauro Quesada. He was really buried sort of in the lip at the takeoff, got free of the lip, but just could not get rotated enough and launched out enough to get away from that ball of whitewater that consumed him. Now he's just kind of repositioning to get over into the channel here. And all these guys very active throughout this heat. A lot of waves ridden. One of the more active heats we've seen. Michael Yancey with some of the highest scores we've seen today. That 8.75 backflip we saw him pull off earlier seats him firmly in the first position in this heat. Ivo Alvarado in second, now holds down first priority. Needs a 9.35 to overtake Michael Yancey into first position, but really just wants to hold on to the top two slots. It's Quesada and Perez that really need to get active here with 2 minutes 50 seconds to go. Quesada needing a 4.75, Perez needing a 7.75 if those two want to avoid that reprecharge heat. So we're in heat number 3, round 4 of the juniors, folks. Lots of action to come today. 10:43 in the morning, local time here in Gran Canaria, on the island of Gran Canaria. And we have day 5 well underway here in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
That's right, and we would like to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Remember, this is brought to you or presented. Wait a sec, let's see this one. We have Michael Pirpo to the left on the roll there, hitting his board. He didn't like that one. You don't really need it, Pirpo. Realmente estás bien ahí, no necesitas esa. Vamos a ver esta para Kevin Segura. Entra en el tubo y sale. Bueno, Kevin Segura que está buscando 7.75. Necesita hacer algo un poco mayor para poder conseguir ese score cuando solamente queda 1 minuto 40. De todas formas, nadie se va. Es una manga, una ronda de no eliminación esta. Y bueno, estaba yo diciendo nuestros sponsors, recordando que este evento es presentado por Gran Canaria, la Isla Europea de Deporte, y el Cabildo de Gran Canaria con su proyecto La Isla de mi Vida, el Ayuntamiento de Galdar, y aquí hay un replay.
Check this replay. Let's take a look at Michael Yancey, who's just been dominating this heat. That was his 8.75 ride, and rightly so. Look at this one behind it. In the bowl, right up into the roof as he exits the barrel with the spit. Real dramatic exit there with the Rolo. And he's just on a tear. He's caught 7 waves in this heat so far, and he's gone for his number 8 right here. Off into the stratosphere with that backflip and lands and continues under the power of the wave. He can do no wrong. This young Peruvian is hot today. Caliente.
Muy buen trabajo demostrando que él sabe correr igual de bien para derecha, o sea, para izquierdas que para derecha. Él tiene una preferencia por la derecha, me lo dijo, pero la verdad que no se nota, corre muy bien para izquierda. Very good job. Demonstrating that he can ride equally as good to right or lefts. And he told me he has a preference for the rights, but he is working on his lefts. These days, you know, you can't only surf to one side. Here comes Ivo, speaking about surfing to a different side. Nothing there. And I dare to say these are the official results. In first position, Pirpo, and in second position, Ivo. They're advancing. They're skipping one round, but the rest, they're staying for the repecharge round. This is an on-elimination. We are going to... oh, look at this. This is a surprise for Jeff Hubbard. He had a birthday yesterday. Turned 47. Oh,
27. He wishes.
Oh, look at that, with the same coat. His rider, Jeff Hubbard, turning 47 years of age, and a surprise for him.
Save a piece of cake for us, Jeff.
Oh my God, I want it.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Beautiful.
is so epic.
What a long and storied career for Jeff Hubbard, and he continues to wow the crowds at every event. There we go.
Well, congratulations, Jeff. You are one of a kind. Everyone admires you, so keep the good work. Oh, yeah. No one's going to eat that one.
I'll still eat it.
Okay, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to hit a quick commercial break and going to be back with more action in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
And we're back with Ale Barbosa back in the studio with me. And Ale, that was an amazing heat. We saw an 8.75 from the young Peruvian.
Yeah, he was doing some big move in the rights, and the judges like it so much. He did some big airs and backflips, and he was leading the heat for almost the whole time.
And let's check out this heat that we have underway now, the fourth heat of the juniors in round 4 from Peru. Fabio Saavedra in red. In white out there, we have Daniel Flores, also from Peru. In yellow, we have Jorge Hernandez, our local Canarian rider, along with fellow local Ariel Melean in black. So these 4 guys, 2 Peruvians, 2 Canarians, hashing it out. Already a 4.0 on the scoreboard for Fabio Saavedra. Daniel Flores with a 1.0. Those are the 2 waves ridden so far in this heat. And we're at about 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
And once again, Jorge Hernandez, one of the world title contenders. While we are watching Ariel Melian in this ride, let's see what he can do it. There is nice roll for Ariel Melian with his opening wave in this heat, the heat number 4 of the round number 4. After this heat, we'll go into the round number 5, the reprecharge round. So stay tuned because the day is so long, still a lot of hits remaining, so don't go anywhere.
And check the IBC World Tour social media along with the Frontón King social media for the behind-the-scenes stuff that you might miss watching the live stream here. You're going to see pictures from prior days, some clips, even some bloopers. We ran a blooper reel of our very own Bego Martinez making rare mistakes. It's always fun to watch that. Thankfully, my mistakes and your mistakes weren't really on there. We love to see that. So, yeah, we're good. But right now we are in the midst, again, of heat number 4, juniors round 4. And as Ale Barbosa said, full day of competition ahead. Go nowhere.
Aquí tenemos a Jorge Hernández, ese candidato a ser campeón del mundo, con ese bonito rolo de derecha. Una puntuación parece bastante sólida ahí para Jorge Hernández en esa primera ola de esta manga para el competidor de color amarillo. Que es un fiel candidato, ya que ganó la prueba de Sintra y ahora se encuentra aquí por la lucha de este título mundial de la categoría junior.
All right, so the standings right now, 3 riders now have a wave, and Ariel Meliana 6.0 on his last wave. Fantastic opening ride here. 13 minutes 40 seconds remain. And in the studio, by the way, you can't see this, but Bego has shown up with some of Jeff Hubbard's cake. I can't eat it on camera or on the mic. I'm going to have to wait, so I'm going to have to watch my piece of cake. But that's okay, because keeping me distracted is this amazing heat with these 4 riders. All 4 have a wave so far, all 4 looking for a second ride. And all of these riders trying to pace themselves well. They're looking up at the cliff, trying to see what their standings are currently. And currently the 2 Canarians leading the heat, with the 2 Peruvians playing catch up.
Así es, aquí tenemos a Ariel Melian y Jorge Hernández, color negro y color amarillo, ocupando las 2 primeras posiciones. Estos 2 canarios que están en esta cuarta manga de la cuarta ronda de la categoría junior, liderando esta manga junto con los otros 2 peruanos, pero parece que hasta mismo Ariel y Jorge están teniendo mejor suerte en la elección de olas y en la ejecución de maniobras, mientras vemos ahí a Jorge Hernández mirando a su izquierda, pero al final decidía no cogerla, una hora que no le iba a dar muchos puntos, así que decide esperar ya que no tiene prioridad. Y vemos aquí la respuesta de color blanco que remaba, pero I think that white will lose the priority with that paddle.
Yeah, that was critical, and that wave actually bowled pretty good here. So he's now in 4th priority. Priority 1 held by Fabio Saavedra, number 3 currently in the heat in red. So he's going to hold down the first pick of the waves that come through. And when you don't have first priority, the move is sort of to sit inside of the person that does have priority. So if they kick and pull back, you can actually grab that wave. If you're sitting right next to them or outside them, not as effective as far as picking off a wave underneath someone that has a higher priority than you. A lot of little weird strategy things that you can do with priority, folks. And you'll see some people utilizing those techniques and some not.
Yeah, that's right. So now we are in every contest we have the priority system. It helps a lot to the guys to show all their skills and not having the mind in anything else. So it's a good way of competition, good format of competition. Now the priority is held by the third qualified, Fabio Saavedra. So he needs to use this priority very well to advance into the top 2 positions of this heat.
So things a little bit slower in this heat. We're almost at the halfway mark in this heat, and only 4 waves ridden. So there's an ebb and a flow out here, folks, today. Previous days of this event, we've seen very consistent, pretty much non-stop set waves. This is the sort of the waning moments of the swell that we had. That swell came up really fast on Thursday afternoon into the evening and then dropped off really fast overnight. We do have an interview coming up here. Let's go down to Bego, who's going to give us the lowdown. Take it away, Bego.
Thank you very much, guys. Super stoked. Beautiful. Michael Janse. Michael, bueno, te despachaste con los backflips, te sientes muy cómodo, ya lo veo aquí. Cuéntanos un poco acerca de eso.
Nada, es una de mis maniobras seguras. Estaba esperando adentro la ola que me tocara para poder meterle un backflip y también buscando otras olas que sean mejores para meterles otras maniobras.
Well, I asked him because he performed many backflips in this heat. He said this is his safe maneuver. So he performed 2 very good ones and got the scores. He was actually trying to find something different, but yeah, well, I mean, he did the job. Michael, este año estás dentro de los posibles campeones mundiales en tu categoría. ¿Esto te está jugando en contra, te está motivando? Cuéntanos un poco acerca de eso.
Me motiva bastante, la verdad, porque es como un sueño desde que tuve, ¿no? Desde que comencé el bodyboard, competir contra los mejores del mundo y estar acá en el campeonato, en un Frontón King, que no me lo esperaba y es para mí un sueño y es una locura.
Well, I asked him if being one of the world title contenders this year for the Pro Junior Men division motivates him or push him or holds him back. He said he's very motivated. For him, it's one of his dreams to be here, to have this chance to become world champ this year. Estrategias para lo que viene. Tú sabes que está reñido, ustedes tienen una mayor posibilidad, pero todavía podría haber alguna oportunidad también para los terceros y los quintos lugares. ¿Cómo piensas mantener eso?
La estrategia es solo entrar o estar afuera, mirar bien el mar y nada, buscar las olas medianas, las que son las mejores para volar, yo creo, y nada, y eso.
Well, his strategy will be flying in this event. So congratulations. ¿Alguien a quien saludar, a quien mandar algún agradecimiento?
Quiero mandar saludos a todos mis auspiciadores que me han apoyado, a la gente de Perú, a la gente de Tres Picos, de Explosivos. En serio, muy contento y agradecido por venir acá. Y nada, un saludo para mi mamá, para mi papá. Los quiero mucho, a toda mi familia, en serio. Los mando saludos desde acá y independízate ya.
Back to you guys.
Well, I love that he said the backflip was his safe move. You know, many years ago, backflip was a risky move, but for the young kids today, backflip is just, it has to be part of their repertoire out there. Along with the ARS, it's just as common as a spin and a roll.
Yeah, now the backflip is like the rolls for the old school.
Yes.
Yeah, at that time roll was a safe maneuver. Now it's backflip for many of the guys. So the level is increasing, and now we are watching in red that nice big roller in the right, the color red, then spinning with that reverse. He's the answer of Jorge Hernandez in that right, that clean barrel. Jorge Hernandez, and I just talked with Jorge's dad. He's here watching the contest. His dad also bodyboards. He's so good on drop knee. He had been a few times Spanish champion in drop knee division.
Oh wow!
And he's also known by his tube riding. Jorge's dad, so it's U Hernandez.
There you go, the bloodline thing again. I love to hear that. And, of course, we saw a two-wave exchange during that interview. Jorge Hernandez picks up a 5.15 for his wave. Fabio Saavedra, 6.35. So two really solid rides from these two young riders, and they sit in first and second, respectively. Ariel Melian and Daniel Flores need 4.36 and 9.35, respectively, to move out of those bottom two spots and avoid the repecharge round. We saw competitors heading down for the next heat. That portends the fact that we have 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Here goes a rider up and riding. Oh, snowball section in front of him, pops through, and that thing just avalanches on his head. So not a super clean exit, and knocks him off the board. That is Ariel Melian.
Yeah, he was needing 4.36 to advance into the first position, but I think that the judges will not give him like a complete wave. So let's see what the score for Ariel Melian in this last ride. Now he is with a 6-point and 2-point waves. Let's see if this one is bigger than this one, than this 2-point ride. While we're watching Fabio Saavedra in red in that ride with a nice green rollo that he can complete easily, and then that's all for him.
And we did have a split peak on that one. Maybe we'll see what happened on that left-hander. Fabio Saavedra trying to just hang in those top two spots. His lower of his two counting scores was a 4.0. Will that Rollo replace the 4.0? We will see. Here was the left, and this is Daniel Flores. Has to bide his time trying to get around that section, and not a super hollow or pitching wave, but he does manage the roll followed by the reverse. And one more look at that right-hander. Nice through the lip Rollo, so not super heavy projection on that one, but he hangs on to control and kicks out and gets a 5.5. So that one does in fact replace his lower 4.0 score, cementing his position in first with 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, now Ariel Melian needs 4.65 and Daniel Flores needs 7.15. There is only 4 minutes remaining. We remind that this is a non-elimination round. After this hit, we will go into the repecharge round number 5, and we already saw Gabriel Molina going downstairs to be ready for his hit, which is the next one.
So Gabriel Molina, he didn't have much of a break there. Let's take another look at this wave for red. Fabio Saavedra carving it right in the bowl. And here's the difference here. Punches it through the roof. If he had been a tiny bit further out on the shoulder, maybe a little bit more projection, but still solid Rollo for him. This was his 5.5 wave score, and you can see obviously clearly under control and in absolute control of his board as he finishes off that wave. So that was his 5.5, and highest score of the heat so far still held by Ariel Melian with a 6.0, but he doesn't have the second score to back it up. He needs a 4.65 to move into advancing position. 3 minutes to go. Priority is held right now by second place Jorge Hernandez, and he's going to take that priority and use it to get this wave. Not really a super great wave. Does go for the ARS, but lands on basically nothing. The wave was done by then. So Hernandez maybe should have held on to priority at this point because he's in second. He needs to make sure Ariel Melian doesn't get another good one. But now Ariel Melian in the driver's seat with first priority. It is all his to win or lose at this point. He's relegated to that fourth repecharge heat if he should not make it through this heat. And Daniel Flores needs a 7.15. There he goes. Ariel Melian under pressure here. Gets the invert. He's got to hang on to this, and he does. And that was a critical wave for Melian. He just needs to replace a 2.0. And I'll tell you, Ale Barbosa, I think that did it.
Yeah, that's a nice imber of Ariel Melian, the guy in black. It was a nice imber. The landing was good enough to keep going because he had the lip on his head after landing this imber, and he only needs 4 something, and now he gets 7 points. So he's straight into the first position. We are going to see the replay here of Ariel Cruz. He did that nice imber in the right. This is the replay in slow motion. We can see twisting the board, landing so good, and then he got the lip on his head, but he managed to be out there and still riding this wave.
That was some excellent technique in that aerial. He hit it at the perfect spot, but look at this, Jorge Hernandez not giving up. He goes for that one. That one just bends in a little too much and funnels off in front of him, so that's a frustrating wave for Jorge Hernandez. He's looking for a 6.35, under a minute to go. I don't know if he's going to make it back in time, especially since he doesn't have one of the top 2 priority spots. And Ariel Melian just moves himself into a beautiful position with that super high score, 7.0, and honestly he landed that invert, and as you said, the lip lands on his head. I thought he was done, but he held on with the iron grip and popped out the front and moves into first position.
Yeah, now Jorge Hernandez, one of that world title contenders, riding this wave, is in third position, looking for 6.35, but I think that roll is not going to be enough, so he will go into a recharge round, which is just next to this one. So we just finished the round number 4. We are going to the round number 5, the round of recharge, but we are going to have some commercial break before that, and we're coming back very soon. See you now.
Siempre quería hacer mi propia casa. Y ya que tenía una furgo empecé a meterle madera dentro y una camita, vivir en simple. A mí me encanta despertarme con el sol. Cuando me abro los ojos y veo la luz y ves colores tan bonitos, agradezco vivir.
Cuanto más estoy con la naturaleza, mejor me siento. Y decir, qué belleza, el mundo. Sin tecnología, sin nada. Solo los colores, el sonido del mar, sentir el viento y tomarme una buena cerveza. Fresquita. Y ahí acabó el día perfecto para mí. Me siento muy libre.
Aquí estamos de vuelta ya con Bego Martínez. Bego, vamos a empezar la ronda de repesca, donde hay 3 candidatos al título mundial.
Así es, y bueno, cosas que pasan. Rapid Charge Round right now for the Pro Junior Men Division. And we have Gabriel Molina, one of the contenders for the world title this year. And this division in red, Abner Machine doing a great job in white. Paulo Galati, also a contender. And Nahuel Benavides, he could be a contender depending on what happened to the rest. He's in the 5th position this year. And let's see how this one unfolds.
Yeah, guys, there are almost 20 guys with options to win the world title, but there are 5 guys with more clear options, and those guys are the guys we are calling the contenders. So there are 5 guys in the top of the ranking, which are Jorge Hernandez, Joel Rodriguez, Gabri Molina, Michael Janse, and Paulo Galati. Those are the 5 top rank, and those are the guys that we are calling the contenders. But there are almost 20 guys with options to win the world title of this year, the 2022.
That's right, and what you look in your screen, I think it's not correct. We're waiting, they're fixing that. Remember, this is live action. And we're missing Nahuel Benavides. This repechage round has 2 hits.
Of 4 guys.
Of 4 guys, that's right. Right now we have Instituto Neymar Carvalho right there tuning in and cheering for Paulo, of course. Paulo Galati. He's the strongest Brazilian card in this division. He could be a world champ depending on the results. And here comes Gabriel Molina.
Is Abner Machine using his priority, taking that ride. It was going to be a good way for Gabriel Molina, but Abner Machine was using his first priority because Gabriel Molina had already had a wave, and also Paulo Galati. Here we have Abner using the priority, getting that right.
And Gabriel was really smart to get out of that one. He ducked out of that one, and that's not going to be an interference. He was very smart. If he would have passed him, it would be an interference. Pablo Galati já tem 5 pontos, a carta mais forte do Brasil. O Júnior que tem a possibilidade de virar campeão mundial nesta categoria Júnior. Sorry, my Portuguese is a little rusted. It's been a while. I speak some in Sintra, but it's different from the one that I'm learning. I'm learning Brazilian Portuguese.
Vale, ahí en pantalla nada más que ven 3 competidores. Es un pequeño error que hay en el sistema. Enseguida se actualizará y se corregirá. Pero esta manga está compuesta por 4 competidores. Vale, no ven las puntuaciones de todos en directo en pantalla. Repito, lo estamos solucionando. Y como ya saben, en esta manga está en color rojo Gabri Molina, color blanco Abner Machín, color amarillo Paulo Galati y color negro Nahuel Benavides.
Aunque no veo a Nahuel en el agua, ¿tú lo has visto?
Pues no, la verdad que...
Tal vez será, bueno, tal vez hubo, hay que averiguar, vamos a averiguar. Aquí viene Gabriel Molina, que tiene una lesión en su brazo. Lo hemos estado hablando, Gabriel, su leash, yo pensé que se había pegado contra una roca y que le había hecho porque tiene una herida de 7 puntos. No, él estaba surfeando en el agujero y el leash, esa parte de acero que tiene, le apretó tanto que le abrió el antebrazo. Y bueno, si van a sus redes sociales lo van a ver. Está surfeando valientemente con esa lesión ahí. Vamos a ver. La verdad que no veo a Nahuel. Voy a averiguar esa situación.
Así es, parece que, no sé, no está en el agua. No entendemos por qué. En el hit draw, pues aparece como que debería estar.
Ya nos va a informar aquí el staff técnico, no se preocupen. Vamos a ver qué será lo que habrá pasado. No creo que Nahuel no haya querido entrar al agua. Así que capaz está en el otro hit. Bueno, por ahora seguimos en este, que está Paulo Galati en la primera posición. Estamos esperando. No, ya cayeron esos scores porque no eran de grande valor. Una categoría muy importante para la IBC este año, la IBC que inauguró la categoría Pro Junior femenina. Es una de las novedades de la IBC de este año. Ya coronamos a la primera campeona de la historia del bodyboard Pro Junior femenina y es nada más y nada menos que la hija de Neymar Carvalho. Luna Harman, que está muy fuerte. Y bueno, ya tiene ese título y ya tenemos por supuesto a nuestra campeona de mujer femenina, que es Isabela Sousa, que igualó a Neymar Carvalho este año con 5 títulos. Qué gran logro para Isabela, que tenía ya bastantes años separados entre sus títulos mundiales. Este año un performance alucinante de Isabela Sousa y por supuesto Dave Hoover, que la mató, y Dave Hoover que igualó a Mike Stewart en número de títulos. 9 títulos de campeón mundial Drobny tiene Dave Hoover ya, y 9 títulos de campeón mundial men tiene Mike Stewart, así que un año muy importante para la historia del bodyboard.
Sí, decir que también Neymar Carvalho a día de hoy sigue compitiendo,
Sí,
así
está
que
fuerte, ¿eh?
no está su carrera terminada, todavía están ahí Neymar e Isabela con opciones de empatar a Guilherme Tamega como los 6 títulos de campeón del mundo de un brasileño.
Y hubiese sido llamativo ese momento cuando Neymar estaba a punto de quedar campeona. Todos los decíamos, wow, va a igualar a Guilherme, imagínate. Y de su misma nacionalidad, brasilero, y el caso de Dave Hoover con Mike, que los dos son hawaianos, así que, bueno, pequeños detalles que son importantes de remarcar aquí. Debemos remarcar Paulo Galati en la primera posición, y adivina qué, está Neymar Carvalho sintonizando. Name, saudades. Você tem que venir para acá. Saudades.
Sí, hay un saludo grande a Neymar Carvalho, que como su hija siga sus pasos, van a tener que comprar una casa solo para trofeos. Porque el nivel que tienen y los trofeos que tienen, aquí vemos a Abner Machín, esa bonita derecha, ese bonito rolo. Abner, que está haciendo un campeonato increíble desde la primera manga, y aquí lo está demostrando. Y aquí en ronda 5 de este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022, que ha sido posible gracias al Cabildo de Gran Canaria, también con el proyecto La Isla de mi Vida, y gracias también a otras instituciones como son el Ayuntamiento de Galdar, la Cerveza Corona, NMD Bodyboards, Hasio House, Link Store, Hydroflash, la marca de ropa Océano, Red Bull. Y claro, todo esto no sería tampoco posible sin nuestros media partners como son Medusa, Bear, Riptide y We Bodyboard. Mientras vemos aquí la repetición de Gabri Molina en ese rolo de izquierda que consigue completar. Estamos viendo que Gabri está cogiendo solo izquierda. Tiene la lesión en ese brazo derecho.
Cogió una derecha que no le tal, pero sí,
Vale,
que
está un
tiene
poco
que
incómodo,
cuidarse,
está
¿sabes?
incómodo cuando coge esas derechas, y por eso lo vemos más focus, más centrado ahí en la izquierda. Gabri Molina, uno de los candidatos para levantar este título mundial, que ahora mismo se coloca en primera posición cuando queda la mitad de la manga. Quedan 10 minutos de esta manga número 1 de esta ronda 5, la ronda de repesca.
Okay, and now Gabriel Molina gets the first position after that last wave. It's now the scores very close for the rest of the competitors. Muy pegados los scores para el resto de los competidores. Y maybe we can take this opportunity to see where are you, who are you tuning in for? Cadê a galera do Brasil aqui assistindo pelo Paulo? Posso ler aí Bianca Simões, another great competitor from Espírito Santo, and she's tuning in right now, supporting Paulo Galati. Paulo, it's a great bodyboarder. He did a huge effort to come to this event, and he was helped by everyone. Thank you very much, everyone, for helping Paulo to be here to fight for the world title in his division. And of course, we have Jorge Luis for Perú, Macho. Mencho, voy a preguntar qué pasó con Nahuel. Yo también estoy con dudas, te lo voy a averiguar, no te preocupes. Estoy tratando de que me manden esa información con el staff técnico, no me puedo parar de aquí.
Ahí tenemos ese pico compartido con Abner Machín en esa derecha, con ese bonito tubo que se hacía. De izquierda también había alguien. Estamos ya cuando quedan casi 9 minutos de esta manga. Abner Machín sigue aquí en segunda posición, yéndose de Paulo Galati, que está en tercera posición, que podría quedar fuera de esa pequeñísima carrera del título mundial. Paulo Galati, recordamos que ha ganado una de las 5 pruebas que ya se han disputado, así que tiene muchas opciones para ganar el título mundial. Y aquí vemos Gabri Molina, otro de los candidatos al título mundial, con ese pequeño invertido bastante bueno, bien ejecutado, bien aterrizado. Y que enseguida los jueces darán las notas de estas últimas olas. Parece que la última ola de Abner ha sido puntuado con 4 puntos, lo que lo coloca temporalmente en la primera posición, mientras esperamos la última nota de color rojo de Gabriel Molina con ese invertido. Vamos a ver. Y parece que ha tenido 4.50, que lo devuelve a la primera posición, poniéndoselo mucho más difícil al rider brasilero Paulo Galati, con color amarillo, que ahora mismo necesita 2,75 para colocarse en segunda posición y avanzar hasta la siguiente ronda.
Que está necesitando. Están bastante pegados los scores, la verdad. Y bueno, tengo noticias acerca de... tengo noticias acerca de Nahuel Benavides. Tuve que salir corriendo porque queríamos saber qué pasó. Él se lastimó el hombro y como esta es una ronda... Bueno, no, Dios mío, esta es la del repechaje. Se pegó su hombro, no puede surfear.
Pues una pena, se ha quedado.
Qué pena, ¿eh?
Nahuel Benavides queda fuera de la competición por lesión. Una pena, desde aquí le deseamos una pronta recuperación. Pero bueno, debe estar muy contento. Ha llegado aquí a esta ronda 5 de este Gran Canaria Frontón 2022. Pero bueno, recupérate pronto, Nahuel. Esperamos que no sea nada. Y que en breve puedas estar en el agua otra vez dándolo todo. Y eso sí, entrenando para el año que viene. Por aquí, para este Frontón King Pro, que será el 2023.
Well, that's right. So we have news from Nahuel Benavides, the only Argentinian in this division. Unfortunately, he hurt his shoulder, and he's not capable to surf. I'm sorry about that, and I hope he's feeling better. He had a very nice wave in the other one, and here comes Paulo Galacci. Nice roll there for the Brazilian. Great job.
75.
Yeah, 7-2. That's a very small score. Let's see. Vamos a ver. Paulo está precisando 2,75. Acho que esse aí pode ser o score, a pontuação que ele está procurando, que tem que procurar. Let's see how this one works. So good job there for Paulo Galati. That's Jorgito Hernandez also. World title contender this year for the Pro Junior Man division.
Yeah, Jorge is competing in the next hit. We remind that this round only has 2 hits. The current hit that is in the water, and the next one, and the next one is Jorge Hernandez in white, Mauro Quesada in red, Kevin Segura in yellow, and Daniel Flores in black. So we will have another good hit here in the round number 5 of this Frontón King, while we are watching Gabriel Molina in this ride, stalling to the barrel. He can make it, yeah. And let's see the last session. Nice check, speed check, and that Rolo to complete this wave, while Abner is giving him the answer. Abner machine. It's not too much potential in this one. And at the moment, Paulo Galati is still leading 2.75 to be second.
That's right. Let's see this replay. I have to say, I take my hat off in front of this kid. He has a huge injury in his arm, and look at that beautiful barrel. And he not even made that barrel. He combined. He check turned there in order to stall, and found some aerial time there for that roll. So this might be an important score for Gabriel Molina with an injury of 7 stitches in his arm.
Yeah, and it is 6 points.
Right.
So launching him straight into the first position with a total score of 10.65. Now Abner Martin needs 6.65 to be first, and Paulo Galati is still leading. Not much, just 2.75 to be second, and still fighting for that title, that world title in the junior division.
Bueno, así es, 6 puntos recibe Gabriel Molina por esa última ola. La verdad, un esfuerzo increíble este chico con una lesión. Y aquí se viene una ola para Paulo Galati. ¡Wow! Desafortunadamente era fuera de lugar, fuera de tiempo. Recordando que tienen que ser las maniobras en el pocket, en lo que es la parte más crítica de la ola. pero buen intento ahí. Paulo Galati, que está buscando un score súper pequeño de 2.75. Abner está buscando un 6.65 ahora para ser primero. Yo creo que en este punto, Ale, nos pasa que todo se reduce a quién va a tomar esa segunda posición. Tan importante porque en este hit solo avanza primero y segundo. Así que Paulo Galati, el único brasilero, o sea, el brasilero con más oportunidades en este año de quedar campeón mundial en esta categoría, y el único que está presente en esta categoría de parte de Brasil. Vamos a ver si puede cambiar la situación en estos 2 minutos y medio. Realmente lo que necesita es muy poco.
Así es, Paulo Galati está buscando repetir esa hazaña que ya hace unos años consiguió Sócrates Santana, a ser el primer brasileiro en levantar el título mundial junior. Ahora Paulo Galati quiere repetir esa gesta y está a solo 2.75 de pasar de ronda. Recordamos, a partir de ahora ya todas las rondas son eliminatorias, así que el tercer clasificado de esta manga tendrá que dar por concluida su participación en este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022. Y parece que por ahora, cuando queda 1 minuto y 50 segundos, Paulo Galati está muy cerca de esa puerta de salida.
Last minute and 40 seconds, people. Where are the Canarians supporting Abner and Gabriel? Where are the Brazilians? You can put your flag there if you want. ¿Qué tal si ponen sus banderitas para ver a quién está apoyando? Bota bandeira aí para apoiar a seu rider. Se você é do Brasil, você está assistindo, bota bandeira lá no chat.
Así es, queda nada más que 1 minuto y 15 segundos apenas para finalizar esta manga. Estamos ya en el tramo final. Vamos a ver si Paulo Galati puede seguir en la lucha por ese título mundial. Mientras vemos ahí a los 4 competidores de la manga siguiente esperando ahí en el canal, ahí para completar esta manga de repesca. Tenemos ahí a Arne Machín levantando la mano, pidiendo un poquito de información a los jueces. Queda nada más que 50 segundos. Él tiene la primera prioridad. Ya vemos como el tercer clasificado se acerca al pico. Así que Abner tiene que estar muy inteligente con su estrategia en estos últimos segundos de la manga. No debería dejar que Paulo surfeara alguna ola. Así que debería pegarse a él. Parece que Paulo lo estaba intentando por aquí, por la parte de abajo. Parece que no ha podido coger esa ola. Así que se le está poniendo de cara a Abner y a Gabri. Cada segundo que corre, pues es una pena para Paulo Galati. Pero bueno, parece que con 20 segundos...
Olha. Lá tem onda pelo Paulo. Essa aqui é a última oportunidade. Um rolo. Paulo combinado con un giro. Atención, gente. Atención, Canarias. Atención, Brasil. 2.75 es lo que Paulo Galati está buscando para cambiar la situación. Pero esta ola de aquí... eso pudo haber sido un error para Abner Machín. Tal vez él debió haber tomado esa ola y tratar de hacer algo. No sabemos qué va a pasar. 2.75 buscaba. Hay cambio de situación. Brasil oficialmente continúa en competencia. Paulo Galati cambia la situación y en los últimos segundos recibe el score que necesitaba. Parabéns, Brasil. Parabéns, Paulo Galati. Muito bom. Você virou a batería. Primera colocación, Gabriel Molina. Segunda, Paulo. Don't go anywhere. No vaya a ninguna parte. Vamos a continuar con este gran evento después de estos comerciales.
¿Cuántas veces te acuestas sin recordar parte de lo que has hecho durante el día? Sientes que estás vivo, pero no que estés viviendo. No te preocupes, le pasa a demasiada gente, y tú al menos estás descubriendo que puedes cambiar tu vida y la de los tuyos. Te voy a llevar al lugar ideal para empezar a vivir de nuevo. Pero primero tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo en unos conceptos básicos, porque creo que no hablamos de lo mismo cuando pensamos en grandes superficies. Ruido. Hacer la compra. Envejecimiento activo.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 5th day of competition of the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón, an event celebrating its 10th anniversary and crowning 2 world champs this year. What a great heat we have. Let's go straight to the water, Jay, because we have more action. And I have to say, I take my hat off in front of Paolo Galati. He made it in the last seconds, and in this round, elimination round, it's round number 5 for the Pro Junior Men Division. Full elimination round. Heat number 2. We have Jorge Hernandez in white, Kevin Segura in yellow, Mauro Quesada or Bolaños in red, and Daniel Flores in black. Is going to be another stacked heat.
So 2 Canarians, 1 Chilean, 1 Peruvian, another international heat. Folks, all 4 competitors have at least 1 wave. Yellow, Kevin Perez with 2 waves. The highest score so far, a 4.5 from Jorge Hernandez. And things are critical now. Now we are into elimination rounds. And you do not want to get knocked out, especially so many of these guys up for potential world titles, including the heat leader right now, Jorge Hernandez. He's sitting in first place. We can't really say the placings in the heat with any level of authority at this point, since everyone just has 1 wave under their belt. 16:28 to go in the heat, and again, that ebb and flow continues, with some heats having lots of waves and some not. So we're going to go down now to our man Ale Barbosa, who has an interview. Take it away, Ale.
Vale, aquí estamos con Ariel, ganador de su manga. Estás haciendo un muy buen campeonato. Empezaste el campeonato con solo 5 minutos de manga, pero poquito a poco has escalado posiciones y ahora estás ya aquí en la ronda número 6 de este Gran Canaria Frontón King. ¿Y qué es lo que esperas para lo que queda del campeonato?
Pues la verdad estoy bastante contento de haber pasado esta manga primero. Lo que espero de este campeonato es intentar llegar a semifinales o a final, que es mi objetivo de este campeonato ahora mismo. Y nada, eso.
He's saying that his main goal is at least be in the final. If he can win it, it's going to be so good for him, but he's still fighting hit by hit to get his goal. Vale. Las condiciones que hemos tenido durante todos los días de este Frontón King han sido increíbles, y lo que viene también pues marca bastante bien. ¿Cómo te motivas mentalmente para las olas que vienen?
Pues la verdad que viendo muchos vídeos de la gente de antes, como por ejemplo de Nelson Mora, gente o así, y sobre todo mucha música y mucha motivación, porque al fin y al cabo esto es una ola de las mejores del mundo y hay que aprovecharlo al máximo.
He's saying that to prepare for this competition, he has been watching many videos of people like Nelson Mora and all other local guys here. And he's using the music to motivate himself and do all his best here at the Gran Canaria Frontón King Pro. So, muchas gracias, mucha suerte para las mangas que vienen. Esperamos que sigas así y para llegar a lo más alto.
So yeah, using music, I was going to say, he looks like a hairband rock and roll star with that hair. He took the heat 2 heats ago with a last-minute huge aerial, and blew minds with a move into first place right near the end of that heat. A lot of heats decided towards the end of the heat. That's always really exciting to see. And this heat on the slower end of the scale, just 5 waves ridden here, and 6 minutes gone in the heat so far. Currently, Jorge Hernandez holding down first position even though he only has one wave. So here we go, split peak. We're going to follow the left-hander first. Red up into the roof and a sky roll, landing hard and clean is Mauro Quesada, and that certainly is going to help his cause. Hopefully we'll get the replay of that right-hander. So a nice exchange happening here nearly midway through the heat. Yes, that right-hander once again pull up under the pit there, getting shacked and hacked. He does not come out, Jorge Hernandez.
Bueno, un buen intercambio de olas ahí, pero fue ese explosivo rolo de Mauro Bolaños Quesada, que ha venido de verdad muy fuerte en este evento. Puedo notar como él, que siempre ha surfeado muy bien, pero puedo notar como de verdad en este evento se le ha explotado el nivel. Y aquí viene esta ola para Daniel Flores, que es peruano también, buen rolo para Daniel. Pierde la tabla ahí, qué lástima. Mira, una buena revolcada para Daniel, que no sale todavía, pero va a estar bien, es un área segura. Ahí está la armada peruana, Hanna Saavedra con el tío Q, Mutan y todos los peruanos que están presentes en este evento, que han hecho muy bonito venir en grupo. Jorge Hernández está en la primera posición y ahí entra otra nota, un poquito más sólido, pero estamos esperando la de Mauro, que todavía no ha caído, que fue de verdad un rolo muy bueno y hay cambio de situación. Por supuesto, ese rolazo de Mauro Bolaños es un 6 y ahora él está primero. Buena forma de situarse en la primera posición. Recuerden, esto es una ronda eliminatoria, solamente pasa el primero y el segundo, los otros dos se despiden de competencia, así que hay que dejarlo todo ahí en el agua.
All right, yellow, Kevin Perez with a roll under the lip and comes out the front of that one quickly. But that prior wave, we saw Daniel Flores a minute ago. Man, he got keel hauled on that one. And look at this paddle from Jorge Hernandez. He looks like a motorboat. He's trying to beat Kevin Perez back outside to gain priority over him because Kevin Perez, with that wave, may have helped his cause. He has two very low scores right now, and certainly that one improved upon it. So priority becoming more important as the heat progresses at 11 minutes, just over 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Mauro Quesada, first position, a 6.0 is his best wave, and his other two are really just kind of throwaway waves at this point. So it is anybody's heat.
That's right, and the plans are to continue with junior. We're going to do the round number 6 for juniors, which is 3 heats, and then we are jumping to the men. The men round number 8 is happening today, guys. So unless the technical team, alongside with organizers and riders rep, decide otherwise, this is what it's planned for today. We will continue with the men division after the round number 6 of the junior division today.
So right now, 11:37 a.m. local time here on Gran Canaria. Kind of a high overcast hanging over the contest site today, so the sun's not quite as intense as it has been, but generally pretty dry the whole time we've been here. Not a lot of rain. This area well known for banana and plantain growth. A lot of plantations around here. Check it out. Jorge Hernandez is going to pick off this tapering left bowl, quickly tapering, but he pulls up under the hook there, comes out to that shoulder and throws a little, invert air reverse combo on that little side seam that crossed under him. So a tiny little ramp there. And Jorge kind of surprising the crowd there with the invert into the air reverse. That was cool. You don't see too many of those. And Hernandez picked off a really sick barrel right before that. So anxious to see what kind of score he's going to get for that as the scoring gets updated. Continuing to hold down the lead at this point, Mauro Quesada, but I suspect that may change. Here we go. Mauro Casada trying to get another good wave. He has that 6.0. What can he do here? Goes for the big air roll, lands in the pocket, and just smothered in white right there.
That would have been a very good backup score for him. Mauro is doing a great job, and look, you can tell how the waves are getting bigger and bigger, people. We have another swell hitting this island. And look at that, Spet. And I think Daniel is going for this one. Not really. But yeah, we have another swell, so you will see how it grows throughout the day. And I will say this in Spanish because I said it in English. Los planes es continuar con la categoría junior. Este último hit del repechaje. Vamos a ver esta repetición. Gracias, estudio, por mostrarnos esta bomba. Y miren esta escupida que tiró esta izquierdota. Aquí, por supuesto, el frontón, una de las ondas más hermosas que hay, más perfectas para el bodyboard. Bueno, les cuento, eso es lo que tenemos planificado. Vamos a hacer una ronda más de junior, que sería la ronda número 6. Y vamos a hacer la ronda número 8 de la categoría masculina. Es muy importante momento para la categoría masculina. Ahí tenemos a todos los que están en contención para obtener el título mundial este año, que son Alan Muñoz, Tristan Roberts y Tanner McDaniel. Así que no se lo pueden perder, es muy muy importante momento. Y no se olviden que este evento tiene un mini evento dentro de él, que es el Red Bull Banana Challenge, como todos los años de hace un tiempo. Y atención que se viene hola aquí para Jorge Hernández.
Up into the ceiling, beautiful, perfectly executed ARS until it wasn't. So he came around from the spin, got 3/4 of the way around, and just a little heavy on that outside rail, and dug that rail right into that flat-faced wave at the landing. That could have been hero, but ended up being not quite zero. But check it out one more time. Beautiful positioning right here. Jorge Hernandez, you see him plant that inside leg for a little drive down the line. And he's looking up to the crease where he's going to hit this wave. You want to hit it right where the lip just starts to throw. As you can see, he's heading right for the perfect spot. Ramps it up, hits it, launches, free falling, and he's got the rotation. But look at that. He's just a little too heavy on that rail and can't quite complete the spin and goes under, and he still tries to pull it out right there, but then he gives up and he's upside down. So great effort from Jorge Hernandez, but not quite completing the maneuver, and he gets a 1.9 as a result of that. So that's the difference between making it or breaking it. Make the move or don't make the move. It makes a massive difference in the score.
Así es. Entonces Jorge Hernández, un excelente intento en esa última ola. Hubiese conseguido un muy buen score solo buscando un 3.41. Recuerden que Jorge Hernández también es uno de los que tienen grandes posibilidades de quedar campeón mundial en esta categoría. Los que tienen más posibilidades son los que están colocados en la primera posición. Y aquí viene él, Jorge Hernández, rolazo aéreo, muy bonito, pero me parece que volvió a quedar estancado en la espuma. Fue un explosivo caída, y esta es la respuesta de Daniel Flores, el peruano, con un rolo que tampoco va a lograr caer. ¡Wow! Está difícil para estos chicos, pero de verdad muy buenos intentos de ambos, un buen intercambio. 4 minutos con 50. We are about to finish this one, but still, 4:47, it's a lot.
So let's check out Jorge Hernandez on this one. Look at this, once again, perfect positioning, but he just lands that roll, and the turbulence is just too much. You have this converging bowling wave all landing at the same time he is. Meanwhile, on the right-hander, barrel to roll, the roll mistimed from Kevin Perez, and check this out, up into the lip just a little too late, got covered by the roof, could not get the projection, and steamrolled on the landing. Daniel Flores, these guys boards tombstoning on that inside reef as they try to climb to the surface and get a breath after these waves. These guys are really, really busy in this heat. A lot of waves ridden.
That's right, and as the day unfolds, we see much more people arriving here. This place, such a good, such a good plan to come and check this event. Miren cómo se va llenando el frontón mientras el día va avanzando. Llega y llega más gente. Un hermoso sábado aquí en Galdar, en esta playa. Si estás de aquí en Gran Canaria o dentro de las Islas Canarias, vale la pena venir y disfrutar este evento en vivo. De verdad que es un evento muy especial, lleno de cosas, lleno de planes, de cosas para hacer. El área es muy agradable y bueno, los invitamos a todos a venir a disfrutar. Y esta noche tenemos conciertito. No se olviden, aquí en las instalaciones del evento vamos a tener, ya les digo, estoy revisando acá, esta noche tenemos a The Pollen y tenemos el DJ Backed Belda. Eso está pasando hoy a partir de las 7:30 de la tarde, no se lo pueden perder. A wave here, split big situation.
And Kevin Segura Perez really needs this right-hander. Unfortunately, can't complete that move, and you can see him motoring to get back out. That was on the right-hander. We had a rider also going left, and we're down to 2 minutes and 35 seconds in the heat, and we're going to see that left now from red. That's Mauro Quesada. He's waiting for the wave to pitch, just gets under the lip there on the roll, and on the right you can see he just mistimed the roll there, Kevin Perez. So the Chilean waiting for that score to come through, but he's currently in third place. Daniel Flores needs a 5.55 to advance in the competition. Segura needs a 2.81. Will he get it from that failed Rolo attempt? Just waiting for that to come through. At this point, Mauro Quesada holding down the lead, but not by a whole lot. Jorge Hernandez certainly within striking distance of a heat win as we get under 2 minutes in the heat. And Kevin Perez picks up a 2.75, so that becomes one of his top two scores. He's in third place, but he only needs a 2.81 to advance. And with a minute and a half to go, he's sitting in third priority. Not a good place to be.
Así es, muy buen trabajo, la verdad, de Mauro Quesada y Jorge Hernández. Excelente. Bueno, yo tengo que decir, Mauro ha venido ganando todos sus hits. Jorge también está fortísimo este año. Viene un excelente performance aquí en Canarias y por supuesto en Sintra, que lo ganó. Y esta es la repetición de la última ola de Mauro Bolaños Quesada, que venía con bastantes saltos, sin embargo conseguía el lugar perfecto para ejecutar este rolo. Está surfeando muy bien Mauro, la verdad, muy bien. Siempre se le veía, de hace años se le ve esa proyección, pero mientras lo vemos creciendo, lo vemos mejorando mucho más y claro, es uno de los protegidos de Amaury Laverne.
All right, another wave exchange right and left, and the right turns out to be a dud as that wave collapses on the head of that competitor. Meanwhile, on the left, we've got black, Daniel Flores on a foamy one. This one's critical, rolls it, and just a head-jarring landing there. Whiplash material, and he's just trying to say, hey, I'm still on the wave, see? So he kicks all the way into it. Meanwhile, yellow out the back, picking off a wave. So a lot of action here in the closing 20 seconds of this heat. Scores are going to be flying fast on the board. And look at this bowling left for red. Oh, he hit a little warble as he went up to the lip, which slowed down his progress, and he was headed to the lip, and a little chop just caught the nose of his board. You can see the frustration. Mauro Quesada, no real reason to be frustrated at this point because he's at this point winning the heat, but we'll have to see what these scores reveal.
Así es. Bueno, vamos a irnos a unos cortes comerciales y ya volvemos con esas notas. We're going to hit a quick commercial break and going to be back with those scores. Don't go anywhere.
¿Cuántas veces te acuestas sin recordar parte de lo que has hecho durante el día? Sientes que estás vivo, pero no que estés viviendo. No te preocupes, le pasa a demasiada gente, y tú al menos estás descubriendo que puedes cambiar tu vida y la de los tuyos. Te voy a llevar al lugar ideal para empezar a vivir de nuevo. Pero primero tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo en unos conceptos básicos, porque creo que no hablamos de lo mismo cuando pensamos en grandes superficies. Ruido. Hacer la compra. Envejecimiento activo. Animales de compañía. Habitación con vistas.
All right, we're back. We're going straight to the water for the action. It's underway right now. And just to update you, that last heat, Mauro Casada did end up in first, Jorge Hernandez in second place, despite all that exchange of waves at the end. We're now into round 6, heat number 1. Gabriel Molina in yellow out there today. And in black, Ivo Alvarado from Peru. Red will be David Perez Miranda, and in white, another local rider, that's Daniel Rubiano. So let's see what these guys can do. Already 4 waves ridden in this heat. Black, Ivo Alvarado, the only one with 2 rides so far. And back in the studio with me, Ale Barbosa. Welcome back, Ale.
Así es, muchas gracias, Jay. Aquí estamos otra vez. Y estamos ya comentando la primera manga de la ronda número 6, mientras vemos ahí a Gabri Molina en la izquierda, en esa sección que consigue hacer un bonito rolo. Ahí Gabri Molina, ese fiel candidato a ser campeón del mundo junior de este año. Veíamos ahí que era un pico un partido, mientras vemos aquí a color rojo a David Pérez también muy centrado a las izquierdas en este año y que le están dando un resultado muy bueno a este competidor de la isla de enfrente, de la isla de Tenerife, una de las 8 islas Canarias.
Okay, so we are in round 6, heat number 1. Round 6, heat number 1. So progressing through this juniors division here. Let's check out that wave from Gabriel Molina. You can see his right arm taped up. He's putting all the pressure on that arm that got injured yesterday during a free surf session. And right behind him, Daniel Turrubiano. That one didn't work out for him. And meanwhile, yellow, Gabriel Molina on a left as well. So Gabriel getting busy.
Así es, ya tenemos a Gabriel Molina con 2 olas, una de 4 puntos, y por ese rolo que acabamos de ver en pantalla ha obtenido una nota de 3.5, lo que lo coloca en primera posición, como pueden ver ahí en el cuadro que tienen en la parte de arriba de sus pantallas, el cuadro, la parte de arriba izquierda, y vemos aquí como Dani Torrubiano necesita nada más que, bueno, con esa última ola de 6 puntos, se ha colocado en primera posición y necesita 1.5 para la primera posición. Ahora mismo Ivo Alvarado con 2 olas de 1.51.60 necesita 5.41 para la segunda posición, y David Pérez, que momentáneamente se encuentra en tercera posición, necesita 3.11. Todavía en pantalla ahí no se ha actualizado, se actualizará en breves segundos, pero verán que Daniel Turrubiano en esa última ola de 6 puntos ha conseguido colocarse en segunda posición. Daniel Turrubiano scaling to the second position with that last wave, 6 points.
So solid for Daniel Turrubiano with the high score of the heat so far. Everybody kind of just really taking it slow here. We're 12 minutes 40 seconds remaining in this heat, and again that ebb and flow. This is one of the slower heats of the day. Top 2 advance out of this heat, so certainly want to be one of those top 2. Here we go, red. David Perez Miranda, our local rider, pulls into a collapsing left tube and manages to pull a roll as he exits. So making the most of a mediocre wave right there. David Perez Miranda needed a 3.11 to move into second position. And as we await the score, we will see, yes, indeed, 4.5. So that will become one of his top 2 scores now, and moving him into first.
Así es, ahí tenemos la última ola de David Pérez Miranda, que le da una puntuación de 4.5, lo que provocaba que se situara ahora en primera posición, dejando a Daniel Turrubiano y Ivo Alvarado en tercera y cuarta posición, pero con muy poca necesidad de nota. Mientras vemos aquí a Ivo Alvarado en esa derecha desde Perú, que no consigue salir. Una pena, este rider que necesita casi 6 puntos para avanzar a la siguiente ronda.
So Ivo Alvarado gets squashed like a bug on that right-hander. Can't come out of the pocket. And he was looking for a 5.9. I doubt seriously that's going to be the one. So he's sitting on 3 fairly low scores, all under 2 points. And right now, as it stands, David Perez Miranda in control of this heat. And honestly, at this point, Daniel Turrubiano in third is really in the driver's seat. All he needs is a 1.5 to move into second and unseat Gabriel Molina. We're coming up on the halfway mark of the heat. Right now, juniors round 6, heat 1.
Yeah, this round there are only 3 hits in this round. After this round, the round number 6, we will go to the open division. We will do as much hit as we can, because the tide will be too low at the end of the day. But we would like to do the whole round. So stay tuned, because the day is going to be super long. There are many hits remaining. So don't go anywhere, because you will lose the best show in the world of bodyboarding.
Ale is spot on, folks. And what's happening here is mainly we're trying to tee it up so that the final day has amazing action, both divisions. We crowned 2 world champions on the same day. I think that is the goal. The ocean, of course, makes the decisions here, so we're just kind of going through some heats while we have some good surf. There's always not just the swell, but the wind to consider, the forecast for the wind. Any idea, Ale, what's happening with the wind over the next several days?
Yeah, it's not official information, but in my opinion, I think that tomorrow we will not run the contest because there are many good waves coming. While we are watching Daniel Torrubiano in this ride with that spin. So, like I was saying, tomorrow the swell drops a little bit, and there is another new swell coming for Monday. So I think that Monday, Tuesday could be the final day.
Okay, so there you have it. Not official, of course, as Ale threw that disclaimer, not official information, but that seems to be what the forecast holds. So definitely stay tuned as we grind through all these rounds here. And right now, rider in yellow taking off. Inside her is Gabriel Molina with that taped up arm and hits the roll a little bit late, sort of out on the shoulder. Still manages to pull it off, but I think he realized that's not going to be his best effort out there. He's looking to replace his lowest score as a 3.50, and he doesn't do it there. That's a 2.75. But he does hold down second spot. Daniel Torrubiano still just needs a 1.5. We're down to the 8-minute mark, and Torrubiano second priority at this point, so he definitely is within reach of getting that second spot and even potentially first position should he get a halfway decent wave here.
Yeah, and luckily in his last wave he got 1.2, but he needs 1.5. So he has 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining to get that score and be in the round number 7. Round number 7 that will be that round number 7 will be in the next day of competition. We don't know yet if it is going to be tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I think that it will be next Monday or Tuesday.
So just a couple of days away. Today's Saturday here, noon local time, just after 12 noon. So maybe we could be wrapping this up in the next couple of days. Remains to be seen. Either way you slice it. Exciting action here on day 5 happening with this juniors division. And as Ale Barbosa mentioned, we do have the men's coming up. So some of the top riders in the world, including our 3 main world title contenders, Alan Munoz, Tanner McDaniel, Tristan Roberts, our defending world champ, all battling it out for that world title, and the rest of the crew battling it out to maintain top 16 spots. Top 8, of course, the most preferential because you get the best seating. In the back 8, that's 9th through 16th in the year-end rankings. Also get seated higher in the field for the coming year, 2023 IBC World Tour.
Yeah, all the guys are fighting for a position in the top 3 places of the ranking and also in the bottom places of that ranking to be qualified and the next year have an easier way of competing. But we are focused on this division, on the juniors division, round number 6, heat number 1. In red we have David Perez, that guy surfing this left, looking for a section, doing a nice air rollo with these extended arms, doing so good, landed perfectly, and I think he can increase that 3.9 that he's got in his backup score.
That was definitely a solid wave for David Perez Miranda. We're going to see what he gets for that wave. Big air roll, as you mentioned, arms extended to absorb that hard landing that he endured. And we're waiting for that to come through. But he holds down first position. Gabriel Molina now in second. And David Miranda gets a 7.0 on that air roll, pushing himself further into first place. And now Molina needs a 7.5 to unseat him from the win of this heat. Take one more look at this one, carving off the bottom. And looking down the line for that target. He's looking for the target. Where's it going to give him the most launch into the flats? And there it was, right as the lip pitches on that wedging inside section. Completely in the air. Nice cushion on the landing. And that's about as good of an execution of an air roll as you can get right there. And Miranda gets rewarded with a 7.0.
Eso es, ahí vemos la repetición del rolo de David Pérez, que conseguía 7 puntos, afianzando esa primera plaza de esta manga, alejando a los demás competidores y poniéndoselo más difícil a Gabriel Molina para ocupar esa primera posición, ya que ahora necesita 7.50, necesita una ola con el valor de la misma suma total que él tiene ahora mismo, así que lo va a tener muy complicado para obtener esta plaza, pero ahora mismo debe protegerse tanto de Gabriel Turrubiano como de Diego Alvarado, ya que si alguno de estos dos riders consiguen la nota que necesitan, un 5.90 para Ivo y un 1.50 para Daniel, pues dejarán a Gabriel Molina fuera de esta manga y fuera de esa lucha por el título mundial junior. Así que es muy importante para Gabriel Molina estos últimos 3 minutos y 35 segundos que quedan de esta manga, ya que se la está jugando. Lo tiene que dar todo en esta manga, en estos últimos minutos que quedan. Y vamos a ver qué pasa con la carrera de Gabriel Molina, con las aspiraciones a ese título mundial junior de 2022. Vemos aquí a David Pérez en esta izquierda, ahí buscando el tubo, bastante cortito, pero ahí le manda con un buen aro reverse que no consigue completar, parece que se ha quedado ahí dentro de la espuma. Vamos a ver si lo conseguimos encontrar, y ahí aparece bajo el agua. Una pena que creo que los jueces no van a dar la maniobra por completada. Do you think that move is complete?
I say no. I don't think he stayed in front of it. Obviously, we just saw him off his board. But wow, what a spectacular maneuver that was. He really nailed the lip, really similar to the prior wave where he did that air roll. But he thought he'd mix it up and go for that air reverse this time. And Miranda just dominating this heat at this point, waiting for that score to come through. That will determine if the judges thought it was complete or not.
Yeah, it was a very nice rotation, but the landing wasn't in the best spot, so he couldn't handle that amount of foam, and he couldn't continue and complete that move. So the judges said that it was a 2.75. So it's not an important score for him. Only 2 minutes remaining, and I think that David Perez is in a super safe position right now, because the second one needs 7.5, and now we are watching David Perez replay at hitting the lip perfectly with a nice rotation, but then at the land moment he cannot handle that foam.
Yeah, that wave it bends in so much, it's so bowly that it's really hard to target that landing, to get in front of that wedging section, so that it doesn't A, consume you, and B, you don't land on the back of it. It's so easy to do that at this wave, because it bends into almost a 45-degree angle at you when you're taking off on the wave. So calculated takeoff and landing are really important here. White going to pick off this wave. This is a right-hander. Is this thing going to bowl up? It's a frothy one, and probably not quite what Daniel Turrubiano was looking for. He does throw up the fist in a little bit of a claim, and quite honestly, his low score is a 1.2. That's probably going to better his situation. He needs a 1.5 to move into second, and I'll tell you what, with 40 seconds to go, that could have been just what Turrubiano needed. This is critical moments here for the first priority holder, Gabriel Molina. Let's wait for this score to come through. It could change everything.
Yeah, I think that it will change, just drop the score. Daniel Turrubiano got 4 points the last wave, so Gabriel Molina now needs 6.01. He's going to try in this left. He's piling for that one. He's looking for the section, hitting it, but landing a little bit on the side with a nice air reverse, but the landing wasn't in the perfect spot. So let's see if the judges think that it is a 6.01. So while they're taking this decision, we're going to the short commercial break, and we'll be back very soon. Aquí estamos de vuelta ya con Begoña Martínez aquí en el estudio. Bego, ¿qué es lo que tengo en la mano?
Esto es el trofeo para el Red Bull Banana Challenge, un eventito dentro del evento que lo amo. $1000 se va a ganar cualquiera de los competidores, no importa la división, por la maniobra más aérea, más radical de todas. Muchas gracias Red Bull por esto una vez más. Hermoso. Vámonos al agua, que tenemos mucha más acción de esta categoría Pro Junior masculina. Qué buen hit. Bueno, este es el hit anterior.
Sí, este hit que acaba de acabar, que ahí estamos a la espera de las últimas notas ahí de Gabri Molina, pero que no fue suficiente, así que Gabri Molina da por concluida su lucha por el título mundial. Una pena, y ahora está centrada en los otros 4 aspirantes, como son Joel Rodríguez, Paulo Galati, Jorge Hernández y Michael Jansé. En esta manga tenemos a Gadiel Martel en color blanco, Paulo Galati en amarillo, Joel Rodríguez en rojo y Ariel Melián en negro.
So 2 contenders in this heat, and the first upset for Gabriel Molina, leaving the competition in the last heat. Unfortunately, that chance, the last chance that he had, because he's turning, I think he already turned 18. He did in Maldives. He turned 18 in Maldives. So last chance for him. But anyways, congratulations. The bad thing is that he is injured. So, well, it's all good. Gabriel, you did a great job. Probably a message to everyone out there. If you have a very important hit the next day, be careful with the free surf, because you can get injured in waves of consequences, such as el frontón, el agujero. El agujero yesterday was big. It was difficult. So he got his leash. Wait a sec, let's see this wave. I think it's Joel, right?
Así es, Joel Rodríguez, uno de esos candidatos al título mundial en esa izquierda. Ahí buscando ya estas primeras notas de la manga para él. Y eso, como decía Begoña, los que estén en la lucha por el mundial, pues que tengan mucho cuidado. Justo estaba hablando ayer con Michael Jansé y me decía que a él, sus amigos, sus seguidores, sus personas más allegadas, no le dejaron apuntarse en la categoría Open. Le dijeron, mira, si te apuntas en las 2 categorías, te vas a cansar el doble, tienes riesgo de que te puedas lesionar o algo. Entonces, ellos, céntrate en el Junior, que es la última oportunidad que tienes para conseguir este título, y así lo ha hecho, cosa que otros competidores no han hecho y
bueno,
no les ha ido tan bien.
Todo en esta vida es aprendizaje. Vamos a ver esa entrevista que tiene Jay preparada con Mauro Bolaños Quesada. Por favor, Jay, take it away.
Mauro is with us. Mauro, ganaste todos sus mangas, ¿sí?
Pues nada, acabo de pasar primero de la ronda 5. Súper contento de haber pasado, la verdad. Las condiciones están mejorando, ya que está la dirección norte y se puede coger bien la ola. Pero nada, la ronda 4 no me fue muy bien, ya que quedé tercero y había una manga de repesca y fuimos a la ronda 5 y pasamos primero.
All right. ¿Palabras para su familia y sus amigos?
Pues nada, mandar un saludo ahí a toda la gente de Canarias que nos está viendo a todos, a mi familia, que gracias a ellos estoy aquí, y a mi patrocinador.
Felicidades y buena suerte.
Gracias.
All right, back in the studio, guys.
Oh my God, Jay is getting better and better at those Spanish interviews. Look at that beautiful shot of our area, contest area. And of course, those white tents, good food, great people, a little shopping area. There are goodies that you have to check it out. And there's a wave here for Joel Rodriguez. Joel has been surfing so good. First timber that I see in it today. And Joel, it's been so consistent throughout the event. And this is a wave for Ariel Melián. Oh, ese fue un buen rolo, ¿eh?
Sí, ahí tenemos a Ariel Melián con un rolo muy bonito, muy redondo, con buena proyección, con una buena posición de los brazos ahí para esa recepción de la maniobra. Y va a ser una primera nota de Ariel muy buena. O eso es lo que yo quiero adivinar. Porque la verdad que si yo fuera juez, premiaría bastante esa maniobra, porque ha sido con una ejecución bastante bonita y buena.
Claro, claramente, bueno, nosotros aquí con nuestra perspectiva, yo creo mucho de riders, ¿no? Yo creo que nosotros hablamos mucho desde nuestro punto de vista de que somos competidores y riders. Una ola aquí para Gadiel Martel, que ha hecho también muy buen evento. con un rolo bien bueno, no tan proyectado tal vez como el de Ariel. Vamos a ver la comparación de estas notas, va a ser interesante, pero hasta ahora era Paulo Galati en la primera posición, que empezó el hit más fuerte, ¿no? Yo creo que tal vez quedó como con ese gusto del hit anterior que estuvo esperando mucho, pero muy buen performance que lograba cambiar la situación en el último segundo. Dos de los más importantes, un momento, aquí viene justamente Paulo Galati.
Ahí estaba con ese rolo de derecha, esa tercera ola para Paulo Galati en esta manga, que parece que está muy activo en este inicio de la misma, y ahí completaba esa ola con un reverse. Y seguimos esperando por las últimas notas. Todavía estamos esperando por las notas de cada uno de los competidores.
Pues bueno, ya tenemos dos de los competidores de habla portuguesa que están en la posibilidad de quedar campeones mundial junior. Paulo Galati de Brasil y Joel Rodríguez de Portugal en este hit. Tienen que jugárselo todo porque es la última oportunidad es la única oportunidad para continuar en competencia y no perder ese momento tan importante. Lamentablemente ya vimos cómo se eliminaba Gabriel Molina y hay un cambio de situación en este momento. Joel Rodríguez obtiene un 6 por esa ola, la verdad una ola súper bien surfeada. Bom trabalho lá pelo Joel, que agora está primeiro com uma somatória de 10 pontos. Paulo Galati, segunda colocación, él está precisando 6,25.
Vale, aquí tenemos con los rojos Joel Rodríguez, el actual líder de la manga, con ese bonito rolo que consigue hacer ahí. Joel Rodríguez, que está muy activo también en esta manga. Sería su tercera hora de esta manga, que tiene ya un 6 y un 4. Lo que veíamos ahí mientras en pantalla, que veíamos a Jonathan Vega hablando con una de las personas del público, significa que están haciendo sorteos, están dando premios ahí a la gente que se ha acercado hasta aquí, hasta el frontón. Y aquí vemos como Jonathan Vega está haciendo esos sorteos entre la gente que se ha acercado hasta Galdar.
Sí, están dando cositas, pero mira, ahora ya tenemos lista la entrevista con David Pérez, que fue el ganador del hit anterior. Vámonos con esa entrevista para escuchar de David.
Estoy con David Pérez Miranda. I'm with David Perez Miranda. And, ¿cómo están las olas allí?
Pues súper buenas, la verdad. Ahora la marea está bastante alta, por lo que te permite surfear con un poquito menos de miedo. Y la verdad es que bien. Olas de izquierda, derecha, perfecta.
Ok. ¿Palabras para su familia, amigos?
Sí, como siempre agradecer a mis sponsors y a mi familia y amigos que son los que me apoyan.
Okay. Felicidades y buena suerte.
Gracias.
All right. Back to you guys.
Well, David doing a great job. David, de verdad, muy buen competidor este año. Del año pasado, como vengo diciendo, me impresionó en Sintra, pero este año lo que veo es que está con una carta de maniobras impresionante.
Así está, se ve muy concentrado, se ve que ha preparado este campeonato durante mucho tiempo y que parece que le está saliendo bien todo eso que ha planeado. Y aquí está escalando ronda a ronda en cada categoría, manga a manga, ganando muchas de ellas. Y ahora mismo es uno de los serios candidatos para levantar ese racimo de plátanos en el podio final. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa durante los días de competición que quedan. No vayan a ningún lado porque la acción que estamos teniendo está siendo increíble. Y aquí, por ejemplo, estamos ahora leyendo los comentarios del chat de YouTube. Y nada más que hay ánimos para Joel. Se ve que la Armada Portuguesa está ahí soportando, está ahí animando a ese rider que puede ser, si no recuerdo mal, el primer junior portugués que levante este título, Vego.
Yo creo que sí, por lo que puedo recordar, estuvimos un francés, chileno, de junior, Sócrates, que fue 2 veces.
Armide, que fue.
Armide, por supuesto.
Luis Taucía el año pasado,
Luis
así
Taucía.
Que si no nos falla la memoria, pues...
Claro, de campeón junior, sí, aparte Joel Rodríguez el año pasado quedó vicecampeón junior aquí mismo, entonces, wow, es un momento súper importante. Joel, que está viajando con su familia, bueno, ahí está Maxi, uno de nuestros organizadores, que le está dando regalos al público, se ganó esa botella de cortesía de Hydro Flask o Hydro Flask, que son unas botellas espectaculares que siempre han patrocinado, y este año con el logo del Frontón King, que bueno, nos fascina. El año pasado no tuvimos el logo, otros años sí. Así que bueno, qué premiazo ahí, gracias a los organizadores del Gran Canaria Frontón King por esa iniciativa. Yo creo que al público les fascina eso, ¿no? Tener la oportunidad de ganarse algo.
¿Sabes lo que a mí me gustaría también? Esta pequeña botellita que es para el café. A ver si el director nos podría pinchar, porque aquí tenemos esta pequeña botella de Hydro Flask, que más que nada tiene para el café. Incluso tiene aquí el tapón que puedes girar si quieres beber o no. Tamaño perfecto para el café de la mañanita. Venir con energía a la playa y disfrutar de las condiciones que estamos teniendo aquí.
Está espectacular eso, sí, siempre es necesaria, ¿no? Para cualquier bebida caliente. Bueno, situation in the water, guys. 8 minutes left, and Joel Rodriguez doing a great job. Coming from being the vice champ in this division last year, in this very same event, he had that taste of being very close of being the world champion. This is his last chance because he is already, I think, 18 years of age. So last chance for him. We saw Gabriel Molina, unfortunately, leaving the competition in the last heat, and one of the first upsets in this division is Gabriel Molina. Unfortunately, he got an injury in his arm, and yeah, I think that really prevented him from surfing as he could surf here in his place. I think it's a big lesson for him. Una gran lección que Gabriel Molina yo creo que va a tener. Pobrecito, debe estar bastante triste porque por tener esa lesión por su free surf no pudo hacerlo bien tal vez aquí. Y una ola más para Joel Rodríguez con un inver mucho mejor que el primero. Me gusta que los competidores muestren maniobras nuevas y radicales y diferentes. Vamos a ver si logra cambiar ese 5.
Eso es, ahí tenemos a Joel Rodríguez con ese bonito invertido. Cada vez los riders tienen que arriesgar más porque necesitan notas más altas. Y aquí vemos a Ariel Melián, que ya tiene una nota de 6.75. Necesita nada más que 0,75 para colocarse en segunda posición. Una nota que seguramente obtendrá en esta derecha, ya que podemos adivinar que será superior a un punto. Así que conseguiría fácilmente ese 0,75. Lo que a solo 6 minutos del final dejaría a Paulo Galati fuera de esos 2 puestos clasificatorios y daría más opciones a Joel Rodríguez, Michael Jancé y Jorge Hernández para poder levantar el título mundial junior de este año. Así que vamos a ver, no se vayan a ningún lado, quedan nada más que 6 minutos para decidir esta manga que está activa en el agua. Y vemos aquí a los riders remando color amarillo, Paulo Galati buscando 7.55 que necesita, y aquí lo tenemos con un bonito rolo, el competidor brasilero de color amarillo, Paulo Galati.
Ok, hubo cambio de situación. La última ola de Ariel Melián le daba la segunda posición y Paulo, bueno, aparece 7.55 ahí, pero esto debe ser para la primera colocación. Paulo bajaba y ahora tomaba esa última ola. Vamos a ver qué recibe por ese rolo Paulo Galati con estos últimos 5 minutos. Quien ha estado muy sólido ha sido Joel Rodríguez, que su última ola, esta buena ola de Joel, nos mostró una maniobra bien radical, un inver con una ejecución muy buena, sobre todo yo resalto la caída, el aterrizaje de esa maniobra, que fue bien fluido, y ahí está, se refleja, es la nota más alta de este hit, 7.75, Joel. Fuerte, está muy fuerte Joel en este hit.
Sí, ahí vemos como había aterrizado un pelín sobre la espuma, pero en menos de medio segundo se colocó delante de ella. Y aquí vemos a Gabriel Martel, este chico de la zona de pozo izquierda aquí en Gran Canaria, con ese rolo gigante, pero que no ha podido controlar esa caída, ese aterrizaje. El labio le ha caído muy cerca y no ha podido controlar ahí el buggy, pero bueno, ahí tenemos ya recuperándose y buscando ese 7.50 que necesita para pasar a la siguiente ronda. Esas 2 primeras plazas ocupadas hasta el momento por Joel Rodríguez y Ariel Melián.
Well, and I'm checking out Joel's resume. He's actually 2 times European vice champ and 7 times national champion in Portugal. Joel is one of the biggest revelations that Portugal has had of his age in these last years. And it's a pleasure to see him surfing, and also he's a very nice person. His family is really nice. They all stick together, mother, dad, and daughter and sister. I'm sorry, his little sister is traveling here with him as well. Very nice people. And, well, I mean, everybody deserves it. Of course, it's not a matter of who deserve it or not. It's a matter of who prove better level or better riding, you know. Sometimes in the events, you only have a limited amount of time, limited amount of waves, and it takes a lot of a strategy to advance in the events. Sometimes I like to say this because I like for every single competitor that is tuning in, that I like them to know that don't feel too bad if you didn't do well in competition, because it's hard. It's not everything, you know. Bodyboarding means a lot of things, and it's shown in the free surf mainly. But, you know, competitive wise, you need to study, you need to prepare yourself with a variety of attitudes.
And here we have Ariel Melian, the second qualifier of this heat, doing a nice invert in the right with a good landing too. That claiming he's super happy with that one. And Ariel Melian is could increase his second score. And in the previous view, we saw Gadiel Martel losing his fin. He had the fin hanging from his foot, but we are watching the replay of Ariel Cruz with that nice invert in the right, that nice claiming too. He is the current lead of the heat, Joel Rodriguez, but we are still waiting for Ariel's last wave score.
Así que fue muy bueno ese invert también de Ariel. Me gustó ver la ejecución y ver eso, que también arriesgar un poco más. La verdad que la ola está muy buena. Al comienzo, Ale, yo tenía un poco de miedo porque pensé que estaba entrando el viento, pero no, la ola está bien buena, ¿eh?
Sí, la verdad que sí, el viento está respetando, estamos teniendo aquí unas condiciones bastante buenas. Aquí Paulo Galati está disfrutando de esa derecha, que por pena no ha podido completar esa maniobra. Cada vez se la va a poner más difícil, ya que Ariel Melian en esa última ola obtenía 6.75 también, ya distanciándose bastante de los otros competidores. Ya tenemos al primer y segundo clasificado con una suma total de más de 13 puntos, mientras que los otros tienen una suma total de casi la mitad de los puntos, 7,5 y 7,30 tienen los dos, y buscando notas de casi perfectas, 9.75 y 9.70. Así que Pablo Galati, quedando 50 segundos, podemos ya casi adivinar que se va a unir a Gabriel Molina. Pero bueno, aquí vemos a Joel Rodríguez, uno de los líderes de este ranking mundial junior, con ese bonito ARS que consigue completar en la derecha. Y ya para poner la guinda al pastel en esta manga increíble que ha hecho, con una suma total de 13,75 sobre 20 puntos posibles.
La verdad, muy buen performance. Parabéns, Joel. Parabéns, Portugal. Muy buen performance. Muy buen rider, Joel. Ariel también me ha impresionado mucho en estos últimos hits, que ha estado surfeando increíble. Pablo no ha tenido tanta suerte en este hit. Tal vez puede ser que esté un poco nervioso. Quiero decir que independientemente de los resultados, faltan los últimos 7 segundos. Pablo no ha llegado allá afuera, pero bueno, independientemente de eso, quiero mandarle a Pablo y a Gabriel una gran felicitación, sobre todo Pablo, que hizo un esfuerzo muy grande por venir a este evento. Obrigada Brasil, obrigada a todo el mundo que ayudó a Pablo para venir. Parabéns, felicitaciones. Nosotros vamos a una pequeña pausa comercial y volvemos con mucho más del Gran Canaria Frontón 2022.
Welcome back, everyone. 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. Next to me, once again, Jay Rio. So happy to be here with you, and Ale, of course. We are continuing with the last heat of the junior division. Let's just go straight in the water. Who do we have there? It's Michael Jansen in red, Fabio Saavedra, son of El Mutan Saavedra, Mauro Quesada, great rider from here, doing an amazing job, outstanding job as well as Jorge Hernandez. In black, this is a very stacked heat. All of them have been, but definitely all these are been surfing amazing.
So earlier waves that we missed, their big sky roll for Jorge Hernandez, and he just bounces right off the board. Meanwhile, yellow, Mauro Quesada, and look at that, an air roll right there. Difficult landing, he just gets smothered. Michael Yancey, bottom turns, and another air roll. It's just air roll central out here, folks, but he lands his cleanly and throws a claim to the crowd, and we have the Peruvian off to a great start. And I'll tell you what, these guys are working hard. I literally just interviewed Mauro Quesada a half an hour ago after his last heat. He's already back in the water. And by the way, the fans are gathering. A lot of people down here spectating the event right now.
That's right. Let's see. We have this is going to be very interesting to see, because the three riders are started in a campaign with rolls. You know, unfortunately, the one for Jorge was really good. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold it, but it's pretty cool to see that wave exchange, especially when the maneuver is the same one. And I think the judges are working really hard on comparing that. I'm not really sure if Mauro end up landing it that. It is interesting because before I was talking to Mauro and he was like, oh, a little bit bummed because I didn't land that ARS. And I'm like, dude, no. You know, go for the safe maneuvers. Those rolls that you're doing are perfect. The judges admire and appreciate the execution of a fluent maneuver. It doesn't really need to be like a radical invert, air reverse, or air forward, or backflips. If you do a very good rollo, you will get a very good score. So he was listening to me very closely. So let's see. It looks like he's applying that technique and is a wiser, you know.
I agree. Good piece of advice there, Bego. Sorry to interrupt there. Black taking off on the outside. Jorge Hernandez. Look at this bowling left. He has to go around the section, and disaster as the one in front of the one he's carving around just collapses, and he abandons ship. He's on the inside in a bad spot right now. Meanwhile, going right, Fabio Saavedra with a great rollo into the forward spin. So Saavedra picking off a gem of a right-hander, short and sweet, roll to spin combo. And those scores now popping through, and more waves out the back. Look at Red picking this one off. This is looking like a drainer right here. Red takes off. Goodbye and hello. Disappears and comes back out. That's Michael Yancey just continuing the tear that he's been on this morning. This young rider is really on fire today, and the young Peruvian gets the cheers from the crowd. And I'll tell you what, man, I would not want to be judging this contest. That is those guys are the unsung heroes of every bodyboarding event. They literally have to watch every single wave ridden and decide how many points to give every wave ridden. There is a massive amount of concentration and training that go into it. All of these riders or judges are bodyboarders. They love the sport. They're dedicated to it. And here they are, you know, international panel of judges.
Ok, vamos a ver esta repetición, esta ola que entró de verdad de una manera increíble. Pirpo está súper conectado, lo veo muy sólido. Pirpo, al igual que estaba viendo a Joel. Y aquí viene Mauro, entra bien en ese tubo y se va por otro más. Muy bueno para Mauro, doble tubo. No larguísimo, pero oye, un doble tubo es una muy buena maniobra y ahí está celebrando, se puede notar.
Me gusta que ofrezcan otras maniobras. Normalmente los juniors son un poco más de maniobras aéreas. No deciden tanto ir por el tubo. Y es bastante lindo verlos ir por el tubo. I was saying that normally the juniors, they go for aerial maneuvers. They don't really choose the barrels too much, but it's really cool to see them choosing that classic, or some people call it the king maneuver, which is, you know, the barrel. Everyone wants one. And 6.50 is what Michael gets. No, the 6.50 is the roll. We are waiting for the score of the last wave of Michael Janse and Mauro Quesada.
So let's take one more look at this one. This is a double backdoor two. What that means, the section's pitching in front of him. He threads his way through it. Notice he gets up high on the wave face, and now he's not done. He's eyeballing the next section, which is raining down in front of him, holds a high line. He's got to squeak out the top part of that wave. Backdoor times two. That is extreme level of difficulty as far as tube riding is concerned. He knows it. We're going to see if the judges reward him for that. I think, you know, to me, that is as technical as it gets for tube riding. When you have to backdoor two sections and thread your way cleanly out of both of those, and he gets rewarded with a 6.25, a little bit smaller of a wave, probably why the score isn't a little bit higher, but nonetheless enough to push him into second position. Mike Collianci sitting in first position, and Mauro Quesada needs now a 7.9 to move ahead into first position. It's Fabio Saavedra and Jorge Hernandez that are going to have to do some work here. 11:25 remaining in the heat. Those two need some decent waves. Fabio Saavedra, 3.86, certainly well within reach. Jorge Hernandez has a little more of an uphill battle, needing a 6.6.
And I tell you what, as long when I get out of here, I'm going to check on the odds for the remaining world title contenders. Remember, Michael Janse has the same chance as as Joel Rodriguez of becoming world champs this year, because both of them has won an event. And remember, in order to get the world title for this Pro Junior Man division, you need your best result in any of the other events performed this year, alongside with your best result here in the Gran Canaria Frontón King. So right now, Michael is in first with a very good score, and Joel already advanced. So for now, they are both on the hunt for the world title. I tell you one thing, Fabio Saavedra is the last of the other list that it's in competition, because Fabio was ranked, I'll tell you in 1 second, Fabio is ranked in the third position right now in the ranking, so he needed for all the first position rankings to lose in order to have a chance, and of course he needs the best result, but so far he's on the third position, so we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, so one of these guys, one of these young men in this juniors division is going to go home really pretty much the king of their school, I'm sure. They go back to school, hey, I'm world champion. So that's pretty good. Not many people can still be of school age and hold a world title in a sport. You know, there's just a handful of that. And one of these guys is going to do exactly that. Going to go home to probably cheers and pats on the back and a world championship title under their belt. Here we go, Bego.
Ok, miren qué belleza de ola y una situación de cacho compartido, pico compartido, como se dice acá. Teníamos, si no me equivoco, a Fabio a la derecha y no estoy muy segura si fue Mauro, claro, con un poco de este brillo. Ahora vamos a ver esa repetición seguramente y ese shot del dron que nos permite una panorámica muy bonita, pero algunas veces le quita tamaño a la ola. Así que vamos a ver si era Fabio Saavedra para la derecha. Fabio, que está buscando Una nota pequeña, 3,86 para ser segundo y continuar en competencia. Aquí ya las cosas se están poniendo más heavy y este era Maurito a la izquierda con realmente nada.
All right, so right now priority sitting with Michael Yance in second priority, Jorge Hernandez in third priority. And we have 3 competitors on the outside at the moment. They're all sort of paddling each other up and down this reef, looking for the gems. It's Fabio Saavedra and Jorge Hernandez that are up against a bit of a wall here. 7:50 to go in the heat. Heaps and heaps of time for these riders. And we've seen the highest heat score at 7.65 there from Michael Yancey, who really has been ripping through all of his heats and started this one out just great and has been on a bit of a lull here in the middle of heat number 3. And here we go, rider taking off right now in black, Bego.
Aquí viene Jorge, vamos a ver, Jorge con un buen rolo aéreo, le pide a su público que le celebren. Yo creo que eso les da fuerza. Y aquí viene Mauro, vamos a ver, con un bonito backflip. Explosivo, Mauro. Vete por los rolos. Vete por los rolitos para que puedas marcar ahí. Bueno, no hay problema. Todavía quedan 7 minutos. Y la verdad, buen rolo de Jorge Hernández. Jorge Hernández que está buscando un 660. Y también tiene la posibilidad de convertirse en campeón mundial este año. Bueno, no sé cómo estará Hugo en este momento con este buen rolo de su hijo. Aquí viene esta repetición.
Jorge Hernandez in the bowl just goes right up to the ceiling and launches that roll. And check this one behind. Mauro Quijada backflips it but comes a little tail heavy on the landing and can't hang on. We did have a little exchange happen during the replays. Hopefully we can pick that up and see what happened, or at least one rider got a wave. It looks like Jorge Hernandez came off his board there, so I'm not sure what happened. Maybe we'll be able to figure that one out. But at this point, Michael Yancey still hanging on with that first priority. And he's got a 6.5 and a 7.5, so firmly in the lead with a 14.15 heat score. Mauro Quijada well behind that. And check it out. Here's that wave that we missed. Big invert and just splatters on the landing. And it's like landing with a ton of bricks falling on your back after you land. Folks, 1 cubic meter of water weighs 2,000 pounds. That's about it's about 1,200 kilograms. So you can imagine the lip of the wave landing on your back. Feels like a truck. And Jorge Hernandez took the brunt of that right on his back. Still making his way back out.
Bueno, si están recién sintonizando, recién llegando, les contamos que este es el último hit de esta ronda número 6 para la categoría junior profesional masculina. No sabemos si vamos a continuar después, pero lo que sí sabemos es que después de aquí vamos a saltar con la categoría masculina, la categoría Open Men o Men, en donde vamos a tener una ronda, la ronda 8, que es de full eliminación y son 8 hits. Así que avísenle a todas las personas, compartan esta transmisión, suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube de la IBC World Tour y también síganos en las redes sociales IBC World Tour y por supuesto el Gran Canaria Frontón King, para que todas las personas sepan que se viene una ronda también muy importante, al igual que esta que estamos viviendo aquí. Recordando que se coronan los 2 últimos campeones porque este es el último evento del calendario oficial de la IBC World Tour. Sí tenemos un evento más que no entra dentro de los rankings, es el Anael Challenge, que es en esta ola tan increíble Anael en Bretaña, y eso tiene un periodo de espera y es un evento invitacional, que va a estar muy bueno el espectáculo, pero el Gran Canaria Frontón King es el último evento de este año para el Tour Mundial, así que avísenle a todas las personas que se viene también la categoría masculina, que este evento continúa en este 5º día de competencia del Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022.
So Michael Yance from Peru and Mauro Quesada, our local rider, are steering the ship on this heat number 3 in the juniors round 6, firmly in a great position in that they are first and second in the heat, but they also have first and second priority. So Mauro Quesada, with 3 minutes 20 seconds left, is wanting to keep these other guys off these waves, but managing to pick one off. Jorge Hernandez uncorks an ARS on the inside. Meanwhile, White, Fabio Saavedra, also picking one off.
Yeah.
And pulls the roll with the forward spin. This is a smaller wave. Actually, both of these two waves, smaller waves. But interesting enough that they got waves when they did not have first and second priority, which tells me that Michael Yance and Mauro Quesada decided they'd sit outside and prevent them from getting bigger waves.
Esta repetición de la última ola de Jorgito Hernández, que ejecuta súper bien SRS, lo completa. Y la última de Fabio Saavedra, el hijo del Mutan Saavedra, que es también un combo clásico. Bueno, la última ola que él había tomado, le habían dado un 350, la penúltima, perdón, y ahora vamos a ver cuánto le dan por esta última ola. Atención porque, bueno, después de la última ola de Jorge Hernández, que cambió la situación, que le dieron un 4, ahora Mauro está buscando un 365 y Fabio Saavedra está buscando un 516. No sé si la última ola va a ser un 516. Si ustedes quieren ver los puntajes en vivo, al igual que nosotros, vayan a la página de la IBC, que es la ibcworldtour.com, le dan al Watch Live y ahí lo ven todo. Este es Mauro.
Mauro into the roof and down. The elevator button pushed for down as he free falls from the lip on that one. Mauro Quesada needs a 3.65. We've seen waves like that get a higher score than that, so we'll see. That could be enough to push him forward with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in this heat, pushing forward of Jorge Hernandez. So it is a battle for that second slot at this point, as Mike Call is well in the lead, and you can see that perfectly executed Rolo stays under the power of the wave, kicks out. We wait for the score to come through as red. Michael Yance picks up another good wave, and he's just really well out in front of the field in this heat.
Vamos a ver esta ola para Jorge, que escoge esta derecha. Bien versátil Jorge, un rolo grande. La verdad, la gente allá abajo está volviéndose loca. Están apoyando fuertemente a Jorge porque ya sería el último canario y entra en el tubo. ¡Wow! Si hubiese salido de ese tubo, era muy bueno para Fabio Saavedra. La última ola de Fabio fue de 350 igual. Esta lamentablemente no lo sacaba. Si Fabio hubiese sacado ese tubo, hubiese recibido el score. Está un muy buen hit a todos los competidores, dando mucho de qué hablar y atención porque hubo cambio de situación, pero se está esperando la última ola, esta ola que está aquí.
And Jorge Hernandez, pulling that roll, really he was under the lip. I don't know how he got out in front and made that landing, but he did. One of the bigger waves of the heat. And he grabs a 6.55 from the judges for that. That is his best wave and moves him into second position. And Mauro Quesada here with 3 seconds left. He's going to try to grab this, but he cannot get there. And that ends the day and the event for both Mauro Quesada and Fabio Saavedra, as Michael Yancey and Jorge Hernandez get first and second in the heat. We'll be back after these commercial messages, folks. And Mr. Ale Barbosa rejoins me here in the studio. And Ale, that was an amazing heat. These guys have so much energy, and they cram it all into the last 2 minutes of the heat, it seems like, every time.
Yeah, it was an intense end of this heat. And finally, the two world title contenders did make the heat. So Michael Janse and Jorge Hernandez still alive in this competition and still fighting for the world title.
Speaking of world titles, we're moving to round 8 of the men's now. Heat number 1, the top riders in the world, Maxime Castillo, Moises Silva.
And Javi Dominguez.
Thank you. The graphic disappeared before I saw it. But yes, you are right. So Maxime Castillo from France and Moises Silva from Chile and Javi Dominguez, our local rider. So a truly international heat out here.
Yeah, we've got the replays. This is Javi Dominguez in the ride, going to the barrel, riding super deep and clean, and he comes out with a little bit of claiming. So he's happy with his first wave of this round number 8 of the men division. So Javi Dominguez just got a 6-point ride in that barrel in the ride of the Frontón King.
Super solid way to start the heat. I saw Maxime in the water yesterday afternoon at El Agujero. He was out there charging. So most of these riders, I think most of them got in the water at some point yesterday. It's really hard for these guys to just take a lay day and not surf. They want to surf every day, right?
Yeah, there were big conditions. So sometimes, like, they want to free the stress, the tension that they got in a big day, just giving everything out. So maybe it's a good way of for preparing this event. Now we are reading some comments on the chat. Enhorabuena por tan buen streaming, muy currado, muy pro, permitiéndonos viéndolo desde casa. Así que muchas gracias a Héctor Morales Rodríguez por esos comentarios. Jay and Bego, there is a familia that really important for the development of the Gran Canaria. Es Marcelo Pedro, muchas gracias. Saludos de Mar de Plata también, de El Cedrón Home Studio. Muchísimas gracias a todos, muchos mates, espero que estés disfrutando ahí esos mates. Viva el bodyboard. Muchísimas gracias a todos los que están siguiendo aquí este campeonato y están comentando ese chat en directo del canal de YouTube. O sea, arriba Galdar de Carlos Dávila. Y aquí vemos en acción Moisés Silva desde Chile, en esa izquierda que no podía sacar. Una pena que al final ahí no ha podido completar ese tubo y se queda ahí en una zona bastante complicada, donde va a tardar un poquito en volver al pico, ya que va a tener que hacer el pato ahí 2 o 3 veces antes de llegar al canal.
And Moises Silva really in a bad spot right there. He couldn't make it through his wave. He ended up right where the apex of the waves come. He tried to claw his way off the edge of that shelf. Meanwhile, out the back, Maxime Castillo, the Frenchman, spitting barrel, comes up high and out, cleanly exiting that tube. So Maxime going to add to his already solid portfolio of career achievements by making it out of that barrel. That's a great barrel for Maxime.
Sí, así es. Ahí vemos ese tubo de Maxime Castillo en esa izquierda. Un tubo bastante bonito, bastante limpio, que vamos a ver en qué posición le coloca, ya que Moisés Silva también había cogido una ola. Veíamos que no podía completar ese tubo, así que ya podemos adivinar que Maxime mínimo va a estar en segunda posición o en primera, dependiendo de la nota que den los jueces por este último tubo surfeado por el francés Maxime Castillo, que ahí lo tenemos, 6.5, lo coloca en primera posición por delante de Javi Domínguez, así que un buen inicio de manga para el francés de color rojo Maxime Castillo.
So Castillo, yeah, sitting in first position with that 6.5, that spitting barrel. And these 3 competitors, 2 will advance on to round number 9. 1 will end their campaign here at the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. By the way, 10th anniversary of the Frontón King event. So we're stoked to be here. And here we go. Red, Maxime Castillo going to grab another wave here. A bowling left. This one hooking right towards him a little too much. So he gets out over the back quickly and tries to get back out there. Javi Dominguez, Moises Silva on the outside. And here goes Javi.
Aquí tenemos a Javi Domínguez en esa derecha, ahí con un bonito backflip atravesando el labio que consigue completar en esta segunda ola de Javi Domínguez, competidor de color rojo desde aquí de la isla de Gran Canaria, concretamente un local de la ola de El Confital, esa bonita derecha que ya veíamos unos años atrás en el Tour Mundial, ahí por el año 2008, 2009, 2010. Pues el campeonato del mundo, en vez de ser aquí en el Frontón, era ahí en el Confital, en la ola que frecuenta ahí Javi Domínguez. Y ahora lo tenemos aquí en la zona de Galdar, en Gran Canaria, aquí en este Frontón King, que es la etapa final de este circuito mundial. Ya lo lleva haciendo bastantes años, siempre se ha decidido aquí el título mundial, y un año más vamos a decidir el título mundial Open y también el de la categoría Junior. Y mientras esperamos que los riders aquí surfen alguna horita más, vamos a ir con la entrevista de Joel Rodríguez y Begoña Martínez.
Thank you a lot, guys. We're here with Joel Rodriguez, winner of the second heat of the round number 6 in the Pro Junior Division. Joel, such an important moment for you. You needed to advance in that heat. You are one of the world title contenders this year, and you've been working so hard for this. You're coming from being the vice champ last year. Tell us a little bit.
Estou muito contente. Está-me a correr bem o campeonato e vou dar o meu melhor para vencer, para conseguir fazer o melhor resultado que o ano passado.
How do you prepare for this one? Last year you were so close. That motivates you. I mean, what did you do? What are you doing different this year?
Bem, já preparei mais tempo neste campeonato, vim mais cedo para aqui para as Canárias, para estar aqui a surfar nesta onda, que é uma onda difícil e que não estou habituado a surfar. E no ano passado fiquei contente com o segundo lugar, apesar de não ter sido o meu objetivo, mas este ano só fico contente com o primeiro.
Well, I asked him because last year he was so close, vice champ. He said this year, I mean, how did he prepare? He came earlier this year, been surfing every day, been preparing so much, and he wants to finalize his last junior year as a champion. This is your last junior year, right?
Sim, é o meu último ano júnior, por isso é a minha última oportunidade.
And the plans for next year?
Bem, quero correr o circuito mundial em Open e dar o meu melhor para estar no topo do Open. Sei que vai ser mais difícil, mas vou dar o meu melhor e continuar a treinar.
Well, parabéns. Você quer falar algo em português para sua família ou alguém?
Quero agradecer a toda a gente que está a me apoiar em Portugal e principalmente aos meus pais e a minha irmã que vieram aqui comigo. Obrigado.
Well, parabéns, felicitaciones. Back to you guys in the booth.
Flip of Javi Domínguez, the guy in black. So this is a nice change of wave for Javi Domínguez.
So Javi's had two solid rides, that being his second. He has a 6.0 and a 5.5. Holds down the lead here. Maxime Castillo not too far behind, needs a 5.0. And right now we're seeing more waves coming through. Looks like somebody went left on that. Maybe we'll be able to pick up a replay of that. It was Moises Silva, and we're still waiting actually for Javi Dominguez's score to come through from that most recent huge move, which who knows could potentially replace that lower 5.5 score. And it does indeed. He gets a 6.35, so now has a total heat score of 12.35, extending his lead ever so slightly over Maxime Castillo. And it's Moises Silva with 9.5 minutes remaining that is really behind the 8-ball. He needs an 8.10, basically needs two better waves than what he already has. So he's going to have to really hustle to get back out there and get a couple waves with 9 minutes to go.
Así es, Moisés Silva ahora mismo se encuentra en cuarta posición y necesita una ola bastante buena, 8,10 para avanzar a esa segunda posición, y tiene 9 minutos para conseguirlo, mientras vemos aquí a Maxime Castillo, el francés, con la ligra de color rojo en esa derecha, que se mete en el tubo. Vamos a ver si puede salir, parece que sí. Vamos a ver si completa ahí con alguna maniobra. No, da por terminada esa ola. Y ahí vemos a Maxime Castillo, que tiene un 6,5 y un 3. Vamos a ver si este tubo de derecha consigue mejorar esa nota de 3 puntos que tiene Maxime Castillo, y así aumentar la distancia contra Moisés Silva. Recordamos que en esta manga se clasifican los dos mejores, y ya la ronda número 9 será la ronda de hombre a hombre. The round number 9 will be man to man.
Okay, so there we really get hot and heavy. One
Two men enter, one man leaves, to quote Beyond Thunderdome. That's an old movie reference, but that's what's going to happen in round number 9. And in the meantime, we have Bego down on the stage with yet another interview. Bego, let's hear it.
Thanks, guys. Michael Jansen here, Pirpo, winner of the last heat of the round number 6, another world title contender for the Pro Junior Division, man. For the Pro Junior Man Division. Michael, era muy importante que pasara en esta ronda. Se viene un hit increíble para ti. No te voy a preguntar cómo estuvieron las maniobras. Quiero saber tu sensación en este momento, que estás cada vez más cerca de ese título que tanto has buscado.
Muy contento, a la vez también un poco con rabia, porque yo quería que aunque sea uno de los peruanos lleguemos a la final o a semis. Se va una generación de amigos míos que ya se van del junior, todavía a mí me queda 2 y nada, voy a darlo todo por mi país y por todos ellos que siempre me apoyaron desde un principio, a todos mis oficiadores.
Well, I asked him because right now he did a really important thing. He advanced alongside with Joel, one step closer to that precious world champ title, and he said like he's very happy but also at the same time sad. He wanted another Peruvian friend to be in the final. The guys are already out of the competition. It's their last year this year, so he really wanted them. He still have 2 more years. So anyways, what a humble person. Michael, ¿alguien a quien saludar? ¿Algo más que agregar?
Quiero agradecer a mis auspiciadores, a la gentita de Perú, que ya sabe que acá les mando saludos. Quiero mandar saludos también a la mamá de Bachi, ojalá que esté bien, el ceñito se recupere bastante. Le mando saludos desde acá y nada, independízate ya.
Saludos, señora Caro, vamos a estar bien, Basi. Back to you guys.
So Michael carrying the flag both figuratively and literally for the Peruvian crew here as his campaign continues here at the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. So all 3 competitors here in men's round 8, heat number 1, packed tightly together out there. Moises Silva in 3rd place holds first priority, but he needs a 9.6. He's about 6 minutes away from disaster unless he can really improve his situation. Needs to get 2 better waves. Maxime Castillo holding down 2nd slot, and Javi Dominguez topping the field at this point with a total heat score of 12.35.
Yeah, Moises now is holding the first priority, so he has to manage that situation properly because only 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. He needs a huge score. He needs almost a perfect wave or 2 big score. While we are watching Maxime Castillo in that ride looking for the section, doing a nice rollo. That's all for Maxime Castillo in this wave. It's already 5 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for the guys, but Moises needs a huge score.
Now we've seen several heats where people got waves in the last 10 seconds really that changed things, but unfortunately in the case of Moises, he pretty much needs 2 decent waves to advance out of this heat. Unless a miracle occurs, he gets a perfect 10. It is looking deadly for him, and he's not wanting to waste this priority right now, but at the same time, he knows he only has 4:30 remaining, so he has to allot enough time to catch not 1, but 2 decent waves. So it is really getting high anxiety for Moises Silva at this point.
Yeah, but at least if he loses this hit, we need to do another official check, but it looks like Moises Silva will get into the top 24, top 16 of the next year. So
that really is the goal of a lot of these guys, as we've pointed out through today's show, is, you know, you want to get in the top 16, the top 8 even better, because, again, it helps you with the seeding for 2023.
Yeah, that's right. Being on the top of the ranking, you will do less hit in every contest. You will not need to do the trials on the first round, so you have more time to focus on the condition, to study the conditions, to study the riding of the other guys. And then when other guys have been competing in 4 or 5 hits, you are competing in the first one for you, so you are more rested and you can be more confident on yourself to fight for the next round. So it's so important to be in those top seats of the ranking. And Moises Silva looks like he's going to get that top position.
So we just saw a nice panoramic of the cauldron that you have to jump into to get out here in the surf, and there's another view. You can see the ramp sort of down there in that little town. When it's a little bit bigger and heavier, hard to get out right here, so they got to paddle down there. It's much easier, but of course you got a little bit of a walk to get back to the contest site. But you know, better to save some skin, in my opinion, and get out, take the easier route out, and just endure a few minutes walk than it is to try to get up onto that rock shelf when there's waves washing you all around. That's just me, though.
Yeah, in that watching that view, maybe you can imagine why we missed some interviews the last day of the junior division. We have to, because they have to paddle that long way to the town, and sometimes we have no time to do the interviews, or maybe they don't reach the competition area on time, because it is a long swim that they have to do. When it's big, it's the only way to be safe in land.
I agree. So we just saw Moises Silva make a critical move there. He used his priority to pick off that left, and it did not pan out at all for him. And now he's going to be third priority. There's only a minute and a half left, so it's really not looking good here for Moises Silva. Meanwhile, Maxime Castillo and Javi Dominguez sitting on the outside. Question is, will they just use that priority to prevent Moises Silva from getting a wave? Really, if they know the situation right now, Moises Silva is comboed. It's basically game over for him. So anything they do won't really matter at this point. With 1 minute to go, pretty much impossible for Silva to get two good waves and break out of that combo situation.
Así es, como está diciendo Jay, Moises Silva está en situación de combinación, necesita 12,35. Recordamos que una ola como máximo puede ser puntuada en 10 puntos, así que necesitará dos olas que entre las dos sumen 12,35 para poder clasificarse, pero sin embargo quedan nada más que 40 segundos, por lo que lo va a tener muy difícil, por no decir imposible. Así que parece que hasta aquí va a ser la andadura de Moises Silva en esta edición del Frontón King, y pasarán a la siguiente ronda el francés Maxime Castillo, competidor de color rojo, y el competidor de color negro, Javi Domínguez. Mientras vemos aquí a Maxime Castillo que remaba esa ola, posiblemente, vamos a ver si los jueces le quitan la prioridad, pero ahora mismo color negro con primera prioridad, con 15 segundos que quedan, un poquito menos. Javi Domínguez en esta derecha, vamos a ver si nos sorprende con una super maniobra, y aquí la tenemos con ese backflip gigante que consigue completar. Y ahí tenemos a Javi Domínguez con ese claiming del final.
I love the double knee ride at the end, and that was a fantastic recovery from the landing, by the way. Folks, what a finish for this heat. Maxime Castillo in first, Javi Dominguez in second. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back with the next heat.
¿Y la playa? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Aquí estamos de vuelta ya en el estudio, otra vez conmigo Bego Martínez. Bego, vaya final de manga. 9 puntos, Javi Domínguez.
De locos, como dicen ustedes aquí. La verdad que Javi, increíble. Y aquí venía Pierre-Louis. Este es otro hit increíble que tenemos. Esta es la ronda número 8 de la categoría masculina men. Y en el agua está de rojo Pierre-Louis Coste, de amarillo Sacha Damianic y Carlos Sanz de negro.
Lo vemos ahí en pantalla con ese tubo derecha. Ahí consigue salir, encima haciéndose un buen trompo. Lo veíamos ahí remando, luchando contra Sacha Damianic para coger esa ola. Al final la consigue coger Carlos Sanz. Era el principio de la manga, todavía no estaban las prioridades marcadas. Hasta que todos cojan olas no se marcan las prioridades. Y aquí tenemos a Sacha en esa izquierda. Sacha ahí con un bonito ARS que no consigue completar. Sacha que hemos visto que ha mejorado muchísimo su técnica en la derecha.
Exacto.
Me acuerdo de los primeros años que era pura izquierda. Incluso me acuerdo una manga contra Guillermo Tamaya, contra mí, que solo cogió izquierdas. La izquierda ya la marea está bastante seca, así que no pudo casi hacer nada porque no se podía surfear a la izquierda. Ya estaba la piedra fuera del agua y él, con su empeño en coger solo izquierdas, pues no pudo hacer la manga. Y cuando salimos de ahí me dijo, voy a trabajar en la derecha 100% y se ha visto el resultado.
Sí, él de verdad entendió y yo creo que hoy en día todos lo saben. No puedes ser un competidor del Tour Mundial corriendo para un solo lado. Te podrá ir bien en alguno que otro evento, pero ya hoy en día en realidad lo que se quiere de un bodyboarder profesional es eso. Y bueno, si no han visto el video de Carlos Sanz, que siempre lo digo, gratitud, está muy lindo. Y esta es la repetición de esa primera ola de Pierre-Louis. Un tubo con bastante recorrido que salía tranquilamente y aquí hacía un poquito un Superman.
Sí, ahí vemos a Pierre-Louis. Pueden ver que cuando salió el tubo seguía todavía con bastante velocidad. Vimos aquí el replay de Carlos Sanz. También que ahí frenaba, se metía en el tubo. Al salir ahí giraba con un bonito trompo para poner la guinda a esta ola. Y aquí tenemos también la primera ola de Sacha, que conseguía hacer esa maniobra ahí en la boca del tubo, pero que se le complicaba la recepción y no conseguía completar esa maniobra. El chileno Sacha Damianic, que lo vemos aquí otra vez en ola, con ese bonito rolo que aterriza en la parte de arriba de la ola y le obliga a hacer otro rolo más.
Invertido.
Eso fue
un rolo invertido para el otro lado, ¿no? Si no me equivoco, yo lo vi que lo hizo como al revés.
Fue obligado, un rolo obligado
pero
por
muy
la
bien,
ola. Pero sí, la verdad que
buenos reflejos.
No se cayó, no perdió la tabla, siguió con control después de esa segunda maniobra, así que los jueces tienen que estar muy finos. Aquí vemos la repetición de Pierre-Louis Coste con color rojo. Aquí lo vemos como se frena en esta repetición en cámara lenta que nos ofrece aquí Wave Streamers, que es la empresa encargada del streaming de este Gran Canaria Frontón 2022. Vemos ese tubo perfectamente ejecutado por Pierre, como sale ahí con velocidad del tubo, con mucho control, ahí alejándose bastante de la espuma que le persigue, incluso mirándola para saber dónde está y tener en todo momento la situación controlada.
Pierre-Louis, que en este año está en la cuarta colocación en el ranking mundial y puede mejorarla con estos resultados. Y esta es la repetición de la última ola de Sacha, que tuvo unos reflejos espectaculares. Mira, cayó. Ah, no, pues sí, fue un rolo bien. Yo es que lo vi muy rápido. Sacha Damianic fue muy diligente en esa ejecución. Utilizó la fuerza de la ola para hacer otro rolo que tal vez otro rider hubiese perdido el control de su tabla. Él lo hizo muy bien. Vamos a ver. Estamos esperando las notas. Recuerden que esta es una ronda de eliminación en donde solamente pasan el primero y segundo colocado. Son solo un máximo de 12 olas y tienen 20 minutos. En el agua, Pierre-Louis, Sacha Damianic y Carlos Sanz.
Y es Pierre-Louis al que vemos aquí en ola. En esta derecha, el varias veces campeón del mundo desde Francia, que abandona esa ola rápidamente. Y les recuerdo, como dije antes, a partir de la siguiente ronda, la ronda número 9, empezarán los man-to-man. Así que ya empezará la ronda final de este campeonato, que no será durante el día de hoy. Hoy tenemos previsto acabar la ronda que está activa. Vamos a ver si da tiempo de hacer todas las mangas. Son 8 mangas. Vamos por la número 2. Restan todavía 6 durante todo el día. La marea ya está bajando ya, así que vamos a ver cuánto tiempo tenemos para finalizar el campeonato durante el día de hoy. Y parece que van entrando ya algunas notas. Teníamos la primera ola de Pierre, un 6. Segunda ola de Pierre, 5.50. La tercera todavía está siendo puntuada por los jueces. La primera ola de Sacha fue de 1.50. La segunda de 4 puntos. La tercera también sigue siendo puntuada por los jueces. Y Carlos Sanz hasta el momento solo tiene una única ola de prioridad. Y además hay a Sasha con segunda prioridad, que consigue hacerse con ese tubazo de izquierda, y ahí vemos la felicidad del chileno, que sabe que ha conseguido una buena nota, que va a mejorar esa puntuación total y que estará mucho más cerca de la primera plaza.
Well, that's right. Thank you for that update. We have been throwing a lot of Spanish because we have a lot of audience, but right now it's Pierre-Louis, the first position with 11 and 50. We are waiting for that last wave of Sasha Damjanic. Sasha is looking for a 2.51 to be second and keep going in the competition, and he just got this great barrel. Probably not as huge as some that we have seen, but it was deep, and I think, my personal opinion, of course, I'm not an expert, and the judges are the ones who can decide that, but I think he might be getting that 2.51 and right now jump into the second position and qualify. And here comes Pierre, docking out, smart, because he could have been caught in that inside, and he's perfect. Remember that year that Pierre got that huge set right there?
Yeah, and was sucked by the wave, and he falling down in the waterfall. Now we're watching Carlos Sainz in that ride in the barrel. I think it's going to be pretty tough for him to get out of that one, and unluckily he cannot make this one. And now we have the last scores. Yellow, Sasha Damjanic, 7 points.
But
still not enough to be in the first place. The first place is for Pierre-Louis Costes with 11.5 points.
We're very cautious on our opinions about the wave riding because we don't have the view that the judges have, and we don't want to say something and then regret it. We are not judges, so we were really careful. But yeah, I totally thought that was going to be way more than a 215 that he was looking for. So yeah, right now Sasha gets a 7 and the local. Carlos Sainz is only needing 4.51. It's very possible for Carlos. Carlos is another Canarian rider that also has reached the higher stages in this event. I remember once he actually ended up 5th, I think a couple times in the 5th position. And look at that beauty, it's a gem. And as we have been hearing from everyone, this is the best fronton that we have seen in this competition. I dare to say, because I keep hearing it. Even Elliot told me that he can recall a year. Wait a second, let's see this way. For Sasha gets into the barrel.
Too deep.
Yeah, too deep, man. That was such a shame.
Yeah, he had not much speed at the beginning, so now is the chance for Pierre-Louis Costes looking for the section, but he couldn't hit the lip. He just dived back in the wave. Now he's piling again to get position and maybe serve the next set. There is 11 minutes remaining. Pierre knows that there is a lot of options for the other two guys, so he needs to improve his total score, and he's looking for that.
Okay.
Here we can watch Willy Lujan with a white t-shirt. He's studying the conditions, like getting prepared for his hit. Is one of the last hit of this round, so he's super focused on it, and we wish a lot of luck for this guy, the local Canarian Willy Lujan.
That's right. Really, the Canarians always surfing so good. Y esta es la repetición de la última ola de Sasha, que hubiese estado muy buena si lo hubiese logrado, ¿eh?
Así es, le faltó bastante velocidad y al principio se quedó bastante frenado. No consiguió pasar esas secciones, pero bueno, ahí está, volviendo al pico. Tenemos que Pierre se había quedado bastante cerca del pico y pudo volver a colocarse en el pico y coger la primera prioridad. Sasha se había quedado un poquito más lejos en esa última ola, así que se está tomando su tiempo para volver, pero queda todavía casi 10 minutos, casi la mitad de la manga, y Carlos, que necesita menos de 5 puntos, necesita una ola inferior a la que ya tiene, así que vamos a ver si consigue repetir la hazaña en estos 9 minutos y 40 segundos que quedan y se consigue colocar en esas dos primeras posiciones.
Así es, y si estás sintonizando, apóyanos, suscríbete a este canal de YouTube, comparte esta transmisión, síguenos en las redes sociales. Estamos haciendo un trabajo de hormiga para impulsar el bodyboard, un trabajo de hormiga grande, diría yo. Hemos trabajado fuerte este año, esperamos que hayan disfrutado del Tour Mundial. Este es el último evento, señores y señoras. Este año ya con esto se acaba, se cierra el año competitivo. Vamos a tener, sí, el Anael Challenge, pero contamos con ustedes. Somos bodyboarders fanáticos de nuestro deporte y necesitamos impulsarlo. ¿Qué manera lo hacen? Poniendo su granito de arena, compartiendo, apoyando, siempre mandando buenas vibras, y ahí lo que se viene es una bomba que me parece que Pierre, bueno, no tan bomba en realidad, para lo que hay aquí en el frontón, aquí sí que hay bombas. Pierre la miró un poco, pero decidió no ir.
Sí, está solo en el pico ahí con primera prioridad, tiene tiempo y espacio para colocarse bien, relajarse, elegir bien, y mientras Pierre está ahí esperando por su bola, tenemos muchísimos comentarios que nos van llegando por aquí, por el canal de YouTube, como Cubín Rapanui, Pato Estudillo, Mauricio Nicolás, mucha gente que está ahí comentando, así que muchísimas gracias a todos de aquí, los estamos leyendo, no podemos comentar todos los comentarios en el directo, pero de verdad que los leemos y se los agradecemos, por supuesto. La verdad que estén ahí con nosotros detrás de la pantalla se siente como si estuvieran aquí dentro en el estudio apoyándonos y dándonos ánimos para seguir con este streaming de este Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022, que ha sido posible gracias al Cabildo de Gran Canaria, además con su proyecto La Isla de mi Vida y las demás marcas como son el Ayuntamiento de Galdar, Cerveza Corona, NMD Bodyboard, Hasio House, Link Store, Hydroflash, Océano, Red Bull y también los media partners como son Medusa, Bear, Riptide, We Bodyboard. Y antes de terminar esta manga vamos a ir con la entrevista que tiene J-Reel preparada en la misma playa, así que ahora mismo volvemos.
Estoy con Javi Domínguez. I'm with Javi Domínguez. Y Javi, una ola última increíble para ti.
Sí, la verdad que Masí se hizo una buena, necesitaba un 7 y poco. Y nada, fui a por todas, vi la última, quedaban creo que 30 segundos. Y conseguí lanzar un baffle grande y me dieron un 9 puntos. Súper orgulloso.
Mucho gusto, double knee.
Sí, al final.
Sí, en el final. ¿Palabras para su familia o sus amigos, sponsors?
Quiero agradecer a todos mis sponsors, en especial a Océano, que siempre ha estado apoyándome durante todo el campeonato, me pagó la inscripción para estar aquí, y a todos mis amigos que están aquí viéndome y a los que están en casa también, y por supuesto a toda mi familia.
Felicidades y buena suerte.
Gracias.
All right, back to you guys.
Ahí está con Jai Domínguez, que conseguía ganar esa última manga con 9 puntos en el último segundo de la manga.
Último segundo, sí, muy buena performance. Well, updated English for everyone tuning in from all over the world. This is the heat number 2, round number 8 in the men division. We're crowning the world champ in this division and also in the Pro Junior division, but of course there are some more things at stake here. Pierre-Louis here trying to
It's been the best result ever for him. He's here in this hit, focused on making the next hit against the 2 times world champion and 3 times Fronton King champion, Amaury Laverne.
That's right, and right there, yes, Amaury getting ready, so comfortable always in this place, his backyard now, and it's great to see how he has adapted to Gran Canaria. He has changed a lot, everyone tells me that, and he is completely adapted here. He has a full family, 2 sons and a wife, Canarian wife, so it's great to see him, and such a humble and nice person there.
is Manuel Cepeda from Antofagasta, coming from being second in the event that gave more points this year, which is the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Manuel is a very nice person. He has also improved a lot. He has always served really good, but this year it has shown. So congratulations for everything he has achieved this year. Also very important for him, the points are in stakes. So in this point, guys, it's not just only winning the Frontón King or becoming a world champion. This point, for the rest of the competitors, they want to do the most possible points so they can remain on a higher position and be seeded next year.
Yeah, Meo, you know what? Amaury is one of those guys who had a little accident 2 days ago. We were surfing at Agujero. After we stopped the contest on Thursday, we got the huge swell, and in one ride, he did an air forward, and he had a little injury in his right shoulder. So the day of yesterday, he was the whole day resting, just watching the wave. He didn't surf. He was treating his shoulder, and now he's going to compete for the first time after that little accident.
So a few injuries we have in the free surf. So guys,
the conditions were so extreme. Extreme conditions, big wave.
You shouldn't be risking, right? Look at that, Maxime Castillo. Maxime, also with a great result this year, also looking for a best position, and a wave for Carlitos Sanz. Casi sale, ¿ah?
Sí, una pena, no pudo completar ese final del tubo, pero bueno, Carlos tiene 4,51, necesita 4,51 en estos 2 minutos y 40 segundos que restan. Parece que la cosa se le pone cada vez más de cara a Sasha y a Pierre. Vamos a ver si consigue Carlos hacerse con uno de esos 2 primeros puestos, ya que tiene tiempo suficiente, nivel, hay olas, así que vamos a ver qué pasa en este final de manga, esta manga número 2 de la ronda número 8 de la edición de hombres.
That's right, guys. You can't miss the action. It's 8 heats in this round number 8. And there will be big names. There will be very important moments. We need to know what happens. Remember, we are crowning the world champion. There are 3 contenders that are in the hunt for this world title. It's Tristan Roberts with the better odds, Tanner McDaniel, and Alan Muñoz. And these are the best waves of this heat so far.
Sí, ahí tenemos ese tubazo de Pierre-Louis Coste en esa izquierda. Una bonita izquierda que ha sido una de sus 2 mejores notas, que ahí completaba con ese intento invertido. Aquí vemos también la mejor nota de Carlos Sanz en esa derecha, que salía ahí con un trompito. El color negro, Carlos Sanz actualmente en tercera posición. Aquí vemos también la repetición de Sasha Damiani, del chileno. Ese bonito tubo con bastante escupida que conseguía esos 7 puntos. Sasha tiene un 7 y un 4. Y queda nada más que 1 minuto y 10 segundos.
Last minute and 10 seconds. Those were the best waves of this heat so far. Carlos Sanz looking for 4.51. It's very close. That could, like I said before early in this morning, how frustrating is when you are so close and you need a small score. And here comes Pierre. He's not leaving anything behind. Of course, he's going to go for a backflip. Classic one. And with this, he might change that 5.50 he has and make their life harder for the rest of the competitors. Of course, there is only 30 seconds in the clock. And right now, it's all about the second position. Let's see. Sasha with the first priority. He's going to block Carlos. But Carlos is running away. Last ditch effort for Carlos. 4.51 is what he needs. A roll. Oh,
my God. It's not going to be enough for Carlos Sanz. He knows that. He was hitting the ball with his head, and now he's Sasha Damiani with this nice rollo just to complete this hit, because there are only 4 seconds remaining. So officially, Pierre and Sasha will move into the next round, round number 9. And we are going to hit number 3 just after the commercials.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
Welcome back, everyone. 5th day of competition. We have one more day after this one, and the action is warranty. We are running the round number 8 for the men division in the water, so let's just hit the water real quick. And this is the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King in the water, the 3 times Frontón King, Amaury Laverne, and the one holding the higher score in this competition, Manuel Cepeda, great bodyboarder from Antofagasta, Chile in yellow, and Jorge Saavedra with its best results so far in the Frontón King in black. So very interesting event. A lot of surprises, a lot of new names. How important is to see that. And of course, this is not new for nobody. Pierre-Louis Coste, ending first, got the chance to serve. Wait a second, this is a wave for Mutant.
Jorge Saavedra quickly in and out of that wave. The Peruvian veteran rider. He's a big dude out there. He needs a lot of wave to push him, and there is plenty of power here at El Frontón, as we've seen over the course of this 5-day event. We can see the competitors from the last heat making their way up. And look at this nice slot into that barrel. Bottom turn, a little stall. Manuel Cepeda from Chile with a good barrel. A lot of hair there. getting in the face, but it doesn't seem to impede him whatsoever. And I got to tell you, Amaury Laverne must have had an incredible opening wave, an 8.75. The former Frontón King and world champ. Oh, look at this. This is what it's like getting out of the water here, folks.
Carlitos.
You got to climb up on the rocks and hope that you don't get blasted. Like, see that wave just chasing him up the rocks? It's sketchy getting out of the water here, and this isn't even a really big day. Look, he just throws his board up there.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I would do that, but hey, that's me.
I'm pretty sure he's bombed. I mean, he's a great bodyboarder, local. He serves really good, and he was so close. Like we were saying, it's so frustrating when you need a small score, dude. It's not the same thing to when they win and you need a big score. And this is a last wave of Amaury. Amaury finding always these gems, man. He has this perfect reading for this place. And it completes with a round roll. Very nice ride for our 3 times Frontón King. Kept going there. And 2 times world champ.
Well, he pretty much crammed everything into that wave. Manuel Cepeda, bottom turning, slotting up into this pocket, not quite getting covered up. And I'll tell you, Amaury has set a standard, a bar so high at the beginning of this heat. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to overcome this one. He is a local at this spot, 10 years since he moved down here. Grew up in Reunion. Hold on, let's tackle this wave that's being ridden right here. Kind of stuffed behind the section here. Looks like Manuel Cepeda I think. Hold on. Jorge Saavedra,
It's
my
Jorge.
apologies there. He gets stuffed behind the section there. But Maori, I mean, 2 barrels on that wave, plus a couple more maneuvers after that. 8.75, one of the highest scores we've seen all day.
That's right, and I was saying before, Pierre is a defending champ right now of this event, and also he was the first world champ crowned in this event back in 2016, so lots of memories created by El Frontón, Gran Canaria Frontón King. And we do have the interview ready with Barbosa. Speaking of the devil, take it away, please, Barbo.
We are here with Pierre-Louis Costes, the winner of the last hit. Pierre, you were almost the whole hit leading the hit. And the last wave, you got 9-point rides. You didn't need that one. So what are you looking for? To be the first 10 of the competition or to win the Red Bull Banana Challenge?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I was leading the heat, but I didn't have the best wave. I had a 6 and a 5, and Carlos had a 6-5, and Sash had a 7. And you know, like, I mean, if I didn't get a 9, let's say I didn't get a score, and at the back they split a pick because they go left and right, and they both get a 4-5. I'm done. I mean, no, here at Fronton, you know, you have to go hard all the way. You can't play it safe here. You can't just lose opportunity. Never. Everything happens too fast here.
Okay, thank you so much, Pierre. Yeah, you are in the last rounds of the event. Next hit will be man-to-man. It seems like tomorrow there will be no contest because the swell drops a little bit, and maybe we will rejoin the contest on Monday or Tuesday. How is going to be your preparation, your technique to be ready for the next hit?
Well, what I'm gonna do, to be honest, is we have amazing forecast this year. Like we are even able even tomorrow is gonna be fun, but we are able to even choose days. We're gonna choose the best days for the final day. I'm so happy. That's like my first goal every contest I have. My first one is to be present on the final day because I'm super excited when it comes to the final day. I get really nervous the first rounds, but when it comes to the final day, I'm super amped. I just want to do my best. So, yeah, probably 1 or 2 days resting, and then it's on.
Okay, thank you so much, Pierre. Do you want to say something in French or Portuguese?
Yeah, for sure. A minha esposa está a ver provavelmente com o meu filho agora. O tempo em Portugal não está grande coisa, mas eles estão a apoiar e fico feliz. E obrigado mesmo se eu estou aqui graças a ela. E un grand merci à tous mes amis aussi, à ma famille. Et, voilà, il reste un jour et on va essayer d'aller jusqu'au bout.
Okay. Thank you so much, Pierre. We are back with Bego and Jay.
Oh, what a nice words there. Last words for Pierre in that interview. He said he's here thanks to his wife, Ruth Penedo. If you're tuning in, Ruth, obrigada.
Well, look what we have. Our man Amory Laverne picked off another epic wave during that interview. You saw it on the top right of your screen. 7.75 backdoors a deep barrel with a reverse out of the tube, and just comfortable as all get out here. Let's check the replay on that. Backdoors that section. Goodbye. See you later, Amory. Nope. Hello again. Back out on the shoulder, and hey, carve the reverse just for good measure. And look, no claim there. This guy is so confident and so comfortable out here as a former Frontón King, 3-time Frontón King, and a world champ at that. Amory Laverne, 16.5 heat score. He's put his fellow competitors in combo situation. Meanwhile, our world title contender makes his way down the rocks. Tristan Roberts from South Africa. I saw him on my break. He was very focused, really intense, had his earbuds in, no doubt listening to some Frank Sinatra, right?
But he always, right. He always have time to say hi, and he's a very nice guy. He's a very gentle person and very nice guy. See, he was looking at the camera saying hi. I have to say he's very professional, so kudos to Tristan. No matter what the results are this year, he has a very professional attitude overall, you know.
Well, he's held the world title since 2019. That's the last time there was a complete world tour. So he's had a long run. He's trying to keep it going for another year, and he has a shot at it. but he's got to go through a mountain of top talent, one of which is Amory Laverne, who has really excelled throughout this competition since his first heat, posting some of the highest scores of the entire event. And right now he has comboed the field at this point. Manuel Cepeda, as we reach the halfway mark, needs 2 waves to equal 16.5 to have a chance to unseat Amory Laverne. So you really can just say the battle is for that second position. Jorge Saavedra only needs a 3.65, and Amory Laverne's just another day at the office for him.
Well, I mean, Amaury here is so comfortable. This is something that everyone knows, and motivated by his family, and also he is one of the best in the world, so very nice to watch in surfing. And this is a replay of that barrel from another angle. I loved the drone angle for this one, and look how he disappeared and kept going. You can even see him in the barrel, but he has this perfect technique that allows him to come out and combo the rest of the hit. Bueno, con esta ola, Amaury dejó a todo el hit en combo, pero obviamente todavía queda un puesto, como quien dice. Nosotros siempre decimos que en este tipo de situaciones todo se reduce a quién toma esa segunda posición. De todas formas, nunca se sabe, nos pueden sorprender mucho. Manuel Cepeda, que de verdad ha hecho un trabajo muy bueno y está en un muy buen momento de su carrera. Y Jorge Saavedra, que también está en un excelente momento con su mejor resultado en este evento y uno de los mejores resultados de su carrera, a pesar de que él en alguna oportunidad llegó a Arica, me contó que llegó a 5ª posición. Pues aquí se le ve muy bien, está muy motivado. Y un saludo a Daniel Basigalupo, amigo, lo siento por lo de tu madre, espero que esté mucho mejor. Un saludo a tu mamita, la señora Caro, espero que se mejore, estoy segura que está sintonizando y qué lástima que ocurrió eso, pero seguro todo va a salir bien. Y bueno, por lo menos pudiste estar aquí con nosotros unos días y pasar un buen rato. Un abrazo gigante.
So the North Atlantic Ocean taking a bit of a break here. We're at 1:45 in the afternoon local time. This heat has 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Manuel Cepeda with second priority. Jorge Saavedra third priority. That's really where this battle is. Amory Laverne just on another level out here, as we've seen his 2 high scores totaling 16.5. The next nearest competitor is at a 4.65, so just a super big disparity here between Amory and the other 2. So the battle is there again between second and third. You don't want third or it's game over. And we see a competitor just balancing up on the rocks there.
David Miranda. David with such a good event this year. He is on top of his game, and he's not even 18 yet. I have to say, I admire him very much if I have to stand up. I mean, of course, the classic big names that we all admire, of course, Amaury, Pierre, Tanner, Alan, Tristan, so many good riders, the locals here, Dailos, and here comes Mutang with the spin. Yeah, also El Peya, Jonathan Vega, all of these riders that have been showing off. But to see this kid, he is so good. He's advancing in the open division while competing in the junior division, so great job.
Yeah, it's a lot of heats to surf in one day for sure. And if you keep advancing, you're just cramming the heats together, doing the double divisions. So Jorge Saavedra, that's one of his top 2 waves. Manuel Cepeda picks off this left-hander in the pocket, launches up into the roll, forward spin, and that wave just dies in the channel. So Cepeda now probably getting a halfway decent wave to extend that lead over Saavedra, who got a 1.75 on that very short right-hander that he got earlier. And we're waiting for that score from Cepeda to come through. But right now, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remain in this heat. And Amory Laverne with just 2 waves, and he really he could pretty much paddle in at this point. I think. I mean, you never say never, but I mean he's looking pretty relaxed out there, only catching 2 waves in this heat and looking like he's in no hurry.
Well, that's right, and I was checking out the charts. You guys can do the same thing. The draw is all available at the IBC World Tour website. The official website is ibcworldtour.com. You go to the Watch Live section, and it will take you to the live feed alongside with the live scoring system. You guys can check the previous heats, the upcoming ones, and what's happening at this point. And stalling there, great fashion. It's Jorge Saavedra. Peruano Jorge Saavedra, que lograba frenarse y entrar en ese tubo. Vamos a ver, buen trabajo, se están peleando tanto Manu Cepeda como Jorge Saavedra el segundo lugar, porque bueno, a Mauri ya tiene a todo el mundo en combo con 16.50. Yo creo que ya se vuelve un juego para Mauri entrar y poner a todo el hit en combo. I think it's just a game right now for Mauri. I'm gonna ask him if he just paddles out thinking, am I going to combo everyone again? Oh my God. He's been doing that a lot of times.
Well, let's see why. Pulls into the shack. This is earlier. Look at that. Just and backdoors that little crumble section at the end. Boom! Catapults into the flats at crack neck speed. Comes around. Let's just do one more. One more to throw some salt in the wound there with a little invert off the foam ball. I thought he was going to hit it again right there, to be honest, for a third lip maneuver. And Amory Laverne just having a playtime. He said he lives 10 minutes from here by bike. Yep. So definitely, a local here in the town of Galdar. Very the accent on the first syllable. And he's lived here in the Canaries for 10 years. He has a video on YouTube called Decade. So you can see his journey growing up on Reunion Island, then moving over to France, doing some schooling, and then relocating here to Las Canarias. And by the way, banana challenge right there, Bego.
Well, I mean, that's a classic bananas that they have to lift. That's not really the banana challenge prize. We have it here. That's the men world champ trophy.
Yeah.
And that thing on the back is what they usually have to lift. You have to, and we have to count till 10. They have to hold it in the air till 10, and the whole crowd count. It's pretty cool to watch.
That's a banana challenge right there.
No, well, I mean, yeah, you're right.
That's
not the Red Bull Banana Challenge, but it is a banana challenge. Yeah.
What is the Red Bull Banana Challenge? Talk about that briefly.
Okay, so the Red Bull Banana Challenge is a contest within this contest that allows the person, the rider that executes the highest radical maneuver, aerial maneuver, not barrels, they will get him $1,000 as a prize for that maneuver. So it's pretty cool. It's all the divisions are qualifying. I remember when we had women back in 2020, Alexandra qualified with a one-way reverse and an invert, and I love that initiative from Red Bull, because bodyboarding, it's that, right? It's radicality. Of course, in heats, you got to get the job done. And sometimes you see some modest maneuvers or classic ones as rolos and spins. But yeah, our sport is known for that. So last minute and 30 seconds, and Jorge Saavedra right now has the third priority and Manuel has the second. So in terms of that second place, it will be more like if they were in a man-on-man heat battling for one single spot, and it will be more like Manuel has the first priority. I don't think Mauri is going to get in their way. I think that he's just going to allow them to surf easily. He has no need of blocking them. Still, I think he's going to get this one.
Yeah, here we go. Here's just another example. A Maori
Get
on
out of
a
the
little
water, Mauri, please. It's over. You won. We all know it. Oh my God, such a great job. And wait, Mutang here, a roll. He lands it. Let's see. Oh, wait a sec. I don't know what's gonna happen. 225 is what Jorge Saavedra is looking. Bueno, atención Perú, atención Chile. porque todo se reduce a esa segunda posición. Vamos a ver si aquí va a ir Manuel. La de atrás es buena. Manuel tiene 20 segundos para tomar esta ola y cambiar la situación. Puede que Jorge reciba el 2.25. Este es el último esfuerzo para Manuel Cepeda. Él entra en ese tubo, completa con un giro, no lo concreta. Oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea.
Well, it looks like Jorge Saavedra pulled it off at the last minute with a 3.0 on that last wave to bump up into second place in advancing position. Manuel Cepeda again ended the heat. I'm telling you, we got a 3.0 for that last wave. And here's Amory Laverne. Let's check that earlier wave. Huge, huge backflip. And just annihilated that heat, to be honest with you.
Ok, official results, resultados oficiales. Pues Jorge Saavedra, el peruano, un excelente performance. Cambia la situación. Lamentablemente deja a Manu Cepeda fuera de competencia. Manu hizo un excelente intento. La última ola de Manu fue de 2.75. Felicitaciones a Mauri y Jorge. Nosotros nos vamos a unos cortes comerciales. Ya regresamos.
All right, we're going straight to the water. Ale Barbosa rejoins me here for men's round 8, heat number 4. We had something amazing happen at the beginning of this heat, and I only say that because I could hear the cheers downstairs. Remember, folks, we are watching the same thing you're watching. The same screen that you're seeing is what we're seeing, so we're not actually looking out at the ocean at live action. Let's check out an early ride here from yellow. David Perez Miranda, barrel to ramping. Eject. He just gives up midway through and pile drives himself right down into the reef, and we're waiting for that score to come through. So dramatic wipe out there for David Perez Miranda from the Canary Islands, our local rider.
We've got David Perez in yellow, Tristan Robin in red, and Marley Dunn, the Aussie, in black. Marley had been doing a super great competition, straight from the first round of the trials to this round, the round number 8 of the men divisions. Is Marley in the left of the screen, in black, sitting by Tristan Roberts, looking for the first score for them. The only guy who has surfed a wave is David Perez in this one, getting 4 points and being first for the first minutes of this hit.
So Tristan Roberts, our defending world champion out there, trying to keep hopes alive to keep that world title alive, world title hopes alive. A lot of scenarios going on there between he and Tanner McDaniel and of course, Alan Munoz from Chile, all three in the running for the world title, all trying to keep it going. Marley Dunn, kind of out of nowhere. This guy just chilling over in Ireland, living in a van over there. And he says, at least self-professed, not really a competitor per se, but here he is charging out here. And he's been using the right-handers, as you mentioned, started in trials round 1. So he's had more water time than these other two guys, but starting in trials round 1, he's been using those right-handers to his advantage, and let's check this replay.
Aquí tenemos el replay de David Pérez en ese tubo increíble de izquierda, muy limpio que conseguía hacer, y ahí cuando se disponía a hacer una maniobra, pues no conseguía hacerla con mucha claridad, y ahí veíamos cómo se le iba la mano y aterrizaba de pie junto con ese labio directamente hacia la piedra, hacia la baja del frontón.
That was pretty heavy, very shallow right there. He got embedded in the curtain of the wave. And he gets a 4.0 for that, I'm sure by virtue of the barrel at the beginning. And it got pretty critical there at the end of that wave with that attempt to do something off the lip. He just saw how square and shallow that thing was and abandoned ship. Live to fight again, as they say, here in men's round 8, heat number 4. Third place will be eliminated from the Frontón King event. First and second continue on.
Yes, as we have been saying, the plan is to finish this round. So we will do 4 more hits, and then let's see if the tie let us to ride some more hits. But if not, we will continue in the next day of competition. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a late day. It's not confirmed yet, but looks like, and maybe we will be back on Monday or Tuesday, because a new swell is coming. The swell which reach here around in the afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. So during the Monday and Tuesday, we will have a good swell hitting here the reef or Frontón. So it's going to be the final day of competition of this Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022. While we are watching Aitor Ojeda, the competitor in the next hit in black, will be competing with Tanner Daniel in red and Louis Finnegan in yellow.
So this swell that's coming soon, is it forecast to be the same as the one we just had, or bigger or smaller?
Smaller than yesterday, but still have a good direction. So we will see some really good wave here rolling at Frontón. We will see some big left, big rights, nice barrels, nice airs, and we will decide the Red Bull Banana Challenge for the best move of the competition. So now we saw this guy piling, the red Tristan Robert, and after this way we will go to the interview with Begoña. But now Tristan is doing a nice backflip, and he is continuing in that one. And now is David Perez in the left, nice barrel, looking for the section, the air forward, and he can land it. Now here comes the claiming of David Perez, the young guy from Tenerife. So while we are waiting for the next wave, Begoña, where you are?
Thanks a lot, guys. Super ultra stoked. Most, once again, man, you combo the whole heat. Do you go out there and think about combo everyone?
No, not really. I just focus on doing my best. Really, I've been waiting since early this morning, seeing many waves coming through, and I was excited. Obviously in the water, people with experience that really know the waves. Today, it's really good from outside, but the swell is a bit more north. It's kind of different, the strategy from the previous day. So I've got a couple points. I'm watching from the inside the water to see where to sit and which wave are the best. So yeah, experience, obviously, it's a big advantage on this kind of waves.
So what's in your mind? You won the first event this year, Arica, a wave of consequence such as this one. Do you want to close the year with a win here and also earn some important points for the ranking?
Yeah, I'm already super happy on my ranking. I didn't thought I would be in top 5 already. And yeah, obviously I already want to do my best here and show my best surfing. It's going to be a good battle and see the guys fighting for the world title. But yeah, obviously I'm really motivated to do a good result here.
Well, Amaury, anyone to say hi or thanks at this point?
Yes, thanks to all the guys watching us and supporting the IBC too, and Frontón King, and to all the people supporting me, my family, my friends, and people in Réunion, friends all over the world.
Congratulations, felicitación, back to you guys.
Yay, 9 points for David Perez in that air forward in the left.
Well, no surprise there. We haven't seen a solid air forward in quite some time. And that is, I think, the highest score of the day. I could be wrong, but let's take one more look at this. He bottom turns beautifully on this to set himself up. Gets a little high on the face because that thing's a little bit of a high barrel. Stays high, maintains that speed, and right now he's eyeing that target down the line. This one very similar to the last one that he abandoned ship on, but a bit smaller. And he hits that super vertically. That is really hard to do. You got to really bend your back, and does well to tilt that outside rail around so he doesn't catch it on the landing, and regains composure right there and says, what do you think, folks? What do you think? So fantastic 9.0 air forward, barrel to air forward wave for him. And in the meantime, Tristan Roberts picked up a wave. Hopefully we'll see that one.
And yeah, this is the third 9 of the day. So we are having some big scores, and there is a lot of time in this hit yet to complete that almost perfect hit that David wants to do. So it's been a super good day of action here at Frontón King, and the guys are ripping out there.
All right, so Tristan Roberts, we're waiting for his score on his second wave to pop up. Right now, David Perez Miranda holding down the lead, a 13.0 heat score. Tristan Roberts chasing a 6.26 score. We're just waiting for that score to pop up to see where he stands. Marley Dunn now really off to a slow start, only one wave, and it is a 3.25. So he's got some work to do, and he does have first priority. We've seen him stick pretty much to the rights and have a lot of success on the rights. So we'll see if Marley Dunn can use that to his advantage.
Sí, aquí tenemos a David Pérez buscando otra ola más que consigue meterse ahí en el tubo y la completa con un bonito rolo que junto a su ola anterior, ese aerotrompo de izquierda que veíamos que consiguió 9 puntos, pues va a seguir escalando, va a seguir sumando puntos para distanciarse de sus perseguidores y tener una posición más cómoda en esta segunda mitad de la manga. Ahora mismo David está en primera posición, mientras que su primer perseguidor, Tristan Robert, necesita 6,26 para alcanzarle, y Marley Dunn necesita ya bastante más, necesita nada más que 3.51 para conseguir alcanzar al segundo, y es el que vemos aquí en pantalla con ese bonito backflip de Marley Dunn desde Australia.
There goes Marley finally picking off yet another one of these rights that's worked so well for him. Gets a big move off there, and Marley Dunn is going to like that wave. We'll see where it puts him in terms of his placing, and we still await a score from Tristan Roberts' second wave. It has yet to come on our screen, but at this point, David Perez Miranda firmly in the lead, firmly in control, and obviously feeling really confident. We may have a wave here for Tristan Roberts. A left-hander shaping up for him, and he's going to duck into this one late, and it's snowballing, really crumbling, and he's trying to pop through, and he does. So good effort for Tristan, but not really the kind of tube that you seek out here. You want those nice round bowly open ones with the ramp at the end, and that was anything but. And right now, Tristan Roberts, we're still waiting for a score to come through for him. He's bumped into third place pending his last score, but Marley Dunn picks off a 5.5 on his last wave.
Yeah, now Tristan needs 2 points to advance into the second position, and we've got the replay of David Perez, that nice barrel and rolo, getting 5 points for that one. And now is the replay of Marley Dunn in that nice backflip in the right for the Australian. And now this is the replay of Tristan Robert in the left, a barrel that he managed, he could grab the board and get out of that foam ball. Now looks like yellow is piling. David Perez, a left specialist, but he couldn't get that one. But he's still leading the heat. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And now Tristan got 2 points, just the amount of points that he needs to be second. Now he's sitting close to David Perez. Now he needs 7.26 to be second, while Marley is needing 3.26 points to be second. So there is 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Here's Marley piling for that ride. Let's see if he can get those points. And now he's going to the section. Nice backflip that he cannot complete. Oh.
So right now, Marley Dunn has the potential to be a spoiler, but Tristan Roberts is trying to extend that lead. Goes for the air forward and out the back. So both Marley and Tristan struggling on their last 2 waves. Meanwhile, David Perez Miranda does a spin under the hook, but just gets stalled out facing backwards. and engulfed by that wave. And look at this one behind it. It's going to land right on his head. Look at that. Oh, not too bad. It pinched off pretty quick. Oh, it pretty much over A-framed. But another one sweeping him into that left channel. So David Perez Miranda still crushing this heat. Tristan Roberts and Marley Dunn both with unsuccessful attempts at hitting the lip. And right now, we're down to the 6-minute 20-second mark. Marley Dunn has a chance to be a giant killer right here. Tristan Roberts, our current world champ and world title contender, is on the ropes a little bit. He is holding down second slot, but Dunn certainly within reach, needing a 3.26 to push Tristan Roberts out of this event and out of his world title hopes.
Sí, aquí tenemos la repetición de David Pérez que intentaba ahí ese trompo tubo que no conseguía completar y ahí se caía en esa ola, pero bueno, está escapando, sigue primero de la manga y ahí está David Pérez liderando por delante del actual líder mundial Tristan Robert y el australiano Marley Dunn. Cuando quedan 5 minutos y medio, estamos ya en el último tramo de la manga. Recordamos que las mangas son de 20 minutos, estamos en los últimos 5. Parece que Tristan Robert está con primera prioridad ahí solo en el pico y parece que Tristan va a ir en esta derecha, una derecha bastante buena ahí con dirección norte. Vamos a ver, consigue salir ahí seguramente. Ahí lo tenemos, Tristan Robert con esa bonita derecha que estaba buscando nada más y nada menos que 7.26 para avanzar hasta la primera posición. No sabemos si será suficiente, pero al menos va a mejorar esa segunda nota, esos 2 puntos que tiene, y lo va a alejar un poquito más de su perseguidor Marley Dunn. He will increase his backup score for sure, but we don't know yet how much. And now here we have Tristan Roberts, 7.75.
Well, T-Rob doing what world champions do. They're on the ropes, they fight back, and T-Rob gets that 7.75, pushing him all the way into first position now. And, you know, earlier I mentioned if he had lost, he'd be out. I was wrong on that because a lot depends on the scenarios, like how Tanner does, how Allen does. So even if Tristan had been knocked out, still had a shot at it. But in this case, as you can see from this insane right cannon, Tristan Roberts back in control of this heat. He gets blasted out of that one, and that has to feel really good. A little bit of pressure on him towards the end of this heat with 4 minutes to go, and now that pressure is relieved as Marley Dunn now is in trouble, needs an 8.51 to keep his hopes alive here at the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
Así es, aquí tenemos a David Pérez en segunda posición, necesita 5.50 para la primera posición, y mientras Marley Dunn se encuentra en tercera posición, que necesita 8.51, necesita casi la mejor ola de la manga. La mejor ola es de 9 puntos, así que necesita la segunda mejor para colocarse en esa segunda posición y continuar en este gran campeonato que está haciendo el australiano Marley Dunn, que ha venido desde las primeras rondas de triales y ha llegado aquí hasta la ronda número 8, que es el competidor que vemos ahí en pantalla remando, buscando esa posición para ver si puede coger esa derecha. Parece que sí, ahí lo tenemos, Marley Dunn desde Australia, se consigue meter en el tubo, consigue salir, ahí lo tenemos con un bonito reverse, bastante de rápido, y ahí ya con un pequeño trompo da por finalizada su ola, Marley, que necesita 8.51.
So Marley Dunn on a wave that didn't quite have that real tight wedging bowl to it, so it wasn't a super hollow wave. He manages to pull up in there, and as it collapses, he pops out the top corner, but Marley Dunn chasing an 8.51, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. That may replace his lower 3.25 score, but he's still going to be in a deficit, and at this stage, Tristan Roberts and David Perez Miranda crushing this heat. Let's check this one more time for Marley Dunn. Takes off, wave looks nice, but it doesn't really hollow out that much. A little hollow section there, but you can see it tapering into a closeout barrel. He pops out that top corner before it does, clamshells on him, and he throws that cut back into the reverse, but not the most critical wave, a 3.5. And look at this one, drainer for David Perez Miranda, and throws that end section move once again. He's done that 3 times now in this heat.
Y aquí tenemos a Tristan Robert en esa izquierda dando la respuesta a David Pérez, que parece que se ha caído justo antes de salir. Tristan Robert ha perdido ahí el control de su buggy y no ha podido completar ese tubo. Una pena para Tristan Robert, que aunque bueno, ahora mismo se coloca en primera posición y está ahí esperando a ver qué hacen sus perseguidores. Parece que Tristan ahí está un poquito en problemas. Queda 1 minuto y 28 segundos. Parece que David Pérez le ha dado la vuelta a la situación. Ha conseguido en su última nota 6.10. Se coloca en primera posición y ahora mismo Marley Dam necesita 9 puntos para dejar fuera a uno de los candidatos al título mundial, Tristan Robert. We are watching the replay of David Pérez in that left. The nice barrel. And now doing that nice roll the competitor from Tenerife.
So right across the channel there is where David Perez Miranda is from. He's taking the boat over here to Gran Canaria and just dominating this heat for the most part. David Perez Miranda in the first position. Tristan Roberts in second. Just 40 seconds to go, and Marley Dunn now needs a 9.0 to have hopes continue for the Fronton King for him. And it is looking less and less likely like he's going to get a crack at a wave that will give him a 9.0 score. Meanwhile, Tristan Roberts was in a perilous position there. He hopefully got out of it nicely. And David Perez Miranda, just all of his waves look the same, and he's just killing it on this left-hander. He's really working that thing over with another invert. And I'm not sure. We'll see if that one replaces one of his best scores, a 9.0 and a 6.1. I'm kind of doubting it, but doesn't matter at this point. He wins the heat. Tristan Roberts in second. Marley Dunn is done, unfortunately. We'll go to commercial. We'll be right back.
Aquí estamos otra vez con Begoña Martínez en el estudio. Vamos a comentar la siguiente manga de esta ronda de hombres. Unas rondas que están siendo interesantísimas.
Claro que sí, vamos a irnos al agua lo más rápido posible porque no nos queremos perder absolutamente nada de la acción. The next heat is another stacked one. It's always like that. It's Tanner McDaniel, Aitor in red, I'm sorry, Louis Finnegan in yellow, and Aitor Ojeda, local, in black. Another very interesting heat. So Tanner McDaniel, another world title contender. He actually was the only one that got his spot in this round, straight from round number 6. He ended up first there and jumped directly to this round. And I'm seeing him very sharp in this event. Let's see how this one goes for him. And he's actually with his girlfriend for the first time in this event.
Así es. Así que aquí está la novia de Tanner McDaniel, deseando que pueda estar a su lado cuando levante el título mundial, si es que sucede para él. Ha venido desde California hasta aquí para acompañarlo y aquí la vemos que está en la zona de competición animando a su novio, a su pareja, para que consiga llegar a lo más alto de este campeonato, al igual que la novia de Tristan también está por ahí. Y ese que vemos en pantalla es el ganador de la manga anterior, David Pérez, que está haciendo un campeonato increíble, este competidor tan joven de la isla de Tenerife.
que ha hecho un papel increíble durante todas las mangas en las que ha competido en las dos categorías, tanto en Open como en Junior. Aquí
That's
tenemos
right.
que, por ejemplo, David Pérez en la última manga pues tuvo una puntuación total de 15 puntos con notas como 9 y 6 y 10. Así que aquí vemos que se ha colocado delante del actual líder del mundial y el más serio competidor para levantar el título mundial de este año, como es Tristan Robert.
That's right. Great performance there, as Ale was saying. I think I'm going to be holding on here for the English since we have two competitors that speaks English and a lot of audience supporting them. And of course, Aitor from here, from Fuerteventura. He's been doing a great job in this event. And as he was saying, David Perez Miranda, very young in age. He's under 18 and he's in the quarterfinals in the junior division. And he is in the round number 9 in the men division. Great performance. He's been so sharp. And of course, Marley Dunn. Marley, I have to say congratulations. He's not much of a competitor. This is what he has been saying. And I have to say, if you're not a competitor and you surf like this, you gotta double think if you want to give it a shot, because he's very good. He's really I have to say I was really impressed. He's really good.
Yeah, competing in this kind of waves helps a lot to the people who has a good surfing, because sometimes in the beach breaks it's more for extreme competitors, and in waves like this you can show all your skills in free surf. Like we heard Louis Finnegan saying in one interview that he prepared the hits like if it were a free surfing.
He said that, yeah, yesterday, last night. That was the last hit, I think, one of the last hits. He said that. He said like he doesn't really think about what's next or strategy or any of that. He just goes and surf like if he was by himself. And this is David Perez Miranda, the guy that you probably already know. He has been surfing so good and making all his hits in also the junior division. Yeah, let's see how this one unfolds. It looks like it hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
I don't see the clock moving.
Yeah, I think that the jet ski is being refilled.
All right.
So the jet ski have to go to the town, to Caleta, to get some petrol and then come back to the competition area. And while the jet ski is out of the competition area, we cannot run the event. We need those safety measures.
Yeah.
So we need to wait for the jet ski, which is just there in that town that you are watching there on the screen, Caleta de Arriba, here in the municipality of Galdar, Anguilla. That town is half of the town belongs to Galdar, and the other half belongs to Santa Maria de Guia, which is the next municipality.
All right. I didn't know that one. That's a beautiful shot of the whole competition area with the Red Bull huge tent. And that the biggest area in the middle, it's our area, and we do have the interview ready with David and Jay Rio. Jay, please take it away.
Thanks, guys. Estoy con David Perez Miranda. I'm with David Perez Miranda. Y muchas mangas hoy, ¿sí?
Sí, la verdad que sí, compitiendo en Open y Junior. La verdad es que he competido muchas veces a lo largo de todo el evento y hoy ha sido otro día, pero súper feliz, olas increíbles y así da gusto.
¿Te gustas estas izquierdas, sí?
Sí, la verdad que sí, yo soy mejor de izquierda y la verdad es que la estoy empezando a entender y una gozada increíble, la verdad.
9 puntas en una ola, ¿sí?
Sí, compitiendo contra Tristan Robert y Marley Dunn, sabía que necesitaba olas increíbles y fui con todo y arriesgué y salió bien.
All right. Buena suerte y felicidades.
Gracias.
Back to you guys. Lo siento.
Against Marley Dunn and Tristan Robert, two guys with a high performance. So he was needing to do all his best to make this hit, and he got the 9 points right in that 8 forward in the left, David Perez. And I think that he is the youngest guy still competing in this division.
That's right, yeah. He's the only junior alive, we will say, in the men division. Well, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, we have to remind that the next hit will be man-to-man. The next round, I mean, will be man-to-man. So he's reaching the last stage of this competition of the Frontón King. So he will be in the final day of this Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022, brought by Cabildo Gran Canaria with the project La Isla de Mi Vida and also Ayuntamiento de Galdar, Cerveza Corona, NMD, Bodyboards, Hasio House, Link Store, Aeroflask, Oceano, Red Bull, and also the media partner, Meduxa, Bird, Riptide, and We Bodyboard.
That's right. Thank you very much, everyone. And of course, remember, this is the last event of the tour this year. And you know what we have? We have a recap of what it qualified for the Red Bull Banana Challenge, a competition within this competition that will grant $1,000 prize to whoever performed the highest and most radical maneuver. So let's just see that while we wait for this heat to start. That's the great recap, and that's our jet ski ready to rock and roll, and we are about to start. Thank you, Red Bull, for that. I have to say it's very inspirational, and I think it's an extra motivation for everyone, for us, for them, because that's bodyboarding, you know, high maneuvers, and this is what this wave allowed you, radical aerial maneuvers. So it's really good to push our sport to that. It's what really stands out. I mean, it makes us different from other water sports. So love the Red Bull Banana Challenge, and what you see, it was from the 4 previous days of competition. Remember, today will be shown the next day of competition. We do have some crazy aerials today. So the heat has started. This is going to be another great heat. And Tanner McDaniel, another world title contender, right there. We have it in red, Louis Finnegan in yellow, and Aitor Ojeda from Fuerteventura, from here, from Gran Canaria. I mean, from Canarias, I'm sorry.
In black. Yes. Do you know what I like most from the video of the Banana Challenge?
What?
The variety of move.
That's
and
right.
Also the variety of divisions. We saw some kids, some juniors in that fight for the Red Bull Banana Challenge. So it means that the junior is still fighting for that one.
Yeah, I actually mentioned that in 2020 we had women, and Alexandra also qualified with an invert and a reverse spin that he did, reverse air. And this is the first wave of the heat, and of course it's T-Mac. High one. This is so good that we have this view.
Yeah.
Because that's the side wave that we have been talking about throughout the event, and we got to see it now.
Yeah, we saw the foam going to the shore and Tanner landing like
just at
In
the
the
side
flats,
of the into the flat. So it's not going to be a huge score. He needs to be in front of the foam to get a big one, but the heat just started, so it's plenty of time for him to have a good wave, to have a good ramp, and to a big move like we are used to. And now we are having Louis Finnegan in the right, the guy from Perth, West Australia. Louis Finnegan in yellow with a nice
Very
backflip, completing it so good, and now doing a rollo. That's all for Louis Finnegan.
Very good backflip there, well projected. I think maybe those are going to qualify for the Red Bull Banana Challenge. And yeah, well, Tanner McDaniel gets a 4 for his first one. And I ran into him outside during my break, and he said, like, I think the waves are so good. And I'm like, well, that's great to know, because I was chatting with Amaury before the interview, and he said, it looks perfect, but it's not so easy to pick. And he said that he has seen many of the riders lost out there and not knowing which wave to pick.
Yeah, the thing that we are having two swells, one from the north, another one from the west. So it's harder to sit out there because you have to choose if going to the west ones or going to the north ones, like Tori is doing in that one with that invert in the right.
Oh no!
He landed, but I think that the judges will say that he had not much control on that one landing. So let's see what the score for Aitor. Aitor now needing 4 points in the beginning of this hit.
There is a clear difference between the backflip from Tanner and the backflip for Louis Finnegan. As you can see, 625 is what Louis gets. It's definitely more projected and landing in the front of the wave. That gave Louis that score. So great job. And
yeah, and Louis also did a rollo at the end. So
yeah, very active. Yeah,
extra points.
Cherry on the top.
Yeah. So now there's 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Tanner McDaniel sitting by himself in the peak with first priority, looking for 2.26, almost 3 points to get into the first position. That golden place, that safer place that all the guys want to not be beaten. So now Louis Finnegan is in this place with one single wave for 6.25 points.
Yeah, great job there for these riders. Still a little bit slow this heat, but I think it's right now starting to pick up. And here comes Aitor. Not really. We were waiting for the swell to hit before. Right now in Gran Canaria it's 2:30, and the size is pretty decent still. We haven't seen too much of a huge waves. And if you are here in Gran Canaria, I'm going to say this mainly in Spanish. Si estás en Gran Canaria, tienes que pasar hoy. Tenemos a Ceres. En el programa teníamos otra programación, pero cambió. Y también está DJ Backbelda. Eso va a empezar a Ceres desde, si no me equivoco, a las 7:30 de la tarde. Y bueno, el ambiente aquí es espectacular. Si de verdad no necesitas servo y border, porque es de verdad es un auditorio natural. Estar viendo la ola abajo, poder tomar algo, comer algo y escuchar buena música, lo recomendamos.
Y aquí tenemos a Aitor Ojeda desde Fuerteventura con la segunda prioridad, que consiga escapar ahí un poquito abajo del labio ese pequeño tubo, pero completaba con un bonito rolo, que será su mejor en la manga, pero no sabemos si será superior a 4 puntos para poder colocarse al menos en la segunda posición. Ahí vemos que los otros dos riders también están esperando el apunte del speaker de playa para saber qué nota ha obtenido Aitor y así poder seguir trazando la estrategia que le dé la victoria o al menos el segundo puesto de esta manga. Tenemos ahí a Tanner McDaniel en rojo y Louis Finnegan en color amarillo. Ya tenemos que Aitor Ojeda con esa última ola de 5 puntos se coloca en primera posición, dejando al candidato al título mundial Tanner McDaniel en tercera posición, que es el que vemos ahí en pantalla en esa derecha. Ahí se mete en el tubo, vamos a ver si consigue salir, parece que va a salir y ahí lo tenemos, Tanner McDaniel.
That's right, Tanner, that got third for
just a few seconds. Aitor Ojeda was holding the first position. And Tanner looking for 226. I think that's going to be more than that. And this is a bomb for Louis Finnegan. Goes around the section. And not much there. Also, Louis looking for 0.25. But the things are going to change after that last wave of Tanner McDaniel. And he did got some barrel time. And that's, I don't dare to say any numbers. But I'm pretty sure it will be more than the 226. I'm sorry, right now, yes, he gets a 450, and now he's back in the lead, but he has to be very careful. The rest of the riders need a very tiny score, and it will be a huge upset if he doesn't advance in this heat. Tristan has already advanced. We are waiting for the heat of Alan Munoz to see how that goes for him. But yeah, Tanner McDaniel needs to keep going. And I tell you what he needs to make it to the final. And he will be world champ only if Tristan is not in the final. So if he finds his way till the final with Alan Munoz, for example, he will be a world champ from the semifinals. I mean, just to make it. For example, if semifinals is Tanner with someone and Alan with someone and both advance, Tanner will be world champ immediately when he advances to the final.
And here we have Louis Finnegan from Australia, from Perth, in that nice ride, going through the sections and making that barrel. Louis in second position, needing a 2.25 to be first with almost 12 minutes remaining. And yeah, Alan is going to compete in the heat after the next one. So in the next one, we will have Jeff Howard, Lionel Medina, and Dailo Rodriguez. And in the next heat, we'll have Alan Munoz. While we are watching the replay of Louis Finnegan and Bego.
Yeah, this is going to be the score. I'm pretty sure he looks very, very comfortable. Very good riding there. He actually not on one single drop out of place when he was entering the barrel. And I think he's going to have a beautiful picture for sure. And at the end of the barrel wasn't that fluent, but it wasn't his fault. It was the wave you know.
Yeah, it was a really nice one for Louis Finnegan. Yeah, he just got 4.8, so moving him into the first position. And now there are 10 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Now we just got one message from Jared Houston, sending some support. He's watching in Puerto Rico with his wife Natasha and Poe, the daughter. He's so jealous. He wants to be here. Jared Houston competing in these conditions, getting wave like Aitor is getting in that one. A nice barrel in the right. So say hello to Jared Houston, Natasha Zagardia, and the little Poe.
Oh, it will be so great to see them all back in tour. Also Natasha, one of the best competitors I've seen. Also a great event organizer. Nati, throwback that Encanto Pro. Yeah. That was such a good event back in 2011. I will never forget that. It was so inspiring, and she did such a great job. And of course, Jared, he's so good at this place. So we hope to count on you for next year. We're missing you.
Yeah, Jared won his first world title in that event in Encanto Pro in 2015. So
right.
In the event
organized
by
her wife. Amazing.
Yeah, he was. We have Louis Finnegan in that ride. A nice barrel, a quick one. He wants to be busy and don't let any other guys to pass him. So Louis wants to sit in that front position in this heat. He's Aitor asking for some information. I think about the scores, because we've got a huge screen here facing the beach with all the information about priorities and time.
And I think Natasha also, she's got an ISA World Champ title.
That's true.
Yeah, amazing. What a beautiful family of riders. Bodyboarding got them together right here in Canarias, I think.
Yeah, in 2010.
Back in the day, he has like the white hair.
Yeah, it was.
Remember? You were there.
Yeah, it's the year that I met him. Yeah, I remember I was like in Sevilla, and my friend Seamus Mackin called me, "Oh, Barbo,
Do you have one more spare bed? My friend Jared Houston needs any place to stay, and he has nothing. So he stayed in my house. I met him that time, and since that, he has been one of my best friends. And we want to say hello to Jared. And I also was in Puerto Rico when he won his world title.
Oh, nice.
It was a pretty emotional title.
And they have this really cool business too. Well, right now the situation in the water, it's Louis Finnegan in first. He got a 6.20, I'm sorry, a 4.40 well, 4.80. I'm sorry, guys. If you want to follow the scoring system as well as we do, you're completely entitled to. It's all together at the IBC World Tour official website. It's ibcworldtour.com. There is a little square on the top right on the top left area of the home page. You click there and it takes you to the live feed alongside with the live scoring system, and you just gotta scroll down and it's all there. And this is a way for our world title contender Tanner McDaniel. Oh well,
landed that one on the side of the wave, so not getting too many points for this one. Still a lot of time for him to get the score, and then we saw Aitor Ojeda flying away on this one, but it was a incomplete maneuver for the Fortentura guy, Aitor Ojeda. We are watching the replay here with a nice air forward, landing in the back of the wave, so it's not going to be a big score for Aitor Ojeda.
That's right, 6 minutes and 50, and the clock, we will continue. Remember, we are finishing round number 8. It has 8 heats where only 2 riders will advance. There is a lot at stake here, not only being a world champ or being the Frontón King this year, but also important points and the glory of entering the top 16 and having a place in the seeding for next year. Very comfortable for all the riders. And at this point, we would like to thank all of our sponsors. Remember, this event is brought to you or presented by Gran Canaria European Sports Island, and of course El Cabildo de Gran Canaria and its project La Isla de Mi Vida. I love how that sounds. In English will be the island of my life. And also we have the Ayuntamiento de Galdar, Corona Beer. We have NMD Borco. Thank you for supporting this event as usual. Hasio Guest House. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Hasio? Let me just finish with the list. We have Link. We have Hydro Flask. Oceano. It's a clothing brand from here. And our media partners. One, of course, Red Bull. And our media partners are Medusa, Mag, Vert Mag, Riptide, and We Bodyboard. We Bodyboard. Jason, he's been there every single day, all day long.
Yeah, he's doing a great work all the time, updating information on the social media and picking up information all around the world to show a great content. So thank you so much for all those partners. And now we are focused on the last 5 minutes of this hit. A hit with one of the world title contenders, like is Tanner McDaniel. Yeah. Now we are reading some comments. Mauricio Nicolás, qué buenos aéreos en la transmisión. Muchísimas gracias, Mauricio. Aquí hacemos todo lo que podemos para que ustedes disfruten ahí en casa y puedan disfrutar también, como lo hace toda la gente que se ha acercado aquí a la playa. Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos a Brandon Adendrov. Yes, that is super true as well.
I think that's the answer for another comment that We Bodyboard through. That is said, here's the thing, Tanner could wait all heat with mid-range scores, then bang out 2 excellent scores in a few minutes. You are completely right on that one, because I saw him doing that in Arica. And we have Team Vamos Aitor. Gracias, Team.
And we have the yellow paddling, Louis Finnegan in that ride. Maybe a backflip. Here we have Louis Finnegan, a nice and well-executed backflip in the ride. For the lead of this hit, Louis Finnegan from Perth, Australia.
That's right, Louis coming back in this event. Actually, no, his first appearance was in Sintra. It was really good to see him after so many years. Yeah, he had this very bad injury. We have been saying that.
And Louis, it's one of the greatest competitors of this latest generation of Australians. So it's always good to have him around. And check that out. He right now gets a better score and solidifies his first position right now with that last 7-point ride. He is leaving Tanner McDaniel needing an 8.75. Let's see Aitor.
Yeah, Aitor in a nice looking left, looking for the section. But yeah, he can do a roll, landed on the front of the wave. And now it's Tanner McDaniel looking for his chance. Now looking for the section, doing a nice RS that he cannot complete. We can feel that the tire is getting shallow in that part of the left. So it was hard to complete this move for Tanner McDaniel, which is in second position. And we're still waiting for Aitor score, so maybe it can change the situation. Let's wait for the scores, let's wait for the judges while we're watching Aitor Ojeda. Aquí tenemos la repetición de Aitor Ojeda en esa izquierda, esa bonita izquierda con muy bonita forma, y ahí consigue hacer ese rolo increíble, cayendo en la parte delantera de la ola. Y aquí tenemos la repetición de Tanner McDaniel, que no consigue completar esa maniobra, y aquí está a punto de entrarnos las últimas notas. En breve se las daremos, que parece que los 2 últimos minutos de esta manga van a estar muy emocionantes, porque uno de los posibles candidatos al título se puede quedar fuera, ya que Aitor Ojeda ha conseguido un 5.75, moviéndose en la segunda posición, y era Tanner estando tercero. Necesita 6.25, necesita su mejor ola de esta manga, la tiene que hacer en estos últimos 1.50 que queda. Y vamos a ver qué ocurre. Tanner, que había pasado directamente de la ronda número 5 a la ronda número 7, saltándose esa ronda de repesca, y ahora está aquí, pues, con un pie fuera de la competición, mientras vemos a Louis Finnegan, actual líder de la manga, con primera prioridad, usando esa derecha con ese bonito backflip que consigue completar. Now we are tuning in English now, Bego.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I wanted to say, guys, this is really unfortunate, I mean, surprising. Right now, Tanner McDaniel, 1 minute and 20 seconds, and after that huge maneuver of Louis, I don't know what's going to happen. Probably he will get a higher score, and he will make higher distance, I mean, just create a higher distance between Tanner McDaniel. Tanner McDaniel right now in third, last minute, and he's holding the first priority. Could he be able to do that miracle? He did it once in Arica, looking for a 6.25 to advance, and this one is going to be taken by Aitor Ojeda. Maybe that was a mistake. Aitor, it's just going for that barrel. Okay, last 40 seconds. This is the last chance for Tanner McDaniel. Dives in. Oh well.
Oh no, he cannot complete that wave. Aitor got a nice barrel. Aitor wants to improve that 5 points. Let's see what happens with Tanner McDaniel. He needs 6.25. And we're still waiting for the scores. Tanner McDaniel can be out of this competition.
And out of the title race.
Oh my god, so it's one more chance for Alan Munoz. Now we'll be fighting only with Tristan Roberts for that world title.
Oh,
so
last 3 seconds, Ale. Last 3 seconds.
Last of red, last of yellow, 9.5. Still waiting for Aitor Ojeda, but we can officially call that Tanner McDaniel is out of this event.
Wow,
so we are going to the commercial break. Pretty soon we'll be back.
¿Y la playa? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Welcome back, everybody. 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón Kid. Wow, Jay, what just happened, very unfortunate. The biggest upset in the world title race. Tanner McDaniel, who had a lot of chances to become, for the first time, world champ. Right now, as you can see on your screen, unfortunately, after a very good year of competition, he is knocked out of this event, and that chance for this year, it's out of his hands. I have to say congratulations to him either way. We all know he's one of the best in the world, definitely. And, well, these kind of things happen, and it's all right. He will get back in his feet for the next year.
Well, it's a big heartbreak for Tanner. He's come so close to winning the world title. To have it slip through his fingers right here in that heat it's crushing. You can see it on his face. He's very frustrated and disappointed. He just did not get the kind of wave that he needed, and that leaves the door wide open for Alan Munoz and Tristan Roberts to take the world title this year. Meanwhile, Tanner's going to regroup. He's a young guy. He's 23, 24 years old. Things are, just getting started for him. He's got many. I mean, look at Jeff Hubbard, just turned 47. And he's still competing at this level. That gives Tanner another 25 years.
Well, we have the first wave of this heat. I'm going to present you. That will be Lionel Medina. Very strong competitor from here. Former and youngest Frontón King in 2020. So we have Jeff Hubbard with a great event so far in red. Lionel Medina in yellow. And Dylos Rodriguez, another super strong local, in black. So this is going to be interesting. And yeah, I'm just going to say that real quick, Jay, if you allow me, in Spanish. Bueno, gente, acaba de pasar algo increíble, pero bueno, cosas de la competencia normales. Vamos a ver esta ola, no. En este momento acaba de ser eliminado Tanner McDaniel en el último hit. Y esto le da una oportunidad más a Alan Muñoz. Por supuesto, Alan tiene que ganar este evento. Creo que Tristan, ya les voy a confirmar eso, pero Tristan no puede llegar con él a la final. Si Tristan está en la final, creo que los puntos le dan completamente. Yo estaba sacando esto ayer, ya se los voy a mostrar. Pero vamos a ver qué pasa, vamos a ir tomándolo hit por hit. La verdad, una sorpresa, pero bueno, cosas que pasan, ¿no? Tanner ya descalificado entonces del Frontón King 2022 y de la posibilidad de ser campeón mundial.
So Lionel Medina currently the only one with a wave in this heat. A slow start to this heat, 3.5 minutes in. Lionel Medina's first wave was a 5.0, so setting a good mark here to get started for him. And Jeff Hubbard and Dylos Rodriguez still awaiting a shot here. And yeah, crushing defeat there for Tanner. And he'll be spectating for the rest of the event. He does have his friend and his girlfriend here, so I'm sure they're going to try to enjoy the rest of their stay and maybe get a few waves and not have that pressure that I'm sure he's been under since he arrived. You know, there's a lot of pressure when you're in the running for a world title at an event like this where the whole world's watching and all your sponsors, your family, and you want to do well for them, but also for yourself. And Tanner will have to wait until 2023. The good news is he's going to be a high seed, obviously in the top 8 for 2023, and he'll start off the next year in a good position.
Well, that's right. And let's see this one here for Dylos. First one for one of the biggest names right here. Of course, he gets in perfectly and out perfectly of that barrel and throws some spray there for the cameraman. And yes, it is confirmed that Alan cannot go into the final with Tristan. If he goes into the final with Tristan, he has no chance. So yes, he cannot go into the final. This the whole article is very interesting. It's in the in the IBC World Tour official website. It's ibcworldtour.com, and let's see this replay.
All right, we see him clawing into this wave. Dylos Rodriguez, look at him. Steep and deep, folks, steep and deep. And he's pulling in. He's literally already under the hook right there. Engages that rail. You notice his body weight way on the inside rail here because that's a very steep and sucky wave. Comes out here with the spit, but this is the part I really love. I hope we can see this. Watch this old school cutback. His weight is way back on the tail, and he just pulls up that nose and throws a huge fan of spray. You lose a lot of speed when you do a cutback off the tail like that, but you can afford to do that on this wave because the wave really ends abruptly. And Dylos Rodriguez picks a 7.0 up from the judges. That's an amazing score, and he's in the lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, Dylos, he is one of the guys that has been surfing here for longer and remains as one of the Canarians with more spots in the podium so far. So it's no surprise for most of us that he gets that 7. That was perfectly chosen. And that's what Amori was saying, that the importance of choosing right here. And we have the interview ready with Louis Finnegan, the winner of the last heat, and Barbo. Please, Barbo, take it away.
We are here with Louis Finnegan, the winner of the last heat. Louis, you were out there with one of your friends, like is Tanner McDaniel. Now he is out of the title race. What do you feel out there?
Yeah, I was trying my best not to pick sides. You know, I'm really good friends with Tristan. I'm really good friends with Tanner. So I just told myself that I would just go out there and do my thing, and whatever happens, happens. So yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Tanner, but at the same time, you know, stoked for Tristan. So someone's got to win.
Yeah, you also did one of the best wave of the day, that last big backflip. So how do you feel competing in these conditions?
We're getting smoked out here, bro. But yeah, feeling good. I mean, that was a fun wave. Landed the backflip, which was good, and now I'm struggling to breathe in this smoke.
Yeah, I think we have to dance inside of this smoke. Oh my God. This feels like a spit in the barrel. Yeah. So, guys, I'm sorry. We have to go back with Diego and Jay. So, Diego, Bego, we send the image to you.
Well, that's a funny interview there. I don't know what happened. I hope it's everything okay downstairs. I don't want to see any fires. But yeah, well, Louis, you know, there's so much you can do. It's a competition. You can't stop yourself from surfing. You know, I mean. But yeah.
Well, you spend the money, you take the time to travel this far, you're going to give it your best shot. You know, they say one thing, there's no friends in the water in the wave riding sports.
It's only callers, they say.
That's right.
Not names.
Yeah, and if you're taking it seriously, you're at this level, this world level, you know, these guys are at the top, the pointy end of the sport. You just pretend you don't know anyone out there and you just go big. And that's what Louis Finnegan did in that heat. Boy, that smoke, I thought one of them was going to disappear. I thought we had a magician down there or something.
Oh, well. A magician we have in the water, which is Jeff Hover. He hasn't taken any wave. We were celebrating his 40, I mean, yeah, well, 0.5, but that's like, I mean, not really a wave for what he does.
Don't really count that.
And we were celebrating his birthday. It was yesterday, and organization got him a cake, and we could sing and had a piece of that little cake. Very nice.
By the way, Bego, Jeff's favorite food is chocolate chip cookies, and there were chocolate chips on that cake. I confirmed it.
Oh.
Excellent. So here we go. Lionel Medina on a bending right, and this thing just bending a little too much. That thing shuts down. That's going to end up being a throwaway, I suspect, by the end of the heat. Although we are at the 10-minute mark as Jeff Hubbard takes off, catapulting off the lip into a roll. Pretty simple, basic wave. He's continuing that side wave to get out of the way of the next wave behind it. So this heat, other than that really epic right barrel from Dylos Rodriguez, off to a pretty slow start, past the halfway mark. Only like 4 or 5 waves ridden so far.
Well, it was interesting to watch him going for a classic maneuver. Did you see that? Little, you know, hand, he kind of like he thought about twisting his board, maybe. I saw a little bit of a movement there, but yeah, no, he went for the classic, and that's okay. You need classic scores.
So we just got a notice from Ale Barbosa that Tristan Roberts is injured and is at the ambulance right now. We don't know what's going on. No idea, no details. We'll get those to you as we get them. This is really big news here, and taking off in this wave on the outside. Check this trench adventure for, wow, for Dylos Rodriguez, craving the cave right there. And Dylos Rodriguez is followed up by Lionel Medina, who does much of the same and gets a shack attack of the highest order here with a roll to exit. And boy, what an exchange from these two Canarian riders.
Canarians excelling in this heat. We know this is one of the best places for the practice of our sport, and also with the biggest amount of riders. And I have to give that news in Spanish, guys. Sorry, one sec. Gente, acabamos de recibir una noticia de que Tristan Roberts está en la ambulancia, que tiene una lesión. ¡Wow! Yo, Dios mío, espero que esté súper bien. Claramente nadie quiere que ningún rider se lesione, pero qué locura, ¿no? De repente pasando esto, Tanner McDaniel perdiendo, Tristan Roberts lesionado. ¿Qué será en serio una noticia o una señal para Alan Muñoz? ¡Wow! Esto se está poniendo muy, muy interesante. Solamente espero que Tristan se recupere y esté mejor rápidamente, por supuesto. Primero la salud de él ante cualquier cosa, pero es algo llamativo, ¿no? I'm saying it calls my attention. Tristan Roberts is injured, and I just wish him the best, of course, and I just want him to be to have a full recovery before the next day of competition, and we might not run tomorrow, so he might have the chance to recover. But I would like to know what happened to him, and is this a sign for Alan Muñoz? I mean, Tanner losing, Tristan injured. What is this?
I'll tell you what, something's paving the way for Alan Muñoz. We definitely want to see Tristan okay and able to compete in the next round. There's no question about that. We don't want to have anyone get hurt. I do remember him getting caught inside after a wave that he didn't make it out of. He did get second place in his heat and advance on to the next round. So as Bego said, at this point, we're not sure if the event's going to resume tomorrow or not. Obviously, in his favor would be a delay day. He'd get an extra day.
I think it was that last wave that he could, but look at this one. Let's just focus on what is going on in this heat, because Dylos Rodriguez, he is in complete control of this heat. Look at him, so cool and calm. And Lionel, what a perfect reading of these two riders. One of the best here, and he completed that with a roll. Pretty good 2 waves, a pretty great wave exchange. Let's see, the scores are dropping right now, and you guys are going to get to see it in your screen. And here comes Jeff.
All right, Jeff Hubbard pulling in way deep, coming out of the barrel. Nice. Let's see if he can hit a maneuver. Nice invert on the end of the wave. And Hub throwing up a rare claim as well. And I'll tell you what, at this point, another wave here for Dylos Rodriguez. Throws an invert of his own out on the shoulder. So it's just wave after wave here with 5:45 left in the heat. And Jeff Hubbard needing a 7.26 to move into that second spot. I'll tell you what, we got some giant killers out here today in these local riders, taking down some big names. And Jeff Hubbard is not in a safe zone right here. He pulls in behind the curtain. Excellent clean exit. He sees that lip, hits it. It gets completely in the air, feet and everything. Lands back on the shoulder. Hello, folks. I'm not out of it.
Waiting for that score, though. And this one here. I mean, this is a 7.75 for Dylos. And Lionel got an 8.25 after his last one. And, Jeff, the one that you were commentating, looking for a 7.26 to advance. This is a very explosive heat. Very good.
A lot of high scores here. We've got 14.75 heat total so far for Dylos Rodriguez. Score dropping for Hub, 7.9. 7.9, the second highest score of the heat. And here's the situation now. Hub now in second. Dylos Rodriguez leading the heat. Lionel Medina now needs a 5.65 and holds first priority. We're down to the 4-minute 20 seconds mark in this heat. Lionel Medina totally within reach of bumping Jeff Hubbard back down to third place and ending his campaign. Jeff confided with me the other day he's really out here to get points and end up, in the top 8 for, next year's seeding. So he's definitely giving it a shot out here.
Ok, we have Brisa School ahí. Felicidades por el increíble streaming que estamos viendo. Probablemente el mejor de toda la temporada. Suerte a todos los riders. Gracias, Brisa. Gracias por ese comentario. La verdad que hacemos un trabajo tratando de mejorar cada vez y siempre con la cabeza abierta. Desde Mar del Plata, Argentina, tomando unos mates, mirando el gran torneo de bodyboard. Gracias, El Cedrón. Matecito. Jay and Bego, there is familia that is really important for the development of Gran Canaria as bodyboard nation. And that is their car. Oh, that's God.
Marcelo got cut off there.
Marcelo Pedro. The comment does not fit. We will look for that. Sorry, guys. We try to read everything, but remember we have a lot of action here, so we don't want to miss anything. And look at this. Lionel Medina getting into the barrel, coming out with the roll, looking for a 6.85. I don't know if that's going to be it, but he has to be very careful. No, I'm sorry. Leo was looking for 5.75. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Because Jeff Hubbard, he changed the situation after the last wave, and now he's in the second position. Wow, what a heat.
Yeah, so now some real pressure on Lionel Medina. He used up priority to get that wave. Turned out to not be a great wave, and he's now in a situation where he needs a 5.65, and there's only 2 minutes 20 seconds left, and he has third priority. So if Jeff Hubbard and Dylos Rodriguez use their priority correctly, they will prevent Lionel Medina from getting another wave. The question is, will Dylos work with Lionel to try to take out Jeff? The locals working against Jeff Hubbard. We'll see.
Okay, I have some news. Tristan, it's hurt himself in his back. You saw that last wave, the left, that he couldn't come out. So he got injured in his back. So he's getting medical attention. We just hope for him to be well and recover. I repeat, for us, for everyone in the bodyboarding community, safety is first, and no one wants anyone to be bad, especially Tristan or anyone, they have a big dream. He's looking for his second title, and he's a defending world champ. So we wish fast recovery, and we hope this is not too serious. I'm going to say this in Spanish because everyone is asking after this wave for Lionel. Leo right here with the roll, simple wave. He's kind of, I don't think that was a claim. I think it was like, I wanted to do something else, and here comes Dylos.
Dylos Rodriguez out on the shoulder, kicks out. He's got to hustle back out to get that priority ahead of Lionel Medina. You see him paddling super hard. And I'll tell you right now, you can see Lionel Medina looks a little desperate. He's picking off smaller waves. He really needed to wait for a bigger set wave. Now 45 seconds to go. Lionel Medina is pretty much in jeopardy of getting knocked out. Hub, by default, is just going to scoop his way through this heat if it ends before another set comes. And he will probably try to use his priority and sit right next to Lionel Medina to prevent him from getting a wave. And I got to say, these aerial shots that we see with the drone, you see how shallow it is out there. We're like 2.5 hours. Oh, geez, 2.5 hours past the high tide, and look at that. I gotta say, Dylos Rodriguez barely scraped through this one, and he's not getting through this one. You can see how shallow it is there. It's so dangerous. He gets through, but his leash breaks. Oh. He loses his board, but it is the end of the heat. Lucky for him. And, man, just drama all throughout, both in the heat and beyond this heat. Throughout this heat, round 8, heat number 6. And, man, I feel like I'm sweating over here. It's so dramatic.
Okay, let's just see this last wave of Dylos. beautiful barrel there. Round cylinder. Oh, well, this is actually his first one. That was really beautiful to watch. And that's the best way. That was the best. And this also another great barrel. And I just want to say this in Spanish. Tristan tiene una lesión en su espalda. Se pegó en esa última izquierda que tomó en el hit. La verdad, bueno, esperamos que esté muy bien. Por supuesto, para nosotros lo más importante es la seguridad de los riders y que estén bien. Más allá de cualquier cosa, es lo más importante. No se muevan, vamos a ir a una corte comercial y continuamos con mucho más de la acción en el Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más amigos de repente. Más reírte de la vida. Más disfrutar del camino. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria. Mucho por vivir.
Ali Barbosa back with me in the studio, and a great heat, that last one. Dylos Rodriguez in control pretty much the entire heat. And look at this heat in the water right now. Huge backflip from Alan Munoz, our world title contender. And as he makes his way back out, you delivered us some big news. Did you see what was going on with Tristan while you were on your break?
Yeah, during the heat, I saw that Tristan got injured. We can feel that he had some pain. And yeah, in my break, I spoke with him and he told me that he hit his back. He's getting attended by the doctor in the ambulance. We don't know yet how bad is that injury, but I think he will be competing in the final day of this Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022.
Well, that's good to know. You know, that we mentioned how shallow it is. You hit your back on the bottom, it's basically like getting slammed on your back on the sidewalk. Meanwhile, out the back, Willian Lujan got this wave that we saw. He tried to do a big looping roll. That didn't work out for him.
And este es el replay de Alan Muñoz, ese 6.75 que le colocaba momentáneamente en la primera posición de esta manga, ya que la manga acaba de empezar. Todavía hay mucho por decir, pero ahí ya ven las primeras notas que han entrado en esta manga. Tenemos a William Lujan en tercera posición por ahora, necesitando 2,51, mientras que Christopher Bayona en segunda posición necesita 2,76 para hacerse con el primer puesto, que ahora mismo lo ocupa uno de los candidatos a levantar el título mundial de este año de la categoría Open, el chileno Alan Muñoz, que está ahí con color rojo, con ese 6.75.
So Alan Munoz, a mainstay on the World Tour for years, has his shot at a world title. Would be the first ever for a Chilean, should he be able to take that title. Right now, it's between he and Tristan Roberts, and of course the news that Tristan Roberts has a back injury definitely throws an interesting twist on this world title race. But you know, he is as fit as they get, as they come, and I'm sure he'll, if there is in fact a lay day tomorrow, I pretty much guarantee he's going to rest and recover, and he'll be 100% when the event resumes. If the event is in fact tomorrow, I'm sure he'll be fine. So we'll have to wait and see. But in any way you slice it, both of these two riders still in the mix. But let's go back to this heat. Alan Munoz in control right now with a 6.75.
Yeah, this heat is so important also for Tristan, because if Alan loses in this one, Tristan will be the 2022 world champ.
Oh, so wow.
This heat is critical for him.
That is super critical. So that's an interesting twist, Ale. You've done all the math on this, so it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, if Alan cannot hold down that first slot, it's going to be a world title and a silver platter for Tristan Roberts. But at this point, Alan looking very strong. A slow start to this heat. We're at the 15-minute, 30-second mark as far as the amount of time remaining in this heat. Only 3 waves ridden. And one of those ebbs that we have in the wave action. Ebb and flow all day long. Some heats are cranking, some are slow. This one's starting out on the slow end of the scale.
Yeah, and in this heat, we've got Alan Munoz, the world title contender, and it is Christopher Bayona in this ride, the guy from Chile, looking for a nice section to do that nice move, one of the contenders for the Banana Challenge, and he's super happy. Now it's Willy Lujan in that ride, looking for the barrel, coming out, so good for both riders. And now, as I was saying, it's Alan Munoz now in this one, super nice, good barrel in the ride. It's a good exchange of wave in this set.
What a fabulous 3-wave exchange right there. All 3 riders scoring really good waves and claiming it. So now the judges, they have to remember what all 3 riders did and compare and then post the scores. So it may be a couple of seconds, couple of moments before we see the scores pop up, but all 3 riders kind of in lockstep here, in rhythm, and there were 3 waves in that set and 3 riders.
Yeah, Alan Munoz in this heat is with Christopher Bayona from Chile, so they are from the same country, and also Willy Lujan. They are in the same team.
Oh,
so
boy.
Let's see if at the final second of the heat, being the teammate or being the another Chilean,
Yes.
maybe they can let him to get a good one and maybe qualified if Alan Munoz is not in the top 2 places at the end of this heat. So let's see what happens.
Where do the allegiances lie? Teammate or countryman?
Yeah.
Which will it be? So scores still popping through. We're still waiting for that 3-wave exchange. The judges are no doubt talking with the head judge and doing that comparative scoring of those 3 rides. And as we wait for that to show up, that's going to really determine the placing in this heat. Meanwhile, another wave being ridden by Black. Willian Lujan, little spitter right there, launches it on the exit with a good roll and punches through that shoulder section. And he's just getting mowed by Whitewater. Meanwhile, it looks like Alan Munoz on that left comes around that section and kind of comes unstuck there, gets his foot out and punches through the back. On the right-hander, look at this one. Christopher Bayona smothered in Whitewater at the exit of that barrel, and he'll kick out. So once again, that rhythm continues as 3 waves and 3 riders get ridden. And the judges, really, this is a tough heat to judge with all the competitors riding together on the sets, 3 and 3 like that. It makes it really challenging.
Yeah, Frontón is not a super long wave, so after one wave you can be in less than 1 minute again in the peak and get another one. So has been so many waves in a row. The judges are getting crazy for those waves in a row. Now we were watching Alan Munoz in that ride, going through a lip with that roll, still spinning in that one, looking to improve that 6.75 to get a better position being leading the heat. But now Willy Lujan got the 8 points, so now he's sitting in the first position of this heat, and now Alan Munoz is in second, needing 8 points to go into the first position.
Wow, what an exchange. So yeah, finally scores popping through. Willian Lujan with that 8-0 and a 7-0 to back it up. Sits firmly in the lead with a 15-point heat score. Alan Munoz needs an 8 to move into the lead. That is a big hill to climb, an 8.0. And Christopher Bayona can unseat Alan Munoz by getting a 7.25. So suddenly things are starting to get interesting here at 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Alan Munoz knocked down a peg here to second position, but it's not unfamiliar territory for him. He's been competing a long time. He's a veteran competitor. He knows how to maintain his composure. And certainly we've seen so many heats won in the last 2 minutes, even less than 1 minute of the heat. So things are far from over.
Yeah, Christopher Bayona now needs 7.25. It is a big score, but there is 10 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. This guy has got the skills to do that one, but we are watching now the replay of Alan Munoz with that nice backflip, completed by the second position in this hit. And now this is Christopher Bayona in yellow, completing that big move. And now they are reverse. And now this is Willie Lujan, 8 points, right? Going through the sections. And now we can see that he's smiling, he's having fun out there.
He is indeed a local rider here, Willie Lujan from Gran Canaria. And feeling right at home here, no doubt has a support crew here. The other two riders, the Chileans, trying to battle it out for second position right now. And it is anybody's contest. So patience will be the virtue. Right now, Christopher Bayona first priority in the yellow jersey. Alan Munoz back at third priority. So Willian Lujan holding second priority. And yeah, a little bit of an uphill battle for Bayona and Munoz to take over the first slot.
Here we have Alan Munoz in third priority, getting this right, looking for the section, and not much for him. Still needing to improve that 6.75 to be a bit more safe in this hit. There's a lot of time for Christopher Bayona holding the first priority to get that 7.25 and eliminate Alan Munoz.
So you saw Alan bail his board. He kind of hit the lip and was projecting over the back of the wave. So he figured just ditch his board and get back out. Check out this late drop for Christopher Bayona. Launches into a high-flying ARS, and Bayona wants to make sure he's still under the power of the wave, and he is indeed as he goes over to that channel on the side of the wave on the right-hander. And a solid effort for him. He needs to replace a 4.0, and I would estimate he probably did so with that wave, although he does need a 7.25 to move into second place. He picks up a 4.75 for that ride. Not a huge score. Take us through it.
Sí, aquí vemos el replay de Christopher Bayona en ese gran backflip, que ahí vemos como le costaba un poquito terminarlo, usaba las manos para remar un poco y colocarse delante de esa espuma. Eso los jueces lo han tenido en cuenta y esa ola ha sido puntuada con 4.75, lo que no es suficiente. Necesita 7.25 para colocarse en la segunda posición y dejar a Alan Munoz fuera de esta competición. Quedan todavía 7 minutos y 40 segundos. Recordamos que Alan Munoz es uno de los que está peleando por ese título mundial. Si se queda eliminado en esta manga, automáticamente Tristan Roberts será el campeón del mundo de este año, pero todavía quedan 7 minutos y medio. No vamos a adelantar acontecimientos. Vamos a ver qué pasa en esta manga y vamos a ver si Alan Munoz sigue en la lucha por ese título mundial. La primera vez que entra en esta pelea, pues puede ser la vez que se la lleva a casa. No se sabe todavía. Queda mucho campeonato por delante todavía y ahora mismo está Willie Lujan liderando la manga con una suma total de 15 puntos cuando quedan 7 minutos.
7 minutes to go. Bottom turning. Huge backflip here for Christopher Bayona. He's working over that right-hander. Let's take a look at that. Bam! Landing hard, but in the foam, really on a wave that just ended right there. Alan Munoz has a look at that wave. He had first priority. Meanwhile, another ARS for Christopher Bayona. So Christopher Bayona still trying to replace one of those lower scores. Alan Munoz on the outside. Looks like he's still holding down first priority, and looks like some waves on the outside. Ale Barbosa, what do we have?
Yeah, we're having some good sets. The only problem is that the tide is getting low, so we will finish the day pretty soon. And there is more risk for the riders. They have to choose the waves very well to get the points and not to get hurt like Tristan did a few hits ago.
I'll tell you what's looking really good today is the wind. Really not much wind at all today, keeping the surface conditions nice and clean. So these light winds, we certainly hope they would continue. We'd get a final day with light winds. That would just make for an amazing end to the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King.
Yeah, the forecast says that the winds will be super light for the next days, so we'll have another day like today. Hopefully not this hot because we are sweating here. The weather here in Gran Canaria is amazing, and this time of the year in Europe, many people is like freezing, and we are here in board shorts, having swimming in the beach. So for us at the moment it's too hot. We need some wind for us, but the riders don't like it. So please, the weather stay like this to have a good show for the final day of competition.
It is very comfortable here. The climate here feels a lot like California, sort of. We don't get these strong winds that you get here. But look at this set coming right here. Alan Munoz and Christopher Bayona battling it out for that second position. And this one is going to bend in, and Alan Munoz is going to have a crack at this one. This one's just crumbling, but he's trying to pull up into the slot, and that wave says, nothing doing, pal, and shuts him down. Alan Munoz now losing priority. He paddles back out. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Christopher Bayona on the outside, still with a chance to spoil the world title hopes of Alan Munoz if he can pick off a really high-scoring wave. So we will see.
Yeah, we saw Christopher Bayona also paddling for that wave, like making that Alan Munoz has to go because Alan has the priority. Christopher is still leading 7:26:25, only 4 minutes remaining. So Alan has to protect for that ride of Christopher Bayona, and he took that left. There were no much potential, but he had to block the other guy, and now he's Christopher Bayona in the ride. Maybe another flip. It's an invert now this time. A nice one, still claiming it. Super happy with that one, and only 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining for Alan Munoz to complete this hit.
I'm really loving that multicolored graphic bottom on that board when he does those moves. It really stands out, really cool. So Christopher Bayona waiting for that score to come through for that wave, that big invert with the solid, perfect landing. And he gets a 6.75. Still not quite enough to push him into second. And let's take one more look at this. Carves it off the bottom, super clean face, and look at this. He's targeting that ramp, hits it, throws the board out in front of him. Here he comes for the landing. Boom! Perfect cushion on that landing, and he comes around the section here, throws the claim. Oh, cross chest. I don't know what he's doing there, some hand jive action. He's pretty stoked on that, but not as stoked as he would be if he had gotten more than a 7.0. He's pretty close, though.
Yeah, I think that he would have to twist her body a little bit more for that invert, but the judges award him with 6.75, not enough. He needs 7 points to beat Alan Munoz in the 7th hit of this round, number 8 of the Gran Canaria Frontón King 2022, brought by the Cabildo Gran Canaria with the project La Isla de Mi Vida, and also the Galdar Municipality, Corona, NMD. We are watching now Christopher Bayona in 3rd position, looking for a 7, getting barrel, and not coming out of that one. So I was saying, Cerveza Corona, NMD, Bodyboards, Hasio House, Link Store, Hydro Flask, Oceano, Red Bull, and also the media partners, Medusa, Bird, Riptide, and We Bodyboard.
So the hopes for Christopher Bayona dwindle with every passing second. A minute and 45 seconds remain in this heat. This is heat number 7, round 8. One more heat to go following this one, and then we wrap for the day as that tide is getting dangerously low, folks. And here goes Alan Munoz having a look at this wave. He's trying to get one more high score, probably to solidify that second position. He does have second priority, Willie Lujan in first priority, and they would do well to utilize the priority. And here we go. Alan Munoz does so exactly right then, keeping Christopher Bayona off that wave, and potentially a wise decision using that priority right there, Ale.
Yeah, he used the second priority. We don't know if the judges will call as an interference. Christopher Bayona just pulled off super quick. I don't know if it interfering in Alan's right, but there's only 48 seconds remaining, and let's see with this last wave It looks like Christopher Bayona is going to be out of this comp. There's only 30 seconds remaining. He needs a big score, 7 points. We don't know if he can get it in this last second of the heat. We are watching now Willy Lujan, the lead of the heat. Christopher Bayona paddling for that one, but he cannot get that one, that wave. And last 20 seconds. It looks like the race is still open for Alan Munoz.
It certainly does at this point. Munoz wisely using his priority there to keep Christopher Bayona off that wave. Didn't look like it was a spectacular wave anyway. Alan Munoz caught it and only got a 1. So that is going to conclude the heat. Willy Lujan from the Canary Islands taking the win. Alan Munoz in second. His world title hopes still alive. You see the boys all congratulating each other. Folks, we're going to go to commercial. We'll be back with that final heat.
¿Y la playa? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Of the day. This is the 5th day of competition in the 2022 Gran Canaria Frontón King. Next to me, Javi Ceballos, been in this event since the very beginning, and he's the technical director of this event and also one of the organizers. Javi, gracias por acompañarnos en este último hit del día.
Buenas tardes a todos ya. Sí, aquí estamos ya en el último hit del round 8, ¿no? Y tenemos, acabamos de ver una manga brutal, ¿no? Con Alan ahí escapando justito para seguir luchando por el campeonato mundial, así que está todo en el aire aún.
Así es.
Gracias, Bego, por tu trabajo también.
Nada, un gusto para mí, un placer estar aquí. Y esto es en pantalla lo que es el round, el último hit del round 8. Tenemos en negro a nadie más que Jonathan Vega, una excelente carta de acá de Canarias. En rojo al brasilero que ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar, Gabriel Braga, que ya tiene 6 puntos, y en amarillo John Aymar, un francés que viene haciendo un gran evento. Y les cuento que también ya el francés John Aymar por primera vez entra con estos resultados, sin importar qué pase aquí, está entrando en el top 16. Aquí viene una primera ola del Pella.
Ahí vemos primera hora de Jonathan Vega, cómo conoce esta derecha, ese backflip muy bien ejecutado. Y bueno, sin duda es uno de los canarios favoritos a luchar para estar en la final. Ahí vemos a rojo atrás, que creo que era Gabriel Braga, sí, de Brasil. La verdad es que estamos viendo unas condiciones cada día. Hoy es un poco más pequeño, pero hemos tenido olas brutales y bueno, le damos las gracias, como digo yo, a la madre naturaleza y al frontón de estar bombeando día tras día. Yo considero hasta ahora el mejor Frontón King en las 10 ediciones. Son muchos días seguidos de olas buenas y muy agradecido con el frontón.
That's right. We are very thankful to you for bringing this event and your hard work. What Javi is saying, that this is the best frontón that he has seen in 10 years, and super happy Willy Lujan there winning Alan Munoz, and Christopher Bayona, such a good performance for Willy, and that's his mother there.
Un gran resultado. Willy Lujan, recordamos que también fue el primer campeón así canario en la categoría junior aquí en el frontón, el príncipe del frontón lo llamamos. Y allá está en Open, la verdad que dándolo todo, y acaba de pasar primero por delante de Alan, uno de los favoritos al título mundial. Así que vemos que el nivel canario está donde merece.
Ya, no, definitivamente aquí en Gran Canaria y en Canarias en general, en todas las islas, hay un nivelazo impresionante. Lo comentábamos, cualquiera de estos riders canarios que están ya en esta etapa tienen el nivel mundial. Ellos tal vez no han tenido la oportunidad de competir afuera todo el tour, pero si tuviéramos a un Dailos, a un Jonathan, a un Willy, a un Javi Domínguez,
a un Aitor,
mismo David Pérez, que está
David Pérez.
impresionante este año.
David Pérez, no sé si lo han comentado, es junior.
Claro, sí, está en cuartos de finales.
Y está en las dos categorías dando un espectáculo brutal. De hecho, hubo una ola ahí de tubo y aéreo 360 que fue, 9 puntos y vamos, que estamos disfrutando del espectáculo y del nivel canario. Yo no sé qué decir, estamos luchando mucho por la cantera aquí en Canarias, haciendo un circuito como el Grand King, y de los cuales David Pérez este año quedó tercero, y tenemos a Jorge Hernández y a Gabri Mendoza, que también empataron en primera posición. No sé si se ha hablado de eso aquí, pero bueno, el mejor clasificado entre Jorge y Gabri pues se lleva el viaje a la triple corona, bueno, no se puede llamar así, a los 3 campeonatos mundiales de Chile, y vamos, un premiazo.
No, de hecho, el día que estaba pasando, que estaba Gabri en el agua, estábamos vigilando a Jorge y le preguntamos y no sé qué. Y bueno, nada, estaba contento. Después el siguiente Jorge pasó primero, lo habló en la entrevista. Sí, se ganó un viaje.
Sí,
una ola ahí para John Aymar, ya lo vamos a...
Qué buena. Sí, 6 puntos Gabriel Braga, va primero. Y vemos a Negro, ¿no? Sí, Alpeya, perdón, Jonathan Vega. Bueno, yo tengo que decir que a este chico, a Jonathan Vega, la primera vez que vino al frontón lo traje yo. Y es, bueno, para mí como si fuera casi un hijo.
Okay, so we do have the interview ready. Tenemos la entrevista. Let's just see this wave here for Gabriel Braga. Vamos a ver, bueno, deciden oír. Interview ready with Willy and Ale. Please, Barbo, take it away.
Hello, we are here with Willy Lohan, the winner of the last hit. Willy, before the hit, you told me, I'm competing with my teammate, Alan Munoz. Maybe if I beat him, he can be out of the title race, but it didn't happen. What do you feel in the water?
It's pretty good out there. It's very, very like glassy and like really friendly conditions, and it's really enjoyable. I wished Alan could make it, and he did. So he's still in the title race. I'm proud of him also.
Yeah, you got 2 good waves at the beginning of the hit, and now you're moving to man-to-man rounds. So what's your expectation with the forecast and the competitors? What's the expectation for the next days?
I mean, since the start of the event, hits have been like really tough and difficult. Everyone here and the ones that come from the other parts of the world have like really big level. So I had like barely expectations. I had none. I just wanted to have fun, and that's what I want to keep doing.
Okay, Willy, now it's time to say thank you or hello to anybody. What do you want to say?
Can I in Spanish? Sí. Muchas gracias a todos mis amigos, a Ale que está aquí también, a mi familia que siempre viene a apoyarme, a Erizo que está apostando muy fuerte por mí, a todas las marcas que me apoyan, y nada, espero que disfruten del resto del campeonato.
Así ahora, thank you so much, Willy. Now we are back with Bego Martínez and Javi Ceballos commenting the last hit of the day.
I love how Barbo had him. They're very good friends, son muy amigos ellos dos, así que qué bonito que hayan tenido la oportunidad de compartir la entrevista.
La verdad que me encanta porque aquí la verdad que en Canarias tenemos una gran familia de bodyboard, es como que no hay competitividad entre nosotros. Yo sinceramente veo una familia de staff, de competidores, y te digo, todos estamos muy contentos de que todos avancemos, ¿sabes? Y me ha encantado ver a Ale Barbosa con Willy compartiendo esa alegría. Y bueno, de verdad que trabajamos para que el bodyboard crezca y lo estamos consiguiendo, y la cantera viene muy fuerte, me encanta.
Ese trabajo de ustedes con el Grand King ha sido impresionante, la verdad, felicitaciones gigantes. Y bueno, hay cambio de situación. La última ola de Gabriel Braga, que la vimos durante la entrevista, fue de 6:30 y Gabriel ahora está primero. Gabriel también es muy buen rider.
Sí.
Y
sí,
vamos
Gabriel,
a ver esta de John Aymar.
Izquierdita de John Aymar, qué bien, tubea, qué bien profundo. Sí, Gabriel Braga realizó un buen tubo y un rolo saliendo, lo estaba viendo yo mientras veíamos la entrevista, y muy bien puntuada. Se nota que es un rider de mucha calidad, como casi todos los brasileños, que también hay un gran nivel, todos no han podido venir todos, pero bueno, tenemos una representación aquí muy grande y agradecidos de que vengan de 17 nacionalidades a este Gran Canaria Frontón King.
Eso es muy bueno que nos lo cuentes. 17 nacionalidades tuvimos entonces.
Sí, 146 participantes en las dos categorías.
Wow.
17 nacionalidades, sí.
Well, Javi is telling me, advising, we had 17 nationalities and 147.
146 creo.
146 participants in this event, and we were saying that unfortunately this year we didn't have too many Brazilians. Gabriel and Paulo are present in this event, but Brazilians are amazing, so we wish to see more. And look at this last wave of Young Aymar. I really enjoyed this barrel ride. It was a long, well executed barrel. Young Aymar, it's also giving a lot to talk about throughout this year. He has a very good performance in Arica, and right now showing off. And he has a very good performance overall in the tour. So congratulations to Young Aymar, also French, for the French boogie crew that they are traveling together. There more and more every time, and I have to say the French are very good riders.
Yeah.
They have this amazing and beautiful technique I love.
John Aymar, tengo la suerte de haber surfeado bastantes veces con él y es un rider que tiene una calidad brutal, la verdad, una técnica y aparte como persona pues muy simpático, siempre tiene una buena sonrisa y eso para mí es muy importante también, no solo tener calidad como rider sino como persona. Así que bueno, vimos esa repetición de mano de Wave Streamer, muchas gracias porque han dado un salto de calidad y muy bonitas esas repeticiones en slow motion, ¿no? En cámara lenta. Así que gracias Jimmy, Marta y demás equipos de Wave Streamer por estar un año más con nosotros.
Ok, Javi, cuéntanos un poco qué se tiene planificado para este evento, a pesar probablemente termine antes de la fecha de finalización que se tiene planificada, que es el 30, pero terminará la parte de la competición, pero el evento como tal no termina.
Sí, les explico.
Vamos a ver, este es Christopher Bayona, disculpe que te interrumpa,
sí.
Pero miren qué buen performance, Christopher, la verdad, muy buena persona y muy buen rider. Felicitaciones por ese performance, de verdad. Y bueno, él todavía es junior, acaba de salir de junior, si no me equivoco.
Primer año Open, ¿no?
Tiene un camino larguísimo, miren el Pella.
Ahí va Jonathan, wow, buen backflip, que lo tiene muy controlado. Yo creo que Jonathan es el rider, para mí, que mejor maniobra en la derecha del frontón. Dailo tubea muy bien, pero maniobra de derecha es súper seguro.
Es verdad.
Súper seguro. Y Christopher Bayona pues ha hecho una actuación, la verdad que brutal. Backflip, grandísimo. Y vamos, que tiene un futuro, bueno, futuro no, un presente ya de top y va a estar ahí luchando arriba segurísimo.
Bueno, ahí está la situación. Gabriel Praga sólido en la primera posición, John Aymar me parece, voy a mirar aquí las últimas notas. Ustedes también pueden hacer lo mismo, ver los scores. Recuerden que está todo en la página web de la IBC World Tour.
Sí, voy a responderte la pregunta de antes que me dijiste del planning un poco. Cuando vemos amarillo, hay un buen rolo. Bueno, les explico al público que a lo mejor no entiendan mucho. Nosotros tenemos 16 días de periodo de espera, en el cual la organización intenta elegir los 6 mejores días de competición. Y este es el quinto. Por lo tanto, solo queda un día que tenemos que intentar elegir el mejor dentro del periodo de espera, que es hasta el día. Sí, porque hay muy buenas condiciones. Ojalá siempre fuera así. Es decir, tenemos muchos días buenos para elegir, a ver si acertamos y elegimos el mejor. Pero aparte también comunico que tenemos la competición de Rey de Reyes, que doy aquí la primicia. Bueno, ahí vemos a negro, a Jonathan de nuevo, un pequeño tubo apareció al principio y un bonito rolo. Y otro rolo abajo. Y rojo, vamos a ver, buen tubo de rojo,
Gabriel está seleccionando muy bien las olas.
Gabriel tiene una buena sumatoria, sí. Y
bueno, el Bayano.
Comentaba rápido lo del Rey de Reyes porque si el Rey de Reyes se hace después de finalizar el campeonato y el que gana este año no es Rey de Frontón hasta ahora, se sumará a esa lista de Rey de Reyes para hacer este evento extraoficial, digamos.
Así es, esta es la repetición, disculpa que te interrumpa, pero last wave of Jonathan Vega, it was a really good wave with the barrel and a double roll, Jonathan Vega, and this is the answer of Gabriel Braga from Brazil, from Bahia.
where Uri Badalao is from too. We're missing Uri Badalao in this event. He's
No,
such a good rider
sí,
here.
no ha venido Uri, la verdad que es un rider muy asiduo. No, hemos tenido la suerte de tenerlo aquí. Le mando un saludo si lo está viendo, Uri. Eres un grande, así que te queremos aquí si esto sigue el año que viene. Y saludos de verdad también a toda la gente que nos ve de todos los países de Latinoamérica, Centroamérica, de Australia, bueno, de toda cualquier parte del mundo. Gracias por sintonizarnos. Y bueno, ahí vemos, sigue Gabriel Braga se afianza en la primera posición con 13.30 y Jonathan Vega 12.75, le falta 6.31 para primero, y John Aymar, el francés, 9.65 y le falta 6.61. Ahí vemos la infraestructura desde otro ángulo. Este año hemos trabajado mucho para que el público esté cómodo. Añadimos conciertos también por las tardes, por si están aquí en Canarias, hacemos conciertos, DJs, está muy divertido.
Ok, ya saben, si estás aquí en Gran Canaria no te lo puedes perder, es un evento único que, como dice Javi, tiene 15 días de periodo de espera y son 15 días de cosas, 16 días de periodo. Pero el 31 se incluye.
El 30, pero como empezó el 15,
vale, claro.
16 días y elegimos los 6 mejores días.
Súper bien.
Intentamos elegir los 6 mejores días, que por ahora lleva de 5-5, es decir que por ahora no hemos fallado. Hemos cogido 5 días de olas muy buenas y creo que hemos visto un espectáculo. Bueno, si quien no haya visto los highlights, se los recomiendo. Gracias por la edición también a Jairo Packwave y Diego Borges. Y bueno, y un equipo grande detrás. Le mando saludos a todo el staff. Yo siempre aprovecho estos momentos para saludar a muchísima gente que está trabajando y que no se ve y que sin ellos no sería posible, de verdad. Así que gracias a los patrocinadores, colaboradores, pero de verdad sobre todo gracias a la calidad humana que hay detrás trabajando, como digo yo, desde el primer hierro hasta la última cámara, ¿no?
Así es, los unknown heroes o héroes de los eventos. Aquí viene John Aymar con un hermoso backflip.
Sí.
Lástima, perdía la tabla ahí. John Aymar viene haciendo muy buen evento, está buscando un 6.61 para poder avanzar en este evento. Y bueno, solo quiero saludar a Nuno López, que hace el circuito nacional portugués y ha estado sintonizando todos los días y siempre mandando buenas vibras. Gracias, Nuno, que me escribió. Un abrazo gigante a todas las personas también que están sintonizando. Ustedes disculpen que no leemos siempre el chat, estamos concentrados en la acción.
Saulita.
Las mejores de... Esta es la mejor de Jonathan.
7.7 creo que la han puntuado. 7.7 esta ola de Jonathan Vega, que fue el tubo y creo que hizo aquí un rolo y otro rolo ahora con una contrita que le vino. Vamos a ver.
Y la mejor de Gabriel Braga es esta que está aquí.
Sí, bastante profundo, lo buscó muy bien. Qué pena que no pudo realizar el rolo porque se nota que lo fue a buscar. Le hubiera aumentado esa nota. Pero bueno, creo que continúa primero, vamos a ver, porque creo que han surfeado, estoy oyendo por aquí a Ardiel de fondo, y creo que ahora surfearon algunas olas que pueden cambiar las cosas, ¿no?
Well, it's very good to see Gabriel Braga in the first position. He's a very good rider. This is the last one for Gabriel, and he has been working his way in the World Tour events, and that was a total screamer in that one. That was really good wave for Gabriel Braga as well. Bueno, últimos 2 minutos con 40, Javi. Qué emoción estar aquí.
Sí, yo estoy muy nervioso, la verdad que
te veo.
Que me encanta el bodyboard, o sea, lo amo y me encanta ver a estos riders aquí dándolo todo, disfrutando de una de las mejores o la mejor ola del mundo para esta disciplina y me encanta ver cómo este deporte lo estamos haciendo crecer entre IBC World Tour, que creo que viene con no sé, con una energía positiva brutal, cambiando muchas cosas para bien para este deporte y creo que va a estar donde merece. Yo creo que ya lo está, pero lo va a estar más, porque creo que cuando las cosas se hacen con pasión se llega a donde se quiera, así que gracias de verdad a todo el IBC World Tour, a todo el trabajo que están haciendo. Es un circuito brutal, finalizando en esta ola que, bueno, para mí es mi ola, ¿no? Voy a decir que es la mejor del mundo, pero si no es la primera, es la segunda, está ahí en el top, ¿no?
De las mejores definitivamente para la práctica del bodyboard, y así se puede ver a lo largo del evento. Gracias a ustedes por su esfuerzo y dedicación en este 10º aniversario del Gran Canaria Frontón King, un evento espectacular.
10 años, yo no sé, ahora me vino a la mente y creo que es una anécdota que voy a contar rápida. Yo recuerdo venir aquí hace más de 30 años a surfear Ahí vemos amarillo.
Ahora seguimos con eso.
Ahí,
¡Wow!
Ha invertido ahí de John Aymar, pero no finaliza, parece. Y vamos, Jonathan. Jonathan, vamos a ver. ¡Wow! ¡Qué invertidazo! Como dije, es un rider súper consistente en la derecha, maniobrando. Bueno, vimos los aplausos. Desde aquí escucho los aplausos de la grada canaria. Y vamos a ver, porque no sé si se puede poner primero, Begoña, no lo sé. 7.26. Y la anécdota rápida es que bajamos con una cuerda. O sea, aquí no había nada, era un barranco y no había nada para bajar y teníamos que poner una cuerda y la bajaba uno y lanzar el buggy para poder surfear. Ahí vemos el inver de Jonathan Vega,
wow,
cariñosamente conocido por todos como ¡wow! ¡Qué invertidazo, tío!
Muy bueno,
Wow.
Impresionante.
Vaya bisagras tiene este hombre.
That was the last wave of Jonathan Vega. Really, very impressive invert. Really inverted,
sí,
I will say.
Me encanta decir que Jonathan Vega es de un barrio, de mi barrio, de Ginamar, y somos gente que venía de un barrio muy humilde. Y verlo como campeón de España, campeón de Europa y aquí compitiendo a nivel mundial es un orgullo y sirve de ejemplo a estas generaciones de estos barrios que pueden disfrutar de estas olas, de este mar que tenemos en Gran Canaria y bueno, y todos también de fuera que están invitadísimos a...
Bueno,
Wow,
Javi,
finaliza.
se acaba esto y Jonathan Vega logró un 7.30 y esta es la última ola. Esta ola cuenta para John
Sí,
Aymar.
cuenta, sí, pero no creo que le sea suficiente.
Igual es la primera maniobra caída para el francés.
Sí, pero tiene, bueno...
Bueno, no,
sí,
perdona, de
pero
son
le hace
6.
falta un 8-10, yo creo que la ola era muy pequeña. Y Jonathan se puso primero, cuidado con el invertido.
Sí.
Pero yo pienso, bueno, no soy juez, pero me parece que el tamaño de la ola no le va a dar la puntuación que quería. Pero bueno, es verdad, no soy juez, me puedo equivocar. Así que...
Bueno, yo quiero mandar antes de irnos a cortes comerciales un saludo a Sebastián Kref, que ha estado sintonizando todo el evento. Muchas gracias por estar, Seba. Y todos ustedes en casa, nosotros vamos a hacer esa entrevista hoy, por supuesto, con Jonathan Vega, que es el ganador del último hit. Ahí ya viene saliendo y bueno, Gabriel Braga, que hizo un evento increíble y va en segundo. Felicitaciones a John Aymar, que casi avanza también en este hit. Vamos a unos cortes comerciales y vamos a regresar con mucho más de lo que nos queda en la entrevista y resumen del quinto día de competencia en el Gran Canaria Frontón 2022.
Muchas gracias a todos, si están por Gran Canaria, aprovechen a venir aquí a Gran Canaria Frontón King, a ver el día final, los conciertos y bienvenidos y bienvenidas a este gran evento de bodyboard.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
Bueno, estamos de regreso. Esto ya es el cierre del quinto día de competencia en el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Un día realmente explosivo con grandes sorpresas, grandes nombres que dejaron la competencia, grandes sorpresas en la categoría junior. Wow.
Sí,
y a mi
sí,
lado está
espectacular.
Javi, que es uno de los organizadores, es el director técnico de este evento y tiene tanto que contarles.
Bueno, sí, muchas gracias de verdad por todo el trabajo, como digo siempre, también a toda la gente por vernos en casa. Y bueno, el trabajo de los riders, ¿no? Que están dando un espectáculo tanto en Junior como en Open. Así que, no sé, están todos invitados, como dije antes, a venir aquí al frontón, disfrutar también de los eventos que hacemos musicales. Y bueno, hay aquí un ambiente increíble, la verdad. Invitados, invitadas todas a venir.
Bueno, sabes que tenemos la entrevista lista con Ale y Jonathan Vega, el ganador del hit anterior. Vamos a ver la entrevista y ya nos volvemos a despedirnos.
We are here with Jonathan Vega, the winner of the last hit of the day. Jonathan, what the end of the hit. That nice, super nice inver at the end give you the win.
Sí, la verdad que las condiciones son muy buenas, hay olones perfectos para surfear y para también ver el espectáculo. Pero es verdad que también tienes que seleccionar muy bien porque los rivales son muy duros. Estuve casi toda el hit segundo y al final es verdad que pude agarrar una bien, me centré bien en esa ola y seleccioné y me hice un inver que me dio para pasar en la manga, así que nada, muy contento la verdad.
Yeah, he's saying that he's super happy with that inver. He was the whole hit in the second place. This last wave landed him into the first position of the hit, and now he's fighting with Alan Muñoz in the next hit. En la próxima manga va a estar mano a mano contra Alan Muñoz, uno de esos candidatos a ser título mundial, y que encima ahora Tristan Roberts se ha tenido un pequeño golpe en la espalda, una pequeña lesión, va a competir, pero claro, con un poquito de dolor. Como te ves ahora compitiendo contra Alan, uno de los que puede ser por primera vez campeón del mundo, y tú también por primera vez puedes ser campeón del Frontón King.
Sí, la verdad que no lo sabía que me tocaba Alan. Y que Tristan también había tenido, como estaba concentrado en entrar al hit, pues no me he enterado muy bien cómo va todo. Pues la verdad que tengo sentimientos encontrados con Alan porque la verdad que me cae muy bien, surfea muy bien y bueno, la verdad que evidentemente voy a ir a por todas porque no voy a dar tregua y él tampoco me la dará a mí, así que iremos a surfear a tope. Y Tristan que se recupere y pueda dar su nivel hasta el final. Y hombre, si yo llego a ser campeón, pues sería, vamos, un sueño hecho realidad.
He's saying that he's sending a lot of luck for Tristan Robbins to recover from that painful injury, and now he's facing Alan Muñoz in the next hit. He's going to do all his best because could be the first Alan Muñoz world title, but also could be the first Jonathan Vega Frontón King title. So he's going to do all his best, and now he wants to thank everybody and also his family. He's going to give you a few words in Spanish, and then we will close the streaming of this Gran Canaria Frontón King. ¿Qué quieres decir en español?
Bueno, pues nada, agradecer a mi mujer y a mi hijo que están aquí apoyándome, a mi hermano también. Agradecer todo el apoyo que me muestra tanto mi familia como todos mis amigos. Lo digo una vez más y lo diré 1000 millones de veces, porque me transmiten mucha seguridad, me alegran el día para que día a día pueda seguir surfeando y con los problemas cotidianos que tenemos en la vida en general. Así que muchas gracias a todos por apoyarme y espero que sigan disfrutando porque queda un día, el último día va a ser espectacular, no se lo pierdan.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. We are back with Bego and Javi Ceballos.
Well, that was a great interview there. Jonathan Vega advancing and facing now Alan Muñoz in the next round. Next to me, Javi Ceballos. Javi, ¿quisieras agregar algo más antes de despedirnos?
Sí, bueno, me emociona ver a Jonathan ahí. Como digo, lo traje yo por primera vez a surfear el frontón, así que imagínense, ¿no? Pues estoy flipando de las mangas también, que no lo sabía, que le toca contra Alan Muñoz, un rider, bueno, que como persona un 10 y como rider un 11. Y bueno, Tristan, ojalá, como dice él, que se recupere, se dio un buen golpe en la espalda, creo que lo llevaron al hospital incluso, pero bueno, parece que está mejor. Y digo, viene un espectáculo, vamos a intentar, eso sí es parte nuestra, intentar elegir el día mejor para ver para que se coronen aquí a los campeones del mundo y pueda ver la gente en casa pues lo mejor de frontón, lo mejor de los riders internacionales y lo mejor de los canarios, ¿no? Así que...
Well, yeah, he was saying he's very emotional because he is the one that brought Jonathan for the first time here to surf in Fronton. So for him, it's great to see them there. And he didn't know he was going to face Alan, and he also admires and likes Alan very much. But well, this is competition, and the most important thing, guys, we wish Tristan Roberts a speedy recovery. I'm pretty sure he will be fine. I mean, this is not the first time for sure he hit the reef, and he is very strong, thanks God. And we are going to keep you updated. Remember, follow the IBC World Tour and the event itself, the Gran Canaria Frontón King social media. Subscribe to this YouTube channel. We might have a late day tomorrow. We are not sure. We're going to be telling you that throughout the day. But yeah, so far it's been a great 5th day of competition. We have one more day where we are going to crown the world champion, the Pro Junior division and in the men division. So from Jay, Ale Barbosa, myself, Javi, and everyone involved in the streaming, wave streamers, and all the cameras, and everyone.
Begoña, claro.
We would like to say thanks, and we count on you for the rest of the event. Thank you very much for your support. See you later.
Nos vemos pronto.
Yeah.
playa? ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.